Okay, welcome folks. Waiting for people to trickle in. We are live. I've just come back from a war-torn sort of a scene at the Echo Complex fire, which is up by Lincoln City, Oregon. And just as some people are sifting...
Branch 1, operations.
Hang on a second. This is Northern California. Major incident. I'll talk in between their radio messages. Just as some people are picking up the pieces, new fires.
Yeah, flare up at the Eller's winery again.
Just as some people are picking up the pieces, new ones are breaking out.
Boss operations.
We'll walk and report to the command center. Structures at Tudor Winery off a big tree on fire.
What address are they calling from? Copy, break, branch 1. Operations, you copy that location?
Not good news. So, looks like there's some heat detection within the last, 12 hours ago.
Operations assigned 2117. I'm turning off Big Tree right now. What was the address?
Yeah, it's the winery at the very, very end at dead ends.
Alright, if you've just tuned in, hey, welcome back, Sherlock. Sorry it took me a bit to get this back up and running, but after a really long journey, I had to unpack. So, they just talked about a winery having structures on fire. Have you heard about that, Sherlock? Or Josh, if you're back? Welcome, we are live, is what I'm talking. Typing here. Doesn't look like I'll be getting much sleep tonight. This is so tragic. This is, basically deja vu. So, October 13th, Friday the 13th, I believe that was on 2017, Santa Rosa was partially burned up. I mean, a good chunk of its downtown core center of the city, which you can see is here in the Bay Area. It's not the middle of nowhere. These are really, really old towns. I mean, the Spanish settled up here in the 1700s. So no, this is not a case of you built on their habitat, you took it away from animals, and so you deserve a fire. No, absolutely not. This has been here a long, long time. This is not the middle of nowhere. But once again, there's high winds. It's just like a bad case of deja vu. PGE suddenly announces, oh, we should have cut the power off to more people in a mysterious, kind of strange way. Yeah, no worries. So we're seeing, they just said, they just said some structures were on fire at a winery. And hopefully they'll But you know what? We can use our own instruments like Go 17. So within these red areas somewhere, there has been a new hotspot detection in the last 10 minutes. So this, what I think, is the winery they're talking about, saying that its structures are on fire. And they said it was getting close to Santa Rosa. Santa Rosa doesn't need this crap again. Look at the fire history. See how, like the Tubbs fire, for example, is in this red. In fact, it took out more of Santa Rosa.
Are, but if everybody's able to make it to the house with sufficient water, I think we might be able to make a stand. But, yeah, I guess it's time to see if you can make it through the road.
Something about Mason Road. They said if they can get water in the house, they'll make a stand there. That's some super drama. That means they'll try to save the structure and shelter in it and let it blow over them. So let's see.
Glass Operations, Battalion 2117. Operations. We do have one structure that's becoming involved. It's going to spread to the rest of the winery. We could use one engine.
Copy. Branch 1, operations. Engine to the end of Big Tree.
Okay, Big Tree Road. Let's see where that is. Just going to put in a Santa Rosa address. Yeah, there it is. Benazaire Vineyards or Tudal Winery. I think they were talking about Tudal. Yeah, the end of Big Tree Road. So this is where, right now, the firefighters are trying to save structures and they're making a stand if they can. But at least one of the buildings has become fully involved. So I'm going to try to see if there's any other way to see the structures here. But that's going on live as we're listening. That they're trying to save structures at this winery at the end of this road right now. So, yeah, there's Go 17 says within the last 10 minutes all over this place. There's been new heat detections. So we're there at the end of Big Tree Road by St. Helena Highway. Trying to save Tudal Winery.
Branch 4, operations.
Branch 4.
Yeah, could you give me an engine to the end of Bale Lane?
Alright, now Bale Lane is right here. It actually crosses NAPA where Big Tree doesn't.
It's up above the Deer Park. You may have some stuff down there for Division Delta. Delta, Branch 1 at Deer Park. The Silverado Trail might be a little closer.
Copy.
Now I can't see any layers that'll really show us extra structures. This kind of gives us an idea. This is the TF Outdoors layer.
Division Delta, operations on command.
Go ahead for Delta.
I need a priority engine to the end of Big Tree Road.
That would be right here.
Affirmative, you're receiving 2 resources off of 2200 Charlie. They're en route.
Copy, thank you.
So we do know that this particular winery is aflame. Tudal, however you say this winery. Multiple structures are involved. They're trying to make a stand and save at least one of them. They've put other engines at the end of Bale Lane, and that one actually goes across the Napa River. But it does look like all over here we've got...
go ahead for glass IC.
It's right next to the fire department.
Go ahead. Operations copies.
We're looking at the glass fire. If anybody's just tuned in, they are trying desperately to save a couple of wineries, which are actually right next to their firehouses. At the end of their own street, they're battling flames coming across.
With one engine, it's one outbuilding becoming involved that'll eventually spread, but if they can get in here, they should be able to knock it out on the end of that Big Tree.
Yeah, they're saying if the engine arrives in time at the end of Big Tree Lane right here.
Main driveway, make a right, and just work your way to the back of the winery, and that's where the building's on fire.
They're trying to save those structures back there, but who knows if the...
411, Division Delta, were you able to make it back into that structure? Roseville, Grass Valley, go ahead. Grass Valley copies. If your resources want to come up on any west as they transition through Placer County, we can keep track of them.
On command. Go ahead and traffic.
You are very welcome, Elias, and thank you for being here. If you have any questions, we're mainly listening to them trying to save these structures here, I believe. This is the end of Big Tree Road. These are the firehouses, 2 of them. So they must be off busy doing something else, where they've requested somebody sent an engine here. Here's the Napa River. But the flames have been embers have been coming across the Napa River. And they said that multiple structures were on fire here at the Toodle Winery. This looks like the main winery. I can see big vats here. You know, like this might be here where they age or collect or bottle. You know, it's really hard to tell. Oops. So they just said at the end of Big Tree Road there were multiple structures on fire. But if an engine can make it there quickly, they could knock it out. So let's go back to this map.
Station 60, engine 8031. Cover station 41, Santa Rosa. Station 60, engine 8031. Cover station 41, Santa Rosa. Advise when en route.
While they're talking, I'm going to try and get some evacuation information and put that in the comment section.
Move to cover station 60, engine 1495. Move to cover station 60. Advise when en route. 116.
It's a possibility that this is the end of the road too, and that these structures are also on fire. We do know that Toodle Winery has multiple structures on fire right now. And this is its location, and actually that's a second winery, Benacer. We do know the engines are going to the end of Bale Lane and to the end of Big Tree Road, where the fire's trying to come across the Napa River. So there's a fight to save these 2 wineries, and it looks like there's a historic park here, and my stomach turns when I see Pioneer Cemetery at risk too, and a trail that says Historic Trail. And this is protected history here, all this state park. And of course we have Callistoga here, also absolutely in danger. They said it's less than 2 miles from Callistoga, and as we can see. Each one of these snowflakes represent a heat detection within the last 12 hours. And so within a radius. So it doesn't mean this entire circle, for example, is on fire. It just means somewhere, this is the margin of error. You don't know which side of the river, but somewhere within that circle radius, there was a heat detection within the last 12 hours. And so it won't tell you. The color code, even though some of these are orange or yellow now, that doesn't tell you if the fire is active. It's just a recording of when did the heat get detected first. There's a color code. So if you follow
1482, branch 5 on command.
Oh my god, that was loud. I'm turning it down. Anyway.
Are you guys working your way up Spring Mountain yet?
Spring Mountain Road.
When you get there, tie in with utility 17, and he'll line you out down on the lower end.
Alright, looks like there's quite a lot of spread towards Santa Rosa here from Spring Mountain Road. So this may look a little strange that
He's
it's...
just up past the roadblock, and they're setting up.
So what we see here, this may look a little strange, but if we turn on wind direction, I think what it's going to show is that the wind is blowing that way. And embers from the top of one ridge, top of one tree, definitely can travel this distance. Firefighters have told me that, and it's just an example of how wind can spread the embers 10 to even 20 miles away from where they first started flying and being taken by the wind.
Branch 1, Division Alpha, on command.
Everywhere in red is a detection of heat somewhere within the square within the last 10 minutes. This is Ghost 17, within the last 10 minutes. So we do see that these winery areas have been, there's something around them on fire in these general areas within the last 10 minutes. So the fire is moving pretty rapidly towards Santa Rosa. Let's look at the wind conditions and see what it might do. The wind is weird right now. Well, yeah, they're calling it the true Santa Anas now. It's not just red flag warning with East Desert winds. They're calling them Santa Anas. Those can be, they're pretty much some of the worst wind conditions in the United States. They happen every year. It's just a seasonal thing that afflicts California, either in September, October, or November typically. And then there's a second round, a chance for them to occur in the spring as well. So we knew that they were coming. We knew they were coming in 2007. They came on October 13th, and that's the day my friend died. Yeah, my friend died on... I'm just going to mute that till it makes sense.
Fine up here. Good safety zone. Burning all around us, so we're good here. Yeah, that's affirmative. You should be able to come up that first gate that you come to below the house. Yeah, I copy. We were trying to go down a little bit, and the road was compromised at that time with a few trees burning alongside the road, but we pulled in here pretty good. Down was passable. Not sure about below that. We didn't make it too far.
Okay, so it does look like that's what happened. This is ember travel, I believe, because up here they've got, fire activity. The hotspot detections are over here, but if you look right where the wind is taking them, this is ridgetop to ridgetop spread. They can just leap over valleys and spark new spot fires here. So this is, man, I gotta turn this up and down. This is blasting my ears out. But that is typical fire behavior, and it's pretty typical that the Santa Ana winds, there's a lot of pressure because they come out of the desert, right? They come out here. They enter through the mountain passes, and each one of these are mountain passes where there's major rivers. And then they seek a way out because the valley fills up with the pressure of the winds. And so the only way out is San Francisco here by Mount Diablo, and down here by LA, between these passes, right here, here, right where the Bobcat Fire is. So it looks like LA, yeah, you can see them going through the mountain passes here. They're trying to get to the ocean, because there's no real way to get to the ocean over these Coast Range mountains. So what they do is they go, hey, I'm traveling, boom. They run into these hills, and it's a roadblock. They can't really pass all the way to the ocean, not easily. So winds, they kind of follow the path of least resistance, and they can get funneled. And these are a bunch of north-south kind of valleys like this. These are all earthquake faults. That's a giant one right there that you can see. So in geologic past, all these mountains kind of squished in together like so. And so you're left with pretty much all of the roads just go kind of north and south, because east and west there's very few ways through the mountains, the way that this formation happened in eons ago. So what they do is they stop, they find one of the valleys, and then it just goes along with the valley. And sometimes the wind, like here, will make it through this little narrow pass out to Fort Bragg. California registers a whole lot of high winds through these little mountain passes, but the majority of it will take the path of least resistance and be funneled all the way to San Francisco and out, as you can see that right there. And there's lots of wind that comes through here. And it's just one of those things that makes driving across the Golden Gate Bridge when it's windy a hair-raising experience, a pretty hair-raising experience. So this is typically what we see. And I was hoping, like I was saying for days, they have to get this under control before the Santa Anas. Because it's basically, they can be kind of mild. It seems like it's mild right now for Santa Ana's winds. But they can be like a dry hurricane. Hurricane force winds can, they can reach 85 miles an hour in gusts and go like that for days. And that's like what we saw at Paradise. And then they can stop and then start again because they're a seasonal phenomenon. The thing that causes Santa Ana winds, let me get my diagram up here. In the north, they're called the Diablo winds. It just means the North Fork of the Santa Ana winds. So as you can see here, the only thing that has to happen is a ridge of high pressure over the Great Basins, the deserts of Oregon, southwest Idaho, and northwest Nevada. And as I was explaining the other day on my stream, a shield is what you should think of with high pressure. And they're kind of circular. Just think of that as a big shield. So any other approaching storm is going to bounce right off of it. So for example, when a hurricane or a cyclone approaches Hawaii, if Hawaii happens to have a ridge of high pressure on it, or a shield, it will bounce off and it'll go, oh, let's listen to the firefighters. Okay, so we know they're fighting on two fronts. Right now they're making a desperate stand at the, what winery is that again? They're trying to save Callistoga. I think they're in the middle of evacuations, and B, they're at two different wineries. One is called Ludal, or L-U-D-A-L. One is called Benecer, as far as I can pronounce this stuff. And they've been running around, so they didn't have any units to respond to the street with the fire department on it, so they've been calling in others. So we know that there's structures right here they're battling and trying to save, and they're battling and trying to save structures here, and they're cruising back and forth between Bale Lane too, because this winery also, Tristan Winery, may also be on fire. So if we look at the fire activity, all I've heard chatter about was Toodle.
2117 operations.
They're trying to save structures right here. That's maybe what they're talking about in a second. And I'll look at Windy as well. Yeah, this is a better animation of what the winds are doing right now. So you can see they're coming out of the high desert here. This shield, whatever's up here, the high pressure, is causing the winds of the desert to instead bounce that way. I would like to see what the jet stream is doing too. There's some sort of a storm off this way. So yeah, you can see the other winds coming from the desert too. They usually split off. There's the northern section here, there's a southern section here. Because there's mountains lining the coast everywhere, pretty much except for San Francisco, the northern branch of the Santa Ana winds called the... Okay. This is where the fire's at right here. Alright, the moment I just start speaking, they will, so I might as well start speaking. So, as you can see in the diagram, the jet stream just has to make its natural change. As it moves into winter, it drops down here, which brings a lot of cold air from Canada and Alaska down to the United States. That's just one of the things that it does periodically throughout the year, and so this is normal. But when exactly it does that is unpredictable, and if a ridge of high pressure happens to be right here, also known as a shield, any other storm or wind will bounce off of it and go somewhere.
Delta, operation.
Go somewhere else, and thus the Santa Ana winds occur. A north branch and a south branch, leaving the only place that they can, really.
Division Delta, operations on command.
They're accelerated by going down the Sierra Nevada mountains and being funneled through the ravines. And then they just are warming and drying winds. They're from the desert. Humidity's in the single digits right now. And now there's high winds, and I think we should see what speed there are. So let's put our flag at Callistoga and see what the wind speeds. They're saying 7 knots. Let's take a look with gusts over here, down here, at least 30 miles an hour. Being registered knots. Let me put it in miles per hour. Okay, 35 miles.
Division Delta, operation.
Okay, 35 mile an hour wind gusts occurring right now that are just slamming the area by Callistoga. The fire's less than 2 miles away, and I'm going to let them talk for a second and try to get some evacuation information in the channel. And I'm going to put that down in the comment section. We're listening to Northern California Major Incident, and mostly they're talking about saving the Tudor Winery right here. You can go to CalTopo just like I am and see everything that I see. This is all public information. And this is the detection of heat. Every red spot here means somewhere within the radius.
2117.
Somewhere within the radius there's a heat detection. It doesn't mean the entire area is on fire. So you can see it's getting close to Santa Rosa. You can see it's getting close, very close to Callistoga. And they are trying to save wineries at the end of this street here.
Branch 5, battalion 2117.
I'll just let them talk, and I'm going to put evacuation information into the comment section. If you have any questions,
Go ahead for branch 5.
put any questions.
Talking with glass operations, you got 2 LNU dozers that are sitting on transports on Deer Park Road, right at the trail. You can take those 2 if you want to pair them up with those privates and start pushing to the north out of St. Helena.
The line tied in from Spring Mountain Road to Highway 29 on the south side of the fire. And if you send those 2 dozers over to me, I'll start working my way west from Spring Mountain.
I copy break 1443, battalion 2117. Those are 1443, battalion 2117. Those are 1443, battalion 2117. Those are 1443, battalion 2117, East Zone 2. Division Delta, battalion 2117.
Bear with me, I'm putting evacuation information right now for Sonoma County in a comment. They're just not talking right now. Bear with me, I'm putting evacuation information right now for Sonoma County in a comment. They're just not talking right now. Bear with me, I'm putting evacuation information right now for Sonoma County in a comment. Whoa, sorry for that. I had to open I had an echo there. I had to open up a second window of my own stream, and it decided to play itself. Alright, so evacuation update, Sonoma County. What? This is an evacuation order, immediate threat to life. This is a lawful order to leave right now. The area is fully closed to public access. When? Immediately. There are 2 fires on St. Helena Road. This is an evacuation order for the following areas. Zone 3G1, south of Helena Road, west of NAPA Sonoma County line, north of Los Alamos Cleveland Ranch Roads, east of Callistoga Road. Zone 3G2 is south of Cleveland Ranch Road, west of Los Alamos Road, north and east of Santa Rosa County limits, east of Callistoga Road. The next zone, Zone 3G3, south of Alamos Road, west of Santa Rosa city limits and Los Alamos Road, northeast of Highway 12, west of Napa Sonoma County line, the easternmost boundary of Hood Mountain Regional Park, and easternmost boundary of Los Guilicos Juvenile Center. Los Guilicos Juvenile Center.
Operations.
And this includes the Juvenile Center.
Affirmative.
See the comment for more evacuation information and links. We continue to listen. I do know that they are trying to save structures at 2 wineries at the end of, let's see, Bale Lane and Big Tree Road. The Tootle Winery is on fire. At least one structure was pretty well engulfed that they were saying on the radio chatter. They have requested engines to go here. No word on if they got there in time. It appears, if judging by the wind, what happened, the wind has blown some of the embers from ridgetop to ridgetop, which is typical fire behavior. If the fire is on the very top of a hill or a mountain ridge,
It is 925 A Bell Canyon. Let me check with the secretary really quickly.
it's typical fire behavior that they can leap right over valleys and leap right over, narrows and canyons. So it looks like that has happened with 35-mile-an-hour wind gusts and such dry single digits humidity levels. This is red flag conditions, which means the worst possible conditions for fighting a fire. So these embers drifted over here, it appears, and from here the wind is going this way, and it's doing ridgetop spread. Looks like the embers are racing along ridge tops and through the little these little ravines, which is where wind gets funneled. It tends to accelerate wherever it's pinched down in ravines. As it accelerates, it can carry embers ahead of it, and so you get spot.
Here. I'm not exactly sure where their engines are, but it's clear up here.
Something about some first responder is not sure where to go, and it's one of those things where it's sad that I think it's time that they get unified map system and internet everywhere. I mean, we have the technology for that, and right now they're giving each other turn left, turn right directions, and that can be easily missed in blowing smoke. And so I do believe it's going to be quite important for them. Okay, that's hurting my ears. I just turned it off for you guys. I continue to monitor, but we just see this time and time again throughout all these fires. It's You know, they need to just, you know, whenever I tell my mom where to meet her, I just put my finger on the map, and I have a map sharing thing, and say, do you see right where it is? She goes, yeah. Then she pushes a button to navigate.
Metal gates up on the gravel road behind the house, but if you take a right where we all turned around, and I guess you're going to be heading back east again, and go up the first driveway, 1940, and there's a turnaround up there for both of you if you get in there and check on that house.
That might be 1940 St. Helena Road. Let's see. 1940 St. Helena Road. I'm just doing a guess here. California. It is. It may be right here. Alright, so let's confirm that with Google Maps. 1 second. Sorry, I'm going to look back at chat. If anybody has any questions, I'll speak in between the firefighters. But time and time again, we're just seeing how they lose good radio quality in the middle of nowhere, and then they don't have cell phone service. They can't send each other maps, and they're going back to 1950s radio technology for navigation, just telling people where to go, turn left here, turn right here. And, you know, they could be busy doing something else. I think if they would just put their finger on the maps, they go right here, they all share the maps, they all have internet, boom, the response would be so much faster. So, looking back over here, Elizabeth Hyde, welcome. How long are you planning on streaming? I have family in the area and I love what you're doing. Oh, I don't know that I'm going to sleep much tonight now. So, yeah, I'm right here with you and trying to provide as much information as possible. And I'm doing this as a public service, as a person who's lost friends in wildfires and nearly lost my brother in Paradise. I've made it my business to study wildfire information and tell people, you know, strategies for survival and shelter in place, as well as evacuation. So if you have any questions about that, you know, I do teach that in other stream portions. If it is too late to go, I encourage anybody, if the fire is upon you, to actually go to a nearby safe place, which is a body of water you can get up to your chin in without having to swim. Like if you can crouch down in it. I don't know that this matters to anyone right now, but I do know that if there is traffic jam, or if you are in a vulnerable spot like a hilltop, or it takes you a long time to get down to highways out of the hills, like the property that my father used to have, then it is best to think about where you are. Take a wool blanket with you if you can, a jug of water, flashlight and radio, your cell phone if you can, and just only try to go by car if you know that you can make it out, and know that the roads ahead of you are open, and know that these fires can get ahead of you. You know, for any moment, this ember right here can jump all the way over here. They can jump 10 miles ahead of you. If you have to evacuate downwind, and you have to drive for miles and miles and miles, don't count on being able to go your full speed. You might just be in the smoke going like you drive in heavy, heavy fog. So the idea is not to panic. You know, most fatalities occur in vehicles when people are trying to leave by vehicle when that window of opportunity has closed. And that's how my brother almost got killed. He used to live next to a person with a swimming pool. And instead of calmly walking over to the swimming pool and throwing a blanket over his head, trapping good breathable air in the swimming pool, he got in a fire. He got in a car and drove through flames with kids screaming in the back. And the neighbors a minute and a half behind him did not make it out. So this is a good message that sometimes, you know when it's safer to shelter in place in a body of water, even if you don't see a pond or a swimming pool. Anywhere you look on a map where a road goes over a creek, like somewhere like this, it's either a bridge or it's a culvert. Okay, I'm going to look back at chat. Austin says Polga and Concow is burning again too, right? Oh, man. Yeah, welcome, Austin Allen. You are one of the contractors for city design staff for Paradise to rebuild the road network for future fire evacuations. Well, welcome. I'm so glad to have you here. I did tour Paradise a couple of times after the fire, and just couldn't. I mean, it just absolutely broke my heart. So I would love to know more information about that, and let's go check on it, because right now they're being quiet. And all the radio chatter I've heard is about protecting Santa Rosa. I hear 6,000 people approximately are in evacuation in Sonoma County. If you need to know about it, then go ahead and check my comment section. I'm going to put one more link there. Then we'll go look over at Polga and Concal Paradise. So there's county evacuation information too. And so it looks like there's an actual map. Good. So I'm going to share this with you guys. This is the County of Sonoma evacuation map.
5488.
Let's listen.
We're at the house. Everything looks good. We did 360. Is there something for a fire?
No, basically, we ran out of water, and there was quite a bit of impercast going in there, and due to those trees, we pulled back. But if you guys are able to make a stand there and watch those two structures, that'd be great.
Copy. 65, 60, 192.
Good.
Branch 1 operations.
40. We're just below that. There's a like a cattle gate that goes up a gravel road. It's a pretty good safety zone that we're parked in.
Okay, we'll head up through there. Or do you want to come down the road and load up there? Operations, branch 1. Branch 1, operations.
One.
Yeah, I believe we just had a propane tank explosion down that river bottom. We need to address that.
Yeah, you think that was over near the big tree side?
Affirmative, and if you could check your resources in there too.
All right, well, no wonder people don't follow chat rules, because I put them in the comments and people can't see. Well, that sucks. That's where I've been putting a lot of evacuation info. So I'm going to change the description of the video to put the links for the evacuation info. It'll take me a moment. Meanwhile, I put the Sonoma County evacuation map, which I think speaks for 1,000, it's worth more than 1,000 words that I can say. But there's a huge amount of Sonoma County that's under mandatory evacuation right now. And then I don't know if this is what county Callistoga is at, but that's for the Santa Rosa area. I haven't set that up yet, but I met some fire victims yesterday, and so I'm going to go ahead and research whenever I can get a moment of free time. I just got back here just before 1 in the morning. So just when I thought fires might be hopefully wrapping up, here comes the Santa Ana winds, just like I thought might happen. So let me quickly get the information though about evacuations, and then I'll take more questions. I know that right now Joaquin Gutierrez,
traffic on EFAR 22.
you may definitely be hearing propane tank explosions.
Operations, copy, thank you.
They just talked about propane tank explosions. So let me see where you're at in Google Maps, and then I'll see about what you should do. So you're at which fire Miller for? Okay, let me see. I'm going to take care of the immediate needs of the people in the path of the fire, but I will get to all questions. So St. Helena at the Stonebridge apartment complex. All right, so I'm going to go to St. Helena, California, Stonebridge apartment. And I'm going to go there first on Google Map. All right, so that's by Napa Valley College. Okay, so let me orient myself. I'm not familiar with this area. been in the Bay Area. I'm much more familiar with the Sierras, Butte, Yuba, Sutter County. So that would be, let's orient myself a little bit, Callistoga. Okay, so you're down there. Let me put this on the terrain. So there's the Glass, Shady, and Boysen fires, which have been rolled up. Okay, there's 3 spots. So you are at St. Helena, right there. Silverado Trail Lane. So the things in the area, like if you put on satellite, you could probably see the propane tanks just from which direction you're at. So the good news is, looks like you have places to shelter if these places are plowed right now. If these are cut grass and low, this is a shelter. You can drive out here and chill out. You know, if it's cut down grass, you know, not tall grass, or if it's pavement, this will be fine for a shelter. You don't have to get in a traffic jam if it comes down to it. You know, it's okay to go in a baseball diamond, even if the school or whatever is burning. If it's dirt, if it's a dirt field, if it's a soccer field, for example, would be perfect. A golf course, anywhere that there's green, short, cut grass away from trees. You can drive out there, you can walk out there. I would say take a wool blanket because that resists fire, and then take a jug of water, and take, you know, your cell phone, you know, snacks, whatever. And if you were in your car and it's a traffic jam, well, just chill out. You also have the river too. Just be like on rocks and such where there's no
2117 branch 5.
Where there's no vegetation. So let's look at the wind and see if this is in danger. See if this
Were those LNU dozers coming this way?
I'm trying to work that out. They're gone from where I saw them, and the branch is trying to work on that. It sounds like, or division, sounds like I might be able to get one of them to you.
Copy. I got a total of 3 now. The 2 that were going from 29 over to Spring Mountain Road have just about tied in. I think we're sitting pretty good.
Okay. Yeah, I think the next chunk would just turn around and start heading back to the north and try and just keep it up on the ridge top, and then turn it back to the west once you get past Bale Grist Mill.
Hey, firm. And I'm working my way back out to 29 to see if I can. How far down is that progressed towards 29 backing down the ridge?
Not that far on, you know, I would say south of the CIA, but north of there, it's kind of crested over the ridge top.
Hey, firm. And that they put in should come just north of CIA from 29 to Spring Mountain.
If I can't get that dozer, are you going to be able to make it work with the 3 that you've got?
Affirmative. We'll keep pushing where we're at. We're more on the south end, just trying to push and get it cut off from Santa Elena, and then we'll start looking at the north side.
Okay, I copy.
I'm not entirely sure. I'm at the up-to-date map. It says the lightning fire, the LNU fire.
They made it right up here. I'll just wait right here until you get up here.
I'm checking other resources, so I'm going to check CALFIRE as well. So bear with me. And I'll be putting links in the description because chat's not showing up for some reason. So here first is a link to Sonoma County. The Sonoma County evacuation map. Let me copy that. And if people trickle in, go ahead, and if you wanted to help Sherlock or anybody else, you can help, you know, copy and paste this map as I am trying to get more info, more official links, because while the media has their own links, I'm going to go with the official sources. Those are the ones going to be updated. So, Sonoma County EVAC Map. That's the link there. Now I'm looking for NAPA. And thank you for telling me, Elizabeth, that was Napa County. I figured. But and your knowledge of the information can be very, very valuable here too. If you hear anything like, I know where that road is, you know, you can type that in chat. Like, here's the road, here's the cross street. Sometimes I can't write this all down. And then we can look at the individual places that are a fire. Right now I'm just looking, just St. Helena. These hot spots don't mean that this red, it doesn't mean that this is all on fire. It just means somewhere within these squares. They're really big squares. There has been hot spots detected within the last 10 minutes by this satellite. And it's within the last hour if it's an orange or 6. See, let me just look at the code. So it's within 24 hours if it's orange.
Branch 5, Battalion 2117.
24 hours if it's yellow. And that's
Yeah,
different.
branch 5.
He's got some spotting he's trying to pick up with both of the agency dozers. You think he can make it work with? You have a dozer boss, right?
Affirmative, I got 2 dozer bosses with the 3 dozers, so I'm good.
Okay, that might be what you got for the night then.
Yes, you may, Elizabeth. Go ahead. I just gave you moderator. I just gave you moderator powers, so you could post links. Absolutely, because I'm juggling here. I'm trying to do several things. I have to adjust the description of my channel because for some reason comments aren't showing during live. Don't ask me why. I don't get that. That's, I'm making like a scratch piece of paper here, like new notepad, you know. So let's see here. Glass Fire Evac info, copy and paste. So this is Sonoma County Evac info. Sonoma County. Napa County is right next to it. This is the wine country of the Bay Area. And so I got the EVAC map. Let's go and get the... but there's immediate orders. There are 2 fires on St. Helena Road. Like there's zone 3G1 south of St. Helena Road. Evacuate immediately are the orders. West of Napa, Sonoma County line. North of Los Alamos and Cleveland Ranch Roads. And east of Callistoga Road. The other zone, 3G2. Evacuate south of Cleveland Ranch Road, west of Los Alamos Road, north and east of Santa Rosa County limits, east of Callistoga Roads.
Go ahead to operations.
The other zone, south of Alamos Road, west of Santa Rosa city limits and Los Alamos Road. Evacuate now. Northeast of Highway 12, west.
Affirmative.
West of the Napa Sonoma County line, the easternmost boundary of Hood Mountain and Regional Park, and the easternmost boundary of Los Guilicos Juvenile Center, and this includes Los Guilicos Juvenile Center. Those are go now evacuation orders. But like I said, if there is a traffic jam, it's better to put your car in a safe place like a field, a golf course, a mowed lawn, you know, big parking lot of a big box store or a school, baseball diamond, track and field, if there is a traffic jam. And then as soon as you're able to leave, then leave. But don't just sit in your car on a road. So let me get the rest of the evacuation information copied. And let's see here. This is CALFIRE's link for Sonoma County. And then I will copy that link that you've just given us, Elizabeth. She didn't get it. Okay, I'm back. I'm looking back. I hit add moderator. I did that. It says you're now a moderator for the channel. If you need to, go ahead and refresh your page, Elizabeth, and then you should have the moderator powers. That might be all you need to do, because I did click it. All right. I know that the areas west of Highway 29 from Deer Park Road to Elmhurst and all of Spring Mountain Road is under evacuation orders. Also, the east side of Silverado Trail from Pickett Lane south to Meadowood Lane and all roads in between. Pickett Road also, Dutch Henry Canyon Road, Lommel Road, Crystal Springs Road. This is all evacuation orders and leave immediately. Glass Mountain Road, Fawn Park, Madrone Knoll Way, Meadowood Lane, including Meadowood Resort, Deer Park Road from Silverado Trail to Howell Mountain Road, the community of Deer Park, St. Helena Hospital, Mund Road, Sanitarium Road, Howell Mountain Road from Deer Park Road to College Avenue, College Avenue from Howell Mountain Road to White College Road, White College Road from College Avenue to Friesen Drive, and get ready to go evacuation warning, the east side of Silverado Trail from Howell Mountain Road south to Taplin Road and all roads in between. Howell Mountain Road from Silverado Trail to Old Howell Mountain Road and all roads in between. Conn Valley Road from Howell Mountain Road to the dead end and all roads in between. An evacuation center has been set up at Crosswalk Church, which is 2590 First Street in Napa. Once again in Napa, it's on First Street, Crosswalk Church, 2590 First Street, Napa. Road closures. There's a following link about road closures, which I'm also going to put in the chat. Bear with me. Road closures. There's that link. Here is the Napa County and the glass fire link. So here you guys are. It's the same one. This is CALFIRE. So that's the list. Okay. So have you tried refreshing, Elizabeth? It might give you the moderator powers. But it does look like St. Helena is in danger right now. Looking at windy right now, fire follows the wind. So let's go back to it. So right now it's coming in from the northeast. So all it would take is any sort of wind direction change, and it could follow this way down the highway. So definitely St. Helena is in danger, but immediately in danger is Callistoga and the northeastern sections of Santa Rosa. So let's look back at the evacuation map that they have, the official map. This is the official map for Sonoma County, and this is their evacuation map. But this may only show you Sonoma County. So we are seeing that this is where the hot spots of the fire are, and judging by the wind, it's going to go this way, with the next thing in its sights being Melita, Oakmont, and then Spring Lake area. Brush Creek again, really? That's ironic considering the North Complex fire. And so once I get these links set up, I'm going to go up and look at Polga and Concow and Paradise, because it looks like that I'm hearing rumors that that's going up too. So far, that's the official evacuation map. Let me see. Oh, you just found it, Sherlock. Awesome. So let me give a copy here. The more people helping out, the better in chat. But I'm really disappointed that Elizabeth didn't get mod powers. That happened the other day when I tried to give them to Bo. So here's Napa County. So
minimums and a top-rated banking app that lets
okay. So I'm going to mute that. That's Capital One commercial in the middle of the emergency. Thanks, Broadcastify. So I continue to monitor Northern California major incident, but it may be that we should tune into like a local kind of a channel, because we are listening to the glass fire. So for Napa County, looks like mandatory evacuations are all around St. Helena. I always urge someone to go before they're told. You know, if there's St. Helena definitely is in danger, and the best course of action my brother could have taken was to leave way before he was told. And that was the big mistake of Paradise, is people just sat there waiting to be told, and you may not be told. You know, it was door to door, banging on doors, and in a town of 20,000 people. The reverse 911 system failed at Paradise. And so if you just get antsy or get nervous, just go ahead and leave. And you do not have to be told. So don't worry about anything. Don't try to defend your home with a garden hose, and do not put on your sprinklers, because when the time comes to save your home or the others up and down the street, they are going to have no water pressure. Most homes don't burn because, you know, a fire spreads to the yard on the ground. They usually burn because embers that are coming up off the mountains will be raining like snow down upon rooftops, getting in the stuff that's in the gutters, big branches falling. So you really can't do that with a garden hose. So just go ahead, and if you are at all anywhere near these fires, I would say, if there's no traffic jams, just calmly make your way out of these zones. And if if a traffic jam does occur, then also be cool. There's plenty of safe places in every town. Like I was just saying, golf courses are perfect. Green grass that's trimmed and down and mowed does not burn. You would just have to be any space like that, or in a dirt field, or in like a recently harvested field where it's, you know, even if it's like yellow stubble, you know, that really doesn't burn. You can beat that out, you know, with the blanket around your car. Have a water jug, go to rivers, go to ponds, everywhere that a car drives over. Let's go to some other kind of shading. So like in satellite view, backyard pools, as long as there's no trees that are high enough to fall on you while you're in the pool. Throw a blanket over your head and breathe the fresh air that's trapped under there. Anywhere you don't have to swim. Ponds, I can tell you right now, like that would be a safe spot if that were still brown. Big parking lots like this is perfect. People in Paradise survive just chilling out in parking lots like this. So you can, you don't have to flee in your car away from a fire very far. Usually you can turn on maps, satellites, and you can see all around you totally safe places. Any dirt field you drive past, just go there and chill. If there's a traffic jam or if the flames mean that you can't see, you will be fine. Most people in Paradise, they survive just riding out that fire in a safe spot. I mean, there was a horse named Jack. He survived 2 fires near Paradise because he got in the swimming pool both times when he broke out of his stall. Don't think that you have to drive through flames. You really don't. If you see flames, it's really too late for escape by car, and don't panic. Find, a creek or a bridge, anywhere a road goes over any sort of body of water, be it a creek or a river, there's a bridge or a culvert, and those are perfect places to shelter.
On Silverado Trail all the way down to Taplin.
Okay. They're expanding.
Copy.
They just ordered on the radio.
Additionally, fires well established on the south side of Deer Park. The new plan that we're coming up with is to push dozers down Mund and tie in with Old Howe Mountain Road near Meadowwood, and then come down and still hold it in between Silverado Trail and Old Howe Mountain, and then the dozer line that we're going to push open up in the existing 2-track that's out there.
Operations, copy. Break Battalion 2117. Operations.
Okay.
I'm going to head up to the fairgrounds of Callistoga and get a couple hours of downtime before tomorrow. Are you still in the neighborhood here? I'm up in Callistoga. Do you need me to come back? Negative. If you could place a call. Off French 1. Operations.
Committed to something else, so I could get the branch 4 safety to help me with this.
Yeah, repeat that, Paul.
If Newberry's not committed to something, I'd like to get him as the branch 4 safety come over and help me work on this.
I copy.
Yep, correct. That's intense stuff. So they are going to widen
50
evacuations.
branch 4 on command.
They're widening the evacuations around Silverado Trail, and they're making a dozer line in the Mund Road area. So Elizabeth, where is Mund Road? Does it meet Silverado Trail? Did I understand that correctly? Because the map.
55, 60, 54, 88.
Good.
And up there, it's looking pretty good right here. There's still some Evercast, but
You're tied down quite a bit
just wanted an update from us, and I think feel comfortable and ready whenever you are. We'll stay in.
branch 4.
Mine safety officer to report to Division Alpha, branch 1.
Branch 4 copies. Break branch 4 safety. Branch 4 to copy that drag on command.
So Concal, in a second, I'll have more of these links in the description, but I do want to monitor that. So we'll go to Caltopo again. Anybody can follow along too. I can teach you how to track wildfires. So go up here, we'll just go to Concal, California, enter. And on the right side, I've got my base layer as terrain, Google terrain.
Branch 4 safety is in route.
Copy.
And I click on fire activity, and I don't see anything right now, but the GO 17. See, I just don't see anything except over here at Bucks Lake. But are they thinking that this is where it might spread? If so, then that's very troublesome, because they don't have complete containment here at Bucks Lake. Okay, Elizabeth says, okay, so that road Mund does not meet Silverado Trail. So they're trying to plow, unless they're going to plow through trees. You know, what they're going to do is they're connecting some dozer lines, but then they talked about an evacuation area. So the evacuation that they wanted to do was to extend it beyond Silverado Trail, but I wasn't clear on what they said. Plus, they said that they're going to have dozer lines somewhere at Deer Park Road, Mund Road, Silverado Trail was mentioned, so it looks like they're trying to get a handle on this section. And if I had to guess, let's see where the last hot spots, yeah. So there's hot spots all around here detected within the last 10 minutes. So this is a big seat of the active fire. It's threatening the everywhere east of Santa Rosa, because the embers hopped right over, just drifted in the wind right across here in the flatlands and went back over towards Santa Rosa. But they said they were getting a handle on some sort of a containment around this section of St. Helena Road near, I believe, this Paloma Vineyard / 7 and 8 winery, because when they gave an address, it was for right here. So they had protected one structure, and they are watching it right around this area. So that's good news. This road is closed, St. Helens Road, but it is still being used for access in between Napa and Sonoma counties here. So if I can just take a moment, I'm going to update the description of the fire. So Santa Rosa, Callistoga, evac info. So I'm going to copy and paste my links. Sonoma County, glass fire evacuation map. So Sonoma County evacuation map. And now I'm going to go And I don't know why that pasted wrong. Alright, and fix it. I am taking all live questions right now in the chat. And it's a tense situation for sure. And we continue to watch what's going on. If you are in the path of the fire or worried, your questions come first. So make that known to me by, when you first enter chat, say @ and then type my name, Catherine Davidson, with the capital K, capital D, and that's going to flag an orange message at me, and I'm going to be able to see that quicker out of the corner of my eye. So right now, I am changing my description to have permanent links here to this evacuation information. So let me get the other map for Napa County. So this one is Napa County. There we go. I wish there was one. Why isn't there one? You know, but that's why I started this channel. It took me 3 hours to figure out where Oregonians should go when 2 entire counties were told to either evacuate or get ready. So, all right, I've got those. I got the description updated. If you hit the refresh button, that should refresh, you know, the feed. So. Elizabeth says, as the crow flies, Meadowwood is close, but the road to get there is Deer Park Road to Silverado Trail. Okay. Sherlock says they kind of do have to plow through trees to make other dozer lines and maybe zigzag around the big ones and cut a bunch, but it's kind of late for preventative maintenance. Exactly. Like I keep saying, I believe that it's time that we learn that to permanently maintain some lines into strategic areas. And, you know, maybe strategically place water tanks there so the water tenders don't have to go back and forth so often. And there's just some, definitely put in internet access out here, because we see the time and time again, they are constantly telling people to turn left, turn right, turn left, turn right. Oh, I can't hear you on the radio. You know, if they had data, they could just, boom, share maps with each other, or have one map, put their finger on a map, mark it, and not have to sit there and talk on the radio. Seconds count in response. You know, they were just saying, race up the road. If any engine could get here in time, this structure could be saved. And to my dismay, the next thing they said was, where do we turn again? And the guy had to give turn-by-turn directions. You know, we have the technology. It's time to just pay. Just pay to put this stuff out here in the wilderness. It's no longer cool to have dial-up only and landlines in the wilderness. So it's costing us billions of dollars. I do see that there are new flare-ups here and new detections within the last hour in yellow. And see, no, maybe that's not in yellow. Yeah, within about 1 to 6 hours ago, and orange is within an hour, and red is within 10-12 minutes ago. So it may be moving towards Cresta, Polga, Concal, and Paradise. Yeah, that is an absolute deja vu. So the winds will do what they want at this point. They can shift around during the Santa Anas. They tend to come down, you know, these ravines. This is like a wind tunnel, and they funnel and pick up speed when they're in ravines. But all the winds are flowing over the top of the Sierras. They come from Nevada. There's single-digit humidity at the moment, and basically they look like this. Here it is. So they will be kind of going in one spot towards an exit, which is usually at San Francisco here. And the winds, the hot, dry winds, will try to exit down here, kind of by LA. So the Diablo winds are just a nickname for the northern branch of the Santa Ana winds, which usually split off in 2 directions. The mountains are a blockage. These winds are trying to reach the ocean. They're being pushed by the jet stream, pushed by that. They can't go up here where they normally would and not be very fast because there's a ridge of high pressure here. So they'll just make their way to the ocean at San Francisco and here. So what does that mean for the wine country, though? It means that the winds will shift and turn, because sometimes they'll make their way over the mountains through the smaller mountain passes, but oftentimes they'll switch and they'll go down and just kind of follow the valleys, path of least resistance, and then finally make their way to the Bay Area and go out here. So we have seen a little bit of that action, but they're completely unpredictable. So what survives as far as structures, which towns survive? If it's really fearsome, it's usually determined by the wind direction, which we cannot predict. All we know is they're in the middle of pretty mild Santa Ana winds right now. Wind gusts seem to be around 35 miles per hour in the area, but that would be higher on the ridges and in some of the little canyons. But they could intensify. You really just don't know what's going to happen. So let's go look at, and so that's what happened to Paradise last time. Is the fire started at Polga due to the downed power lines in November 8th, 2018, and Paradise they were on alert. But since the fire was just kind of going up that way, going out that way, the winds suddenly blew up to 80 miles an hour and went due west. And then some stuff over here on the ridges skipped Concal. They went all the way over and they hit Paradise. Right around here, cut off the road to Magalia. So of the 4 ways out of Paradise, there were only 3 ways out at that time. And when people were waiting for the reverse 911 call, the one had said, "Get ready." And so everybody prepared, packed their cars, but very few people actually left until they were told to, which was the great mistake. All of a sudden, power goes out for people. That was their first bad feeling that they got, like my brother. And they picked up their telephone lines to maybe make a call, found the telephones were dead, looked at their phones, and there was no phone service either. Because the fire immediately began to sever the lines. It was eating through the power lines, eating through the cell phone towers, and eating the telephone lines as well. So there was no warning after that. If you know that you're near fires and in danger, and you can see things go before you're told to evacuate, and don't get stuck in the traffic jam. That's
Engine 1495 available in Station 60's response area, East 1.
How is Yantville or Utville doing? Okay, let's take a look.
221.
Veteran Cemetery, okay. So let's look at, I don't know where that is, so let me look. Like, I would just leave St. Helena if it were me. And that would be my advice, is just to orderly, gather the things and go before there's a traffic jam. So this is Utville, okay. So that is the museums. Oh man, it's gonna, okay. Alright, so by the way, if there is a traffic jam, I keep saying to people, there's all sorts of perfectly defensible places everywhere that fire can't touch, that people may not be aware of, and that is dirt fields. That is construction sites, big parking lots. Pavement doesn't burn, dirt doesn't burn, and even green grass doesn't. All of these golf courses are going to be completely safe. If you had the ability to go out there and sit there, or drive on it, or whatever, I mean, try not to drive onto somebody's property if it's, unless it's dire. But there's ponds everywhere that I'm seeing. There's culverts under roads for creeks, and there's bridges underneath roads. And so if you do get in a traffic jam, just stay calm and just look around and see where you might be able to exit your car. Of course, leave the keys in it if you have to. And get under a culvert, under a bridge, or just walk out to a field, walk to a golf course, sit there in the parking lots. So that is how a lot of people took shelter in Paradise. And I don't know the status of this. Is it drained? Is it wet? Is it plowed? Is it harvested? And you've also got lots of little creeks and things too. So that's, one thing to remember, swimming pools. And don't forget your vulnerable neighbors. Check on them. See if they have a ride. Take them with you. That's my advice. So let's see. No evacuations at Utville yet. Let's also see where the fire is too. Let's go to Utville. From the best of our ability, we can look and see what the satellite data is. So I don't see any hot spots according to this specific satellite actually at Utville, but we are in red flag conditions here. That doesn't mean that it's safe. this may not be the only fire that starts tonight. The winds could pick up, and just like we saw with Santa Rosa before being so devastated, there may be individual house fires all over the place, just like we saw here in Oregon on Labor Day, where just the backyard trees can, especially in the older houses, pin a power line to the roof of a house, and then that power line arcs and starts that house on fire. And when they're this busy, it can be very difficult for them to be everywhere at once and put all those at once. And so you could have a normal house fire anywhere just turn into like the entire block on fire. These are possibilities. And so I would be very, very alert and very much ready to go from any location. It doesn't have to be like, don't trap yourself in a box. You got to think outside the box about the possibilities. The wind can shift, and it doesn't mean that St. Helena would be affected first, and then Zinfandel, then Oakville, then Uinteville, for example. 20 miles is the distance that embers can travel ahead of a fire to spark another one. So, for example, we did see that weeks ago. So here's Callistoga, an ember could travel to Oakville, I think, pretty easily. It's only 13 miles. It's possible. So what fires tend to do is hop locations. Because we know here at Callistoga, it seems to have hopped all the way over here and then made its way towards Santa Rosa because of the wind. So also, just the things to remember are, do not try to escape by car if there's A, a traffic jam. That means the window of opportunity is closed. Or B, you cannot be sure the roads ahead of you are open and fire-free. So that, is how you decide whether or not you should leave. If the roads are open now, I would just make my way out now from the general area. That would be the best thing to do. That is what my brother should have done, and he waited for somebody to tell him to get out, and then there was a huge traffic jam in Paradise at the time. So just going, by hard-won experience that my family now knows about. Use that as a guideline, but always obey evacuation orders. Never refuse them. If they tell you to go, go. But if what they told my brother to do was get in his car and leave, and that sheriff should have said, actually, no, don't try to get your car and leave. Evacuate your house, because my brother's house was vulnerable. It had trees, pine trees leaning over it that caught fire later. If that sheriff who told him to run away in his car had been a little bit more calm, he probably should have said, go over to your neighbor's house with the pool. Because the firefighters later stopped by and saved that house with the pool. They used the pool water. And so and even if they hadn't, a pool is a perfectly good shelter as long as there's no trees and vegetation that could fall on you. And a blanket's going to make all the difference. Please make it 100% wool if you can. Get that a little bit wet, throw it over your head, and just ride it out. Just ride it out. Usually these fast-moving fires hug the ground, and they'll just pass you. And then in a few hours you can come out. So looking back at the chat, Uinteville's a very small town. The Veterans Center is right off of Highway 29. So unless somebody has other information from a different source, I'm not detecting any current fire activity there at Uinteville other than
Branch 4 operations.
Other than there might have been a house fire or a small
Branch 4.
individual fire.
Yeah, update on the fire, the proximity to Crestmont.
Intersection of that piece there, and then up over the top into behind the hospital.
So it's Kenna Cross.
It's to the south side of Deer Park now, and well established above Silverado Trail, starting out early.
Operations.
All right, what hospital are they talking about?
All the way down the intersection of Sanitarium, Deer Park, and all the way down to Silverado Trail.
This one? I would imagine they're talking about Adventist Health St. Helena. I know a hospital has been evacuated here. Our church services, they said all the way down to a cemetery. I know there's a Pioneer cemetery over there, but I'm not sure what exactly they meant. St. Helena Hospital? Okay. Don't worry, Elizabeth. It's out of our hands. And so if we over worry, that's not going to help. If anyone has if anybody has any questions or just tuned in, this is open question and answer time. I have the links in the description of the video to the NAPA and Sonoma County evacuation maps. And now I'm going to take a very quick bathroom break. We are listening to Northern California major incident, and there is some good news. They've started to get a handle on some of the fires in some places. So as bad as this wind event is, also I don't see the wind being more than 35 miles an hour right now, at least down towards, the valleys. Ridge tops will always be a little bit more, like maybe 40, 45, but we're not seeing the craziest, so far, knock on wood, we are not seeing the craziest winds at the moment. It's just such a bad time. It's never a good time for wildfire, but it's just especially bad that they're so exhausted and stretched so thin. But I know it's breaking my heart too. I'm a history major and a video production student, and I was just about to buy my first video camera and document all the history of California. I study ghost towns and the gold rush especially, and the Spanish missions and everything. And California is losing all of its history so fast, and all of its forests. It's just mind-boggling, the amount of animals, the cattle, the wildlife, the people affected, and people's livelihoods. This is all deja vu. I just got back from touring one of the zones near me, the Echo Complex fire, and I talked with some of the victims of the fire. So I'm going to try to make some fundraisers. That's what we're going to do next. If you hit the like button and the subscribe button with the ringing bell, then you'll be alerted to the fundraiser. I've made contact with some people that need help. And also in the future, it's time for me to buy... I'm going to mute that until that stops making horrible sounds. It's about time now that I get a camera, and not just to document history before it may disappear, but to tell people stories, So, yeah, we can just do our best here by getting information out. Now, if anyone has any questions about the evacuation orders or where the fire might be going, go ahead and put that in chat, and I will prioritize that. The next thing on my list is to make sure that I have information about the Butte County, the poor beaten up Butte County. But you know what? Butte County will make it. Butte County is strong. So, and they've been around the block before, so to speak. So with that, I'm going to go use the bathroom, and I'm going to come back.
Charlie, Branch 5 on command. So all times.
Engine 60.
Okay, almost ready. Just let me get situated. Alright, I apologize. I've got a terrible just sore throat because of my sinus infection, but I'll do my best here. I may have to clear my throat a lot. So, if you have just joined us, put any of your questions in the chat, and I will get to them in order.
First time, why don't you just stay tight? Go down farther, see if I can.
In order of importance. So if you're actually in the path of a fire or know people who might be so, then that takes priority. Any of the fires now that could be burning anywhere in the west, I will definitely take a look at it for you. Right now we had a question about is Paradise once again in danger from the Bear Complex or the North Complex, whatever the fashionable name of the week is for it. Oh, Claremont/Bear/North Complex. So we do have hot spots at Bucks Lake, but right now the wind, just the current wind conditions, let's go look at it. Caribou? Not like that's even a real town anymore. So, that's a Gold Rush ghost town that does not exist. Funny that that's on the map. They must have a weather station. So let's look at the wind conditions at, say, Polga, for example. That looks like Polga. Anyway, let's just put it right here. So, it's supposed to be a flag. Okay, let me get rid of that then. Plant the flag. Here we go. So, typical 15-mile-an-hour winds, but in the canyon. I want to be in the canyon. So let's look at it right now. Yes, we have much worse wind gusts right now, up to 50 miles an hour, it looks like, in the canyon, pointing southwest from this area towards Concow. So if we look at where the fire is at currently, it's encroaching on the Palmetto area, which I don't believe is a town, but people would live in the region. That was a stagecoach stop back in the day. So I don't, correct me if I'm wrong, anyone, but I don't believe that like has stores or anything. That road is not even plowed in winter. Merrimack and Junction House.
Branch 5.
Anyway, this is Glass Operations. Let's listen for a moment.
Stand by. Branch 4, operations.
Branch 4.
Place a priority call to Chief 1404.
Copy.
Okay, if you have just joined us, we are monitoring 2 spots at once. I'm sorry, I whacked the mic there. We are monitoring the Bear Fire / North Complex. It could be blowing. It's pretty much pointed at the Polga area right now. So the Cresta Polga area is in danger, but I do believe that has been evacuated for a long time now. So I think I am now going, if you need any information about the evacuations in Sonoma and Napa County,
Branch 5, operations.
that's in the description, and we are listening to the glass fire.
Confirming Dean York and Boyson have SOs evacuated out of San Luis City PD.
I'll have to look at those.
I copy. I would guess within the hour, Fur Hill Drive and all that will be affected. Kind of the south end of Fur Hill.
Copy. Dean York, Fur Hill, and what was the third?
Boyson.
Copy.
Alright, Grim News. Looks like we got a firefighter's estimate of where the fire is about to travel next and which areas will be affected next. And if you heard that, Elizabeth, maybe you can help me with that. I believe what was just said was Dean Park will be affected within the next hour. Boyson and Fern Hill Drive. So we know that they're trying to make dozer lines around where Mud and Deer Park and Silverado Trail are at. So I just am not seeing the specific roads. It could be something that's off of perhaps St. Helena Road. And we know that over here, it's also being affected over by Santa Rosa. So, do you know where that might be, Elizabeth? And the next thing we're going to look at is, of course, Butte County. So, Sherlock, could you turn on Butte County Fire and Rescue and monitor that station? And then let me know if there's anything that we should be turning onto there. Then that would be wonderful, because we could switch back between, you know, I could even play them simultaneously and mute one or the other. I do believe I have the ability to do that. So if Butte County Fire and Rescue is operational and active right now, that would be really cool of you. Thank you so much, Sherlock. So meanwhile, I think we should look at CALFIRE. I'm opening that up, and we're going to look at any Butte County or Plumas County evacuations. So let's look at incident information. I'm on CALFIRE, and let's take a look. So if you have any questions in chat about evacuations, fire behavior, put any question.
Dolly from Class 1B Fire. This is actually level 3, section B of the parking garage at TVC.
Operation St. Helena.
Glass operations.
Report of the fire jumping Silverado Trail at 4411 Silverado Trail on the west side of the vineyard.
Copy. Break. Branch 1. Operations.
Alright, this is the Butte County evacuation map. The link is now going in the chat, and I'm about to put it in the description of my video in case it's not there. So it looks like it is true. We have confirmed that they are prepping evacuations. Actually, no, it's an immediate evacuation order. Mandatory. You are required to leave Polga, Concow, Big Bend, and Yankee Hill. So please refer to that website. I'm going to read the number that anybody can call in Butte County for questions. And so that number of Butte County is 833-512-5378. Once again, the Butte County info line is 833-512-5378. Now, at any time, if you miss the ability to write something down, you can check the description of the video, or you can rewind. I have made it so that you can rewind my video, and you can always just rewind a little bit, and then if you want to catch back up to the future, just smack the live button, and you will go back to being live with me. As I speak, there's about a 10-minute delay from the time I talk to, thank you, from the time I speak until the time that you hear it. And so I'm always looking over at chat whenever I can. Okay, Bradley Castaneda, I hope I got your name right. I just became aware of what's going on right now with this fire. Can you give me a quick rundown of what's unfolding? Sure. So there are multiple fires we are tracking, some of which are just the flare-ups of the ones that have already been occurring. So right now, there is a mandatory evacuation in Butte County because the Bear Fire, the big North Complex Bear Fire, is experiencing, right now it's kind of mild Santa Ana winds, knock on wood, but you don't know what's going to happen. In the north branch of the Santa Anas are, of course, now nicknamed the Diablo winds. As you can see, the hot, dry desert, extremely hot and extremely dry desert winds are pouring over the Sierras, picking up speed, racing down the canyons, and going toward San Francisco where they want to exit. Sometimes they can go through the hills and exit little mountain passes, but pretty much the, for lack of a better word, air pressure, that when they fill up the valley, they want to escape in two places in between the mountains, and that is San Francisco, that is Los Angeles. So any existing fire right now, we're going to have to watch the Bobcat and the El Dorado by San Bernardino. That's next. Any existing fire right now is going to be flaring up as it goes towards the southeast. These winds are coming from the northeast. They're flowing to the southwest in the general direction. But we can also see that they tend to, once they meet a big valley, kind of want to just go towards San Francisco. So we can't trust, like Windy, for example, for these to be just going this direction. They shift around, they move. You know, it's like somebody who can't make up their mind, trying on 10 different outfits at the store. You know, that's like what's going on right now. So this is a general wind direction animation. It's not live. It just says that, well,
Delta 98 Charlie on command.
what we already knew is the desert winds are coming over the mountains, and then they're moving around in different directions. So the thing is that in these conditions, new fires can arise. Don't think that the night's over. Don't go to bed unless you're sleeping in shifts if you're in a vulnerable area tonight with somebody not monitoring the situation.
Delta 1 branch 1, 2398 Charlie on command.
So right now, we do know that this is the evacuation map for Butte County. The evacuation orders are for Big Bend, you know, everything in red, Park Hill, of course, and the new ones are for Concow and Polga, all that. So Forbstown, of course, has been evacuated already. Jeez, that's really loud. I'm going to turn that down. Let's listen 1 second.
Our units on scene, you're clear to enter at Thunder Valley.
Thunder Valley.
And if you haven't already, Code Red is a great app to put on your phone right now because they'll give you the latest alerts if this system works. You know, just don't rely on it to save your life, but it's a great thing. And Code Red is much more important than Amazon or Facebook being on your phone. So the in the chat is the phone number for Butte County information, which is 833-512-5378. Rewind the video if you ever need to go back and hear anything that I said or anything that they said on the radio. The reason we're listening to the radio is not because we're voyeurs. It's because we are getting the latest information before it hits anything else. They say on the radio, this road has to be evacuated, and then it goes to dispatch, and then dispatch puts it out to these website, you know, people who are in charge of the websites, and then to the sheriff's office, and then to these other things. And so it's much better to know what's going on by listening to it live. So I'm going to get you the Butte County links in the description if they're not there already. So let me copy that link. Let's see, where is the link to the... I'm just going to make a tiny URL because I'm out of characters, that's for sure, in my description. Bear with me. Right now, if you're concerned at Sonoma County and Napa, there are fires threatening Callistoga and the area around there, and Santa Rosa again, because it has leaped across the little valley there by St. Helena, and it is within 6 miles of the downtown of Santa Rosa, and the fire was less than 2 miles away from Callistoga as of 1 hour ago. So they are working hard to do what they can do, but you know, it's going to be a scary night. Right now, if you are prepping to evacuate, make sure your neighbors know. They're sleeping, perhaps. Maybe they don't have the TV on. Maybe they don't have a landline. Maybe they won't get reverse 911. Don't leave behind your neighbors who may not know. Don't for a second think I might bother them for no reason. Too bad. You know, if they're mad at you, too bad. Think of their lives, not their reaction. That's the best advice that I can give you regarding that. I once hesitated when I heard a smoke alarm go off in the middle of the night. And I thought, well, what if I wake somebody at 3 o'clock in the morning? And then I realized it's a smoke alarm. Nobody's baking cookies at 3 in the morning. It's got to be a real fire. And those 15 seconds, 25 seconds, 1 minute, I don't know how long I stood there. Well, to my horror, I went and found a house on fire and had to pull a woman out of it. She had extinguished it, then fainted in the smoke. So I feel so much better than I did. Listen to my instinct that you know, if you're thinking, well, I don't know if I should knock on somebody's door, do it. Who cares? You care, you know, their life matters, not their reaction. Who cares if you wake them up? A lot of people just don't know about the evacuations. They found a guy that lived near Paradise. After the fire had eaten up Paradise, he had no idea because he didn't have a radio or or a TV or a phone. Some old guy in a cabin. So don't assume your neighbors know, ever. So I'm going to update my channel information. Go ahead and ask any question you want in the chat. Priority of my response goes to the people who are worried and in the path of a fire. Thank you. Best information on the fires on YouTube Live. Oh, that's high praise. I'm just doing what I can. I've been away for a day and a half because I had to help people with evacuations again, move in, and just for this stuff to flare back up. It's just okay. So Elizabeth says Fir Hill Drive is south of Glass Mountain Road. I'll check that in 1 second. Meanwhile, I'm updating the description for the Butte County. The Butte County information, which I thought I already had, but I think I need to move Butte County up to the top once again. And I'm praying for Forbstown right now. I hope that those lines will hold. So let me go down and scroll the way down to, I have Clackamas County, Oregon, Lynn County, Marion County, Washington County, Jackson County, the Dalles Lake County, California's Butte County. Okay, that's way down there. So it's time to move all of California back up to the top. This stream started with Oregon. Oregon's wrapping it up, thank goodness. But maybe Oregon can help later. All right, so Just gonna make this real visible. Napa County first. Road closures map. Alright. That's Sonoma County. Bear with me. Crap. Just erased what I was going to fix. Let me unfix that. Hang on. Bear with me. Alright. Copy. I wish this was more intuitive to fix your feed. Alright, and the new tiny URL, Butte County evacuation map, copy the clipboard. Hang on, be right with you. Alright, let me make sure that this has saved correctly. One moment, I gotta test. The glass fire, Shady started from the embers of the glass fire, absolutely. That's what I keep telling people, is you can't outrun a fire downwind of it because the embers will blow over in front of you and start a fire in front of you 10 to 20 miles away. And if you are in a situation where you're driving, you're either going to probably be in a traffic jam
Command 1.
or driving really slow because it'll be so foggy. If the fire is already near you, it's better to shelter in a safe space near you, such as a pool, a pond, a baseball diamond field, short grass that's watered, a dirt field, a harvested field, a plowed field, any big parking lot, like a grocery store parking lot would be fine. Anywhere that there's, baseball diamond, a track and field, soccer field, school playground that's a pavement, anything of the sort is going to be a safe place. You don't have to necessarily leave the town. There's plenty of people who survived the Paradise Fire by sheltering in place. Swimming pools, ponds, not spas. Spas will melt. Please do not shelter in a spa. But do not leave your sprinklers on. They need water pressure for their hoses. So that really won't do anything. I saw plenty of green lawns in Paradise with homes burned to the ground. The fires will probably start because something flammable lands on your roof, or something on fire just drifts up against your house, like a garbage can on fire. Give me one moment to fix the links.
Go ahead to operations.
Jeez. Okay, let's listen.
9178 Lima.
Okay.
Operations.
I'm going to wait for them to speak. And then this is how it's moving. It's following the wind, just like fires normally do. The wind is going to try to make its way to San Francisco Bay, or maybe through one of the smaller mountain passes. Some of the wind will go that way. The wind will accelerate in speed. The more narrow it's pinched down in between the ravines and in narrow valleys. It also accelerates as it races over the top of the Sierras down towards the valley. So you'll have the biggest wind gusts, of course, on mountain ridges and deep within the ravines like the Feather River Canyon, etc. And then the winds, they always want to exit in two places. They're kind of blocked by the mountains. the pressure, I guess, if you call that, of so much wind in the valley, it's just going to want to escape, kind of like overfilling a cup. So these winds will accelerate when they're pinched down, and they will change direction randomly. But this is in general the way that they go. This is the general pattern of Santa Ana winds. And we can see that we're in the middle of it, but thank goodness right now they're kind of mild. In the Sierras, the winds are higher. So the Polga, Concal region, those are under immediate evacuation orders. So I'm going to read that again. We're still listening to the glass fire communications, and they are continuing to expand the evacuation orders near Callistoga. Please see my description, because I have all the links there. Excuse me. Callistoga and Santa Ana are in danger right now, as is St. Helena and all those little smaller communities over there. So as you can see, it is going with the wind, it is spreading towards Santa Rosa. So both of these are pretty much the same fire. So they are getting a handle on some parts. They're keeping St. Helena Road open in between St. Helena and Santa Rosa, and as long as they can do that, they can assist each other, pretty quickly. But other places, they are struggling. The hot spots are being detected closer and closer to Callistoga itself. And they are struggling to save wineries. So many are affected right now. But don't think at all that you just have to watch the fire and get out of the way eventually. If you're downwind of any fire, then you should leave now. It doesn't matter where you are. And I don't care if you're in Bloomfield right now. Look at the wind direction. An ember could, float from here to here immediately. And then within about, an hour, embers could be on the treetops here and float all the way over here. That's the nature of fire, and there will be new ones that crop up. Little new ones all over the place. Anything that's burning already will flare up. Campfires or barbecues or anything. Some vehicles will wreck and start a fire, and that will be pretty bad. Just that sort of a thing. A power line will go over a house, pin the backyard tree falls on the roof of a house with the power line and in between it. It arcs on the roof. There will be lots of little fires like that. There always are. We just saw a whole lot of them in the same kind of wind conditions in Oregon during Labor Day. There was 58 fires that were in the same county in 2 hours. There's individual vegetation and house fires. Power lines in this area have a tendency to fall down. They may have sparked this, we don't know. But that's what happened to Santa Rosa before. Friday the 13th, was it? October 2017. If we put on fire history, yeah. Now it's the Tubbs fire. And it was a power surge, I believe, and it actually went into a hot tub, and they tried to blame the hot tub owners. No.
Operation Santa Ana.
The power lines going down causing a surge was the fire ignition source. There was still a debate last time I checked, but that same night, power lines fell over here, and took out towns of Bangor and La Marica.
Operation.
So that was called 2017 Cascade Fire, and that's where my friend died that
Operation
night.
Santa Ana. Multiple calls from Madrona Avenue stating fire on the hillside directly behind Madrona.
Alright, so let me make sure that all the Butte County links
Copy, Madrona Avenue, break. Branch 5, operations.
Operations, branch 5, I copy the traffic.
Okay, so the reason they're evacuating Polga, Concal, and probably Magalia and such soon, Big Bend, of course, is that the winds could blow right there, just a repeat of history. They'll follow Highway 70, but we know that fires like to race up hills. I don't know what'll happen, how much they've removed as far as dead vegetation is, but there's still some dead trees up there, I believe. Correct me if I'm wrong. But that's going to be the way that the flame moves. So it's up here by, what was that, Grizzly Reservoir? Where they haven't contained things permanently yet. And so the wind's just going to blow it that way. So if your neighbors are not aware of the situation, now's the time to go give them a wake-up call with a friendly knock. Do not care about their reaction. Just don't. If you're downwind of a fire, we know that when the fire started at Polga, the embers hopped over Concal first, and Miguel Paradise burned before Concal technically did. The fire doesn't just go up and down slopes and move along the ground. On the top of the ridges, the winds are like much, much fiercer than down in valleys and such. And so ridge top to ridge top, ember travel is the highest and can be the travel the furthest distance. So we could see a complete repeat of history again. We just don't know what the wind will do. So Big Bend, Park Hill, Concal, everything like that's being evacuated. So let me read you the exact evacuation orders. I'm going to refresh. The areas of Polga, Concal, Big Bend, Yankee Hill have issued immediate evacuation orders. The get ready orders are Sterling City, Magalia, and Clark Road from the Paradise town limits, south to Highway 70, east of Lake Oroville to include Pence Road, from the Paradise town limits to Highway 70. Wow. Yeah. So it looks like my uncle's going to get a wake-up call real soon, and he has to leave Oroville again. So this is Pence.
Operations.
Pence Paradise, Lovelock, Sterling
Yeah,
City.
we're establishing that island we were talking about for your next checkpoint.
Okay.
I copy.
Yeah, Elizabeth, I do hope they're going to be well in this. Fingers crossed for them. So I hope, Bradley, that's a good analysis for you. I need to test my links and to refresh my actual own YouTube channel here. Press the pause button so you don't hear me talking twice. Now I have to test my links for the maps. The Butte County North Complex Fire. That link still works, I think. In fact, I'm just going to go to the incident and redo that link, actually.
Branch 1 operations, down a wheel will be your next decision point.
Alright, so I've updated the link for official CALFIRE. That's what that is. The evacuation map is here. Let me just fix that link. Alright. Saving that, refreshing, and testing link again. And if anybody has any questions, go ahead and put them in chat. And if you're just tuning in, this is open question and answer time. And I am going to answer any question you may have, or tell you where to find it, or try to find out for you, what's going on. So one thing to remember is a wool blanket is your best friend. Will resist fire, and if you have to shelter in a body of water, such as a swimming pool, a pond, or even just be out in a field, like take a flashlight and your phone and a snack and maybe a jug of water, pour out the milk, pour out the Pepsi, whatever you have to do to get a jug of water, and just take that with you. And you don't have to evacuate by car. You don't have to call somebody to get you. If it's a traffic jam or if it's a bad situation, your nearby shelter-in-place area, it can be as simple as a baseball diamond, golf course, anywhere there's a big expanse of grass without any other bushes or vegetation. Baseball diamond, track and field, AstroTurf doesn't burn. I actually verified that. So fake grass is pretty fire resistant as long as somebody bought it from the United States. I mean, it's pretty much engineered to be pretty dang fire resistant. It melts but does not burn. So any plowed field, any big parking lot, big Walmart parking lots, grocery store parking lots, as long as you're away from vegetation, that building can burn in front of you, but you're okay. There's all sorts of places you can go. Culverts under the road, wherever there's a creek or a river, it's either a bridge or a culvert. Even if it's the end of your driveway. My friend died because he didn't think of the culvert under his driveway. His nearby, that was during the Bangor-Loma Rica fire of 2017, same night that Santa Rosa burned down the first time. And the power lines fell, and those towns were eaten up, and they couldn't make a they couldn't get rescued. So what the nearby family did was they squeezed themselves into the tiny culvert that was dry under their driveway in the country road, and the entire family fit in there and lived. So just anything like that can really save you. You can ride things out if there is a traffic jam or if there's a tree down in front of you. Just use your wits, keep your wits about you, and go to the nearest place like that. You know. Okay, Bradley says, pardon my ignorance. So are we discussing 2 fires? Yes, we are. I'm actually discussing all fires of the West Coast. These are the most immediate that threaten life and property. So I made it my business to study fire and fire behavior when I almost lost my brother in Paradise, and I did lose a family friend the year before. So I also just study ghost towns because history is my major. And a lot of towns are disaster towns, and I study why that happens. So we've had a lot of firefighters here on the channel, and I'm not telling you anything that's my supposition. These are facts. This is my research, and I'm passing on the information that firefighters just want the public to know. All sorts of information. Fire behavior is pretty simple to understand. Anybody can understand it. You know, how vulnerable are you? What's the best place to shelter? And I've studied and interviewed victims and how they got out of things and how they survived. And so that's why I'm a good, credible reference here. And, you know, this is just a labor of love. I was going to make documentaries. I filmed a little bit of Paradise, just not in any sort of official capacity, but, you know, I was a film student, ready to make historical documentaries, and when history started happening around me without me being ready. So I've never streamed before, just I did one night at Paradise to give people evacuation information. I'm doing that and putting all the links in one spot because Oregon didn't do that, and I had to evacuate my mother and other family members. They're just now returning to their homes, and I just helped them yesterday. So But what I could tell you guys is don't forget your neighbors, especially the elderly. Knock on doors. If you're leaving, offer a ride too, and let them know it's important. If you are downwind of a fire, if you are anywhere near the possibility of a fire breaking out, and I don't care where you are, know that you're especially vulnerable if you're on a hilltop, if you're rurally living, and especially if you're in elevation. How long does it take you to drive, especially if you have... okay, I'm going to turn that down and turn it up if it matters, but yikes. We're still monitoring channels. If you are at, just use common sense and fire sense is what I should call it. Wait, hang on a second. Let's listen.
Go ahead. What's the availability of any Charlie strike teams?
We're pretty minimal.
I copy. It's Virginia, Madrona Ranch area, still pushing off to the southwest.
Copy. Everybody's bumping and running right now.
Confirm.
There you have it. Don't wait to be told to leave, and don't think that they will be able to help you. They're stretched thin. And I'm just looking back at chat. Sounds like you are reading. Correct me if what? Reading what? I do stop to read official information, but I am covering this live, and I am just going with what I know. I have been covering everything live since the day it began. I have had every single week.
31 Charlie Branch 5, command.
Don't worry about it. Hang on, let's listen to them real quick. I'm taking live questions and answers in the chat. Put any question in there and I will get to you. I am constantly, I know that you want me to turn myself up and the radio down, but I am constantly adjusting that radio. Every different person speaking on the radio is at a different volume from everybody else on the radio. And that's because of the person that's broadcasting this feed. They didn't equalize. And so that's out of my hands. So I am just doing the best I can here. I have much more fire safety knowledge than the average bear, and the firefighters who have come.
3231 Charlie.
Hang on, let's listen.
Do you have one of the engines down on the lower side identified, kind of leading those guys?
2354.
Copy.
Once again, I've been covering this every single waking hour since the.
5552.
For the love of cars, it never fails. Hang on, let's listen.
Delta 6800 Alpha on command.
Alright, type whatever you want in chat and I'll read it. You know, it's like holding up the newspaper. I do read evacuation information. I think maybe that means I'm getting a better radio voice. I've been covering the fires every single waking hour that I've had, except for 2 days when I have helped my family evacuate Marion County and Lynn County. So, and my brief visit yesterday to the Echo Complex.
Delta 6800 Alpha on command.
I went to tour the Echo Complex yesterday and met a fire victim, which I intend to make a fundraiser for. Yeah, I'm covering this live. This is something I can, any question at all, if anybody wants to follow along, I can teach you the software. I can tell you how to monitor the fires for yourself. Use CalTopo. I can show you how to use InstaWeb. I can show you how to use PulsePoint. I can tell you what radio you should buy.
Go ahead.
Any kind of information. The firefighters that have come in and out of chats.
It's actually almost all the way to Dunwheel all of a sudden here in the last like 10 minutes with the wind. I think it's probably over to the Sterling Knob. I know it's on the ones before it to the just to the east.
Copy.
I don't know where Sterling is, but we do know. Let's turn off the wind. At the evacuations, continue all around Callistoga. So when I first started around, I don't know, midnight 30, they were trying to save 2 wineries that were going up in flames at the end of Bale Lane and at the end of Big Tree Road.
I'm headed over to the 29 side to see if we can do anything around Sterling itself. I don't have any fire engines left anymore. They're all doing structure defense.
Are they talking about Sterling City on Butte County?
Operations. Engage the engines where they can for bump and run tactics.
Yeah, copy.
How are the redwoods, by the way, Major? Did you make them there? So Sterling's a winery. That makes more sense, because in Butte County, there's Sterling City, which I'm praying for. Oh, man, is that place lovely. Oh, I would love to move there. Thank you, Elizabeth. You continue to be so helpful. I see you got your wrench. You're finally a moderator. So you can now paste any links that you like. So Elizabeth Hyde says between Callistoga and St. Helena is a winery called Sterling. It didn't sound good. They were just asking for extra units, and I mean, you heard it. So there may be other fires that break out tonight. If you're at all in these vulnerable areas, like I was trying to say before, consider yourself extra vulnerable if you are on hills and you only have one way out to get to a main road, and if the other main road is another one way out. And then if you get to a main highway, is that main highway your only way out? The more roads you depend on that have to take you to safety, the more of those that are around you, the more likely you are to get trapped.
Santa Lena DC 128 radio check, command 1 tone 15.
I'm going to mute that radio check. That's going to be a horrible tone. They sometimes they go and it sounds like a telephone. Hugs Elizabeth. Okay, so now I'm turning them back on. Their radio check seems to be over. I suppose I could search for that winery, but I want to look at Butte County too. So Silverado Winery. That's Napa County, California. Let's see if it's just Silverado Vineyards by Uinteville. Okay.
St. Helena, DC 128 on command 1 tone 15. Did you copy? Affirmative. West operations is going to switch. Do a radio check. Copy.
I don't see a heat detection within the last hour or so that's visible from space. So that's just good. If they're doing something at that winery, and I just refreshed it, it just should be maybe a small vegetation fire or a small individual structure.
West operations, command 1 tone 15.
All right.
West operations, St. Helena, command 1 tone 15, loud and clear.
Yeah, we got to capture our elder knowledge before it's gone.
28, St. Helena. Do you copy the traffic from West operations?
I need a drink, and I'll be right back. Anybody?
I did. I just want to confirm he's receiving it well down on his end. St. Helena, how do you copy?
I'll be right back.
Loud and clear.
Put all questions in the chat.
0322. So, St. Helena, DC 128, thank you. DC 128, 0322. West Operations, St. Helena will switch back to on you west until we make the official transition. Tango, branch 23.
Branch 1, operations. Branch 4, operations.
Nine, 31 Charlie. Silver Brush 9. And we'll catch you on the way down. Copy.
Confirming 317's as seen.
As seen, requesting additional engines.
Copy, break. Branch 5, operations.
Branch 5.
Assist at 715 Pratt Avenue.
Branch 5, repeat.
And need assistance at 715 Pratt Avenue, engine 317 at scene.
Be 715 Pratt Avenue.
Affirmative.
Copy.
Branch 4, operations.
Branch 4.
Yeah, I just need to send a message to all our divisions that resources are to be actively engaged, and we're going to be on the line until a relief arrives.
Affirmative. Copy all.
Branch 5, same traffic.
Branch 5 copies.
Branch 1, operations.
Branch 5, can you give me that address again off of Pratt?
5.
I copy 715.
Charlie. into the Dunawheel and into Sterling Vineyards.
Alright folks, I am back. Thank you for being patient with my coffee break, but I had no intention of staying up this late. It's 3:34 in the morning. So yesterday was the one day I took off for myself since I began covering these fires on, what, the 7th? I think I've been broadcasting like every single waking hour since the 7th, when this historic set of fire events began. In fact, we'll never see anything like this again in our lifetimes. It really is the perfect storm. Santa Ana winds are normal for California. They're yearly. They are not normal for Oregon and Washington. And we basically got a taste of that on Labor Day. All 3 western states, absolutely nuts. Perfect storm rarity. Just like that movie was a monster nor'easter never seen before because of 2 storms meeting at once. Same thing here. Pacific storm met a high desert storm. You know, wet and cold met hot and dry. Rest is history. That's kind of the same way that winds strong enough to make tornadoes are made in the Midwest, but this time it was the Northwest. So every single waking hour, except for evacuating my family and taking one day off yesterday, which I decided to come home at midnight and go to bed, right? Well, that didn't happen. Got home at midnight. And so I have been covering this since day 1. So if anybody has any sort of questions, just put them in chat right now. I'm looking back at the chat. Mountain Hawk, Skyhawk, and Shady Fire. Looking back up there. Paul Denio said USA is a... And he had some... Oh, I'm just going to read it. This is a trophy comment, guys. And thank you for pouncing on it and silencing that guy. So he says USA equals a third world beep hole losers. You just must be mad that we're your overlords. But really, we didn't start the game of empires. We just realized that our country had to play it, otherwise other empires would still rule us. If we're the only thing standing in between you, whoever the heck you are, and Russia or China being your overlords. So, I mean, who are you going to pick? Don't hate us players, just hate that game. Alright, going back to the fires. Okay, Okay, Sherlock is helping. You are Sherlock. You are helping. And is Butte County saying anything on the radio, Sherlock? Because I'd like to know about what's going on by Concow and Polga. If you're just tuning in, we're monitoring the 2 fires that have the best chance of destroying lives and property. I still do continue to monitor all western fires, like I have been doing since this all began. Actually, we're on week 4. This is the 4th Monday of my broadcast, so that's why I called it Red Monday 4. I usually go work in 20-hour shifts, get about 7 to 10 hours sleep, and then work another 20-hour shift. So, this is not my job, guys. I don't do this, and I'm not a YouTuber. I've only gone live on YouTube twice in my life, Paradise Fire and this event, because I'm a historian. And history is happening right before me, and it's better to drop everything I'm doing and drop my life and drop the part-time gigs I was working to help you guys out. I've never asked for any money for this. I never will. I'm just here to do a public service, and if anybody gives me some crap, well, they get X86. Anybody else treats me with respect, and you get all my love. And I'm doing this because I just love everyone. I care about everyone, and I was just born that way. And so if you have any questions, just let me know how I can help get you the information you need.
Operations.
Let's listen for a second.
From Sterling, but that case scenario where it crossed through the things on the other side of 29, I believe that just happened.
Copy, got 3 Type 1's headed your way.
For gun wheel and 29 to cross over, try to pick something up, but I don't know.
They should be there any moment.
Whoopsie, I just zoomed in too close.
Engine
Right.
1451 is en route.
Really? So it looks like to me these fires just were bitter and resentful that they didn't get to destroy more property, people, animals, and historic buildings because, man, we are seeing repeats in history. We had the car fire take out the ghost towns all around Shasta and Whiskey Town Lake on all those museums burned to the ground. So many lives were lost tragically. There was an F1 fire tornado that destroyed a family and a house while the grandfather, I think, watched his granddaughter die in that house as a fire tornado hit it. That was during the Whiskey Town complex. No, actually, no, the car fire. So you have multiple layers
Branch
here.
5, sailing at command 1.
So it's back. And now it's burning the
Branch
place.
5, engine 1450.
Hang on, I got to mute that a second. They're just talking about who's en route.
1 engine.
It really looks like it's just back and said, I wasn't done. Whenever I pause, it's because I'm listening to their chatter, deciding whether or not to put that on, because I have a mute button ready to press and unpress, you know, whenever they are talking. So this is the one I haven't gotten to yet. I was monitoring the bear fire as it's starting to escape containment over by the Grizzly Reservoir. So they have started the mandatory evacuations for the towns downstream, like Paradise, etc. Fall of Babylon, I'm praying for you too, and I hope you... Hang on a second, listening to the glass fire.
Can you place the request, if available, requesting the night air attack back to the glass incident?
Whoa. Night air attack means we're going to track some planes. So let's go to Flight Radar 24, fellas. So, Fall of Babylon says, I live 20 miles east of where the Zogg fire is.
That information, he was just released from BTU. It might be a minor delay, but we'll request it.
Copy.
Hang on, I gotta hide this while I log in.
Class IC 190.
190 glass IC.
Is clear from Callistoga to Denver.
Copy, thanks. You still heading to the ICP?
Affirmative en route.
Copy.
Alright, they just requested nighttime air attack. That's exceedingly rare on the glass fire. So what we're going to do is we've got airplane tracking.
51, sailing at command 1, tone 2.
I don't know if that means military. There may be some sort of a military plane. They don't have transponders. In fact, I'm not seeing any planes. What is wrong with this website? Hang on. Where are the airplanes at? Oh, here. Okay, there's one leaving San Francisco. So we know that website isn't
Sailing at
broken.
command 1.
Operation 190.
Command 1. In a branch 5, were you trying to get a hold of me? If unable to hail engine 1451, they can cancel. The fire is contained. I return to you.
I copy.
Yay, so that's one of the minor fires, like little vegetation fires. Not only are they finding the big ones, but under these conditions, little ones pop up everywhere. The only thing we can see with this flag here, the GO-17 satellite, the red is hotspots that have been...
1540, Division Whiskey on command.
It's hard to talk in between these guys, but
Operation St. Helena. Branch 1, operations.
In command.
Yeah, we got fire Azalea and Heights Way, so that'd be the west side of 29. Let's re-engage those alphas down to there.
I'll work with Alpha to bring everybody over that we can, but yes, it's Hines for sure. It's not quite as far north as Azalea. I just drove through there, but it's well established on this side, running up towards the hills, maybe towards Diamond Mountain. Definitely would start working on your evacuation orders again.
Copy. You have 3 Type 1s that I just pushed out to you.
To get the fire out, we'll try to protect more stuff.
Copy.
SIC. The specific area of the fire you'd like air attack to report to?
I'd like him to fly the Callistoga portion of the glass fire and then transition over to the Sonoma County side for west operations.
0345.
Well, InstaWeb, as useless as it normally is, doesn't even have those fires listed, and my mind's blown. That's the official database that the feds operate, and that should have been the one-stop shopping. So this is part of the reason, guys, why I do this stream, is because when I just tried to figure out organ evacuations, I had to go through 36 different tabs, because organ evacuations information should have been on one website. And it didn't exist, and it still doesn't exist. So, good luck with all the Twitter feeds and all that crap. CALFIRE, if it's within their jurisdiction, will have information here. If. So, I'm looking around for CALFIRE. These are so new that I don't think we're going to have any specific maps about their divisions, unless you can enlighten me, Bradley. Bradley Castaneda? When the firefighters speak about a division or branch, are they talking about a specific team and area? Yes. So they usually have a Bravo Bravo, Charlie Charlie, Frank Frank. So if I could show you the incident map for an existing fires, such as the North Complex, sometimes they post it here, but a lot of times they won't, because they're worried about people going in there by themselves. So it really depends what they want to show us. Usually you can see it better when they're doing a community meeting, and so the community meeting will have those labels. And in general, like when you see stuff like this here, so Bobcat Fire is not a CAL FIRE incident. So CAL FIRE, which I used to think was the one-stop shopping for all this, is not. So like what I have to do for the Bobcat Fire is go to LA County, and LA County Sheriff's Office is the only thing with the evacuation info. So I used to have 67 different tabs open at once, go through them one by one and refresh them for all the latest evacuation info, and that's just unacceptable. But I'm taking notes on what I think they should do. Have a single website, and I'll let them know about that. You know, I'll contain my rage. You know, when I deliver the report. But 2 hours ago, they still had a 78% containment, and if you went to the North Complex fire, you're going to see their maps. So in their maps section, they may or may not actually show you which division is where. So here's one, for example, and you don't see the division labels. But if you wanted to see which divisions they had, you would go to their community update meetings under videos, or
Engine 382, Fire 25.
you see this? I try to get information for people, and it just takes me to links to somewhere else, somewhere else. So I do believe the Bear Fire has its own YouTube. So yeah, YouTube and Twitter has been some of the best sources for info, and that's absolutely wrong. I just can't tell you how frustrated I am. But if you went on YouTube and you went to the incident, the latest updates and community briefings, you would see, you know, Frank, Division. If once these fires show up on InstaWeb, once they do, then InstaWeb will go and show you some information when they're talking about their outlook. So North Zone Division Z continue to mop up and hold containment lines, but we have no idea where Z is. Alpha, you know, now we get an idea, structure protection place and plan for Bucks Lake, Haskins, Highlands, Meadow Valley, and Tollgate. But we won't see a map here in general, like available to the public. They'll point at it in their community meetings on their in their videos. But I've yet to find anything like that. It's official, and if you do, then let me know, because I don't know that that's been made publicly available. So there's just random maps like Public Situation Awareness Tool, and this is a map without info. You know, it's just between CALFIRE, InstaWeb, and then your local fire department, and then your local county and your local county sheriff's department. That's how you have to search for all the info. So that's why, if you just tuned in my description, I have links that are worth their weight in gold. Just don't try to find them for 3 hours. I have them. Butte County right now, Napa County, and Sonoma County. The evacuation maps are in the description of the video near the top. You might have to refresh my video to go back to it, but I have already found those. And now I need to look at the Zogg fire to see the information, the evacuation information, your Whiskey Town link.
382.
Yeah, see, that's just one county. We zoom out, we can't see anything else. That's Butte County. Let's go digging. Let's go searching. Zogg fire. It looks like CALFIRE has an actual information site. I'm going to now put that in the chat. And then in a second, I will put this in description. So here's the Zogg fire. It's by Redding. Don't ask me where these stupid names come from. They're like local roads. So the acres burned so much already. Didn't it start at 3 in the morning yesterday? 7,000 acres. That's Santa Ana wind action for you. So the mandatory evacuation orders for the Zogg fire are all areas south of the South Fork Road and Zogg Mine Road. South along Gas Point Corridor, including all residents along Gas Point Road to Foster Drive, Platina Road west to the Tehama County line. Residents evacuate eastbound Highway 36 to the collection point at Holiday Market on Gas Point Road in Cottonwood. So everybody around that area is supposed to go to Cottonwood. So that's about all the information we have on the Zogg fire. There's no links here to evacuation orders. That's just all they put there. So Shasta Trinity unit, and it's probably sitting right on the border of Shasta Trinity County, if I remember right. So let me put that in, the information for the Zogg fire. But as you can see, I still have to dig for any sort of Zogg fire evacuation map. Zogg fire evacuation map, you know, just... Alright, looks like the media is on it, but I'm digging. Imagine the people really needing to know this right now, and how much they have to dig. So there's San Francisco Chronicle, KCRA, Newsweek. Where's the official? Is there one? Marion County didn't have an official evacuation map for the Beachy fire until after it killed people 4 days later. It's just, yep, the Mercury News, they are my favorite. That's Orville's It's Orville's newspaper. They've covered fires better than anything else in California. They covered the Paradise Fire better than anyone. Once again, I don't even see one. Okay, so I'll just put what I have, and maybe we'll just funnel people to the Mercury News. But there you go. There's a wide swath here. And hopefully the old burn scars, it'll just find less to burn. But then again, the car fire was 2018, and there's been a lot of brush growth since then. That's the one that killed 8 people, or that, I think it was a grandfather tried to get to his house and watched his granddaughter and his wife, I believe, in the house. They watched the house get struck, watched as the house was struck by a fire tornado that was like F1 magnitude. Like, just craziness. That was started by a car that broke down and had an engine fire, I believe. But during red flag conditions like so. So, reported at 3 p.m. on Sunday. Okay, so it's 12 hours later. It's 7,000 acres or more right now. So I'm just going to, heck, if the Mercury News is on it, then that's going to be my link. So if you'll bear with me, we're still listening to the glass fire chatter. If they don't say something soon, I'm going to switch to another county. Oh, you live in Cottonwood, the Fall of Babylon? Yeah, it's a wonderful town, and I just drove west on Gas Point to see the fire. It's a red sky, and you can see the flames on the hilltops. Can you do me a favor and take a couple of photos? Or if you're not there, that's okay. I don't want you to go towards a fire to take photos, but if you have, then I'd be willing to show them, because that's one of the things that can keep people aware, is what's it doing, like now, you know? So, but if you don't have any, you don't have to drive out there again. Just praying for you all there. I've got folks in Reading that I know, and I've got family up there, and this will be just yet one more evacuation. The car fire almost took them out back when it was raging. Couldn't believe it. The car fire was going on the same year that the Paradise Fire was going on. So here I am. Some of my family evacuating up here. Some of my family running for their lives here. Another uncle evacuated Orville here. I think he's probably waking up right now because of the fire coming down from the Bear Fire. So I'm just going to put these two. Oh, you have photos? Where can I send them? Okay, cool. Let me create an email real quick for this. So let me just go ahead and do that. I will do that in 1 second. But let me first update the links for evacuation. That's #1 priority. So let me go to do that real quick. If you have any questions right now, just put them in chat. We're monitoring all the fires. Priority on any special requests in chat, and any that are primed to grow and take lives, including the glass fire that threatens Santa Rosa right now and the Callistoga area. If you're in that area, I highly encourage you to just leave that area nice and orderly before you're told. That's the best course of action, is always evacuate before somebody tells you to, before there's any traffic jams. And do knock on your doors with your neighbors if you're near the fires. Let them know that it's happening, because this is the middle of the night. A lot of people are asleep. Don't forget your neighbors. Don't forget your vulnerable elderly people, or the people without cars. You know, don't think, oh no, what if I wake them up for no reason? Think of their lives instead. So I'm updating California. It's Butte County, and there's LA County. What is this? The Zogg, you know, Trinity. I'm sorry, what county is that? Is it Shasta? Is the Zogg fire in Shasta County? Yeah, Shasta. So Shasta County, Zogg fire. Here is the EVAC map. I gotta turn that to a tiny URL. Alright, copy that to the clipboard. I have run out of characters because I have so much evacuation information in the description of this video. I am updating it now, and I'll tell you when to refresh. So I do have the Napa County, Sonoma County. So now I've just put in the evacuation map here for Shasta County. I'm going to now link the, what is it, the CALFIRE? CALFIRE's link. So This is CALFIRE Zogg. New tiny URL. And then 1 second, I will make a email address, and you guys can then go ahead and give me any photos or any images, any maps, anything you think is relevant. Any historical structures that got burned up or how you were affected, everything is okay. Because I cover the story here. Because this is history in the making, and that's my major. And just please be aware that I can and will use it live on the stream. If it's private or something, you really have to make that known. So otherwise, I'll just go and show it. So let's see here. Let me get this new URL. Come on, cooperate with me. Then I will update that and test it. CALFIRE info on the Zogg. Media created.
Branch 4, operations.
Alright, we continue to listen to the glass fire. Let's hear what they have to say.
This is Branch 4.
Alright, I've just...
Yeah, we have a large piece of fire that's on the west side of 29 now. I know it's going to hurt, but if you can get some resources freed up and possibly over there.
West side of 29 and where?
Diamond Mountain, Azalea, Tucker.
Copy. Branch 1 or is that Branch 5?
Still Branch 1.
Copy. I'll see what I can do.
Okay, we may see some aircraft doing a special night strike. I don't know if that's the aircraft or where it might come from, but they called in a nighttime airstrike. That is the most rare thing ever. It's usually a helicopter, but I do see a Rockwell 690D jet prop commander has taken wing, and it has flown over some of the fire zones. So it was monitoring the North Complex. Seems to have finished whatever it was monitoring over there by Polga. So it looked like it was up there monitoring the situation. Has now been routed over to the glass fire, and it's on its way to Callistoga. So this is what's called a
Branch 1, operations.
Branch 1.
Okay, that new piece is going to be a priority, so we need to redeploy any resources I sent you.
Copy the 2 engines I got. We're doing evacuations with the cops right now.
I copy. Let's try to gauge the perimeter control if possible.
Yep, they are kind of, I did hear them say several times.
Copy. Once we move some people, point protection is about the best we'll be able to do.
Like he just said, I was just about to say it. Once we move the people, point protection is what we will do. People come first, and then they save structures. So they can only do their job and start saving structures once people are out. So that's why I tell people to leave early and not, later. Just if you're in this area, the area by Santa Rosa, the area by St. Helena, Callistoga, Spanish Flat, just make your way out of these smaller communities towards a bigger one right now. And the links are in the channel right now. That is the best thing you can ever do. Of all the options that you have, which is like evacuate or shelter in place or whatnot. Evacuate before you're told is way better than any other kind.
Operations Division Alpha on command.
Go ahead.
Now for the evacuation order that has been put in place, we're going to need to have all evacuations go Highway 128 north or over Petrified Forest out of Callistoga, since we are having fires starting to impact
Wow, so it looks like Petrified Forest Road has already been blocked by the fire. And it's already blocked south because we know the fire is all through here and was approaching Callistoga mainly from the east and the north. So people that are leaving Callistoga now have been told, or are being told, to leave out of 128 north because Petrified Forest Road has just become blocked. And of course 128 south goes right into the mess that's going on down by St. Helena. So that's an important piece of information. And if at all you ever miss anything that I just said, you can rewind. I set that up for this channel. You can rewind, and then once you've heard what I said, you can hit the live button where it says live, and you'll come back because I am doing a live broadcast. So look, everybody has any questions, thank you for joining us. I hope you're safe. Now is the time to definitely leave any of the vulnerable communities, and I'll show you on the map where the fire is. By Napa Valley and Sonoma County, because everywhere you see in blocks of red right now are hot spots detected somewhere within the block of red, like these big areas. That's hot spots detected within the last 10 minutes. And I'm going to turn off the wind. This is the GO-17 satellite. Unlike this one, the MODIS and the VIR satellite detections, those are a little bit more pinpointy-y. I mean, somewhere within a circle this small is a hot spot. And so this, it's not exactly here. It just means somewhere, and that's usually more than an acre in size. But this can't really tell us anything. It can be red is detected, first detected anywhere from 1 to 12 hours ago. And it doesn't mean the fire is active here, it just means that's when it was first detected. And so that hotspot may be out, that hotspot may be still burning. What they just mean is that's when it was first detected, and it may, over time, go according to this color code. Just as time passes, that hotspot will turn orange as it's 24 hours old, 36 hours old. You know, it'll be, after it's more than 24 hours old, it's yellow. After it's more than 36 hours old, it's green. It doesn't mean out. It just means that was when the hotspot was first detected there, and how long ago. There would have to be a major significant change in the burn for a new hotspot to ever be detected. So that's the MODIS and VIR's traditional satellites, and I'm using CalTopo to monitor this live. But the GO-17 satellite is experimental, but I think there's no reason for us to not use it. So this has a different color code. It's less accurate. So it'll put a big giant block on the map that spans, you know, a huge amount of miles. However, it lets you know almost in real time what's going on. So red is less than 10 minutes old. Orange, I'm going to mute that. Orange is less than 60 minutes old. For here, less than 6 hours old is yellow. So we can see here that in the last 10 minutes, giant swaths, you know, we don't know where it was within this giant brick. This is the outline of one of the bricks, right? Somewhere there's a hot spot detected in the last 10 minutes. We just don't know where within the entire huge thing, because this is less accurate but more up to date. So, but they are telling people to leave Callistoga now, or 128 north, because already closed is Petrified Forest Road, and that's what they just said on the radio. So this is how we can kind of track the direction that fires are traveling. Here's the old LNU lightning complex. I don't know if that sparked with some embers. This fire, I don't know, they haven't said. Hey, welcome back, Elizabeth. So looking back at the chat, I'm about to get I'll do it just like I said it. I'm about to create a new email where you guys can email me any pictures, but unless you put it in big bold, expect that I'm going to use them live on the chat, and you can't have a copyright claim against me, okay? So this would be for if you want to contribute to the public good. And if you wanted to send private pictures, you better do that at a different time, you know, when I'm not just immediately opening stuff. So that's the caveat. So welcome back, everybody. If you just tuned in, I've put all the latest evacuation information for the Zogg fire, glass fire, the air/north complex fire, and what else actually? The Zogg, glass, and the north complex, yeah. So if there's any other fire right now you would like me to explore, then go ahead. But those links are in the description, even if you may have to refresh the page. So we are listening to the chatter of firefighters on the glass fire. They've called in a nighttime airstrike, which is so unusual. So I'm switching to, this is CalTopo. No, sorry, this is Flight Radar 24. And if they talk to this pilot, we'll probably hear it live. They're just being silent at the moment. So I don't think this is a water dropping plane. I think as the 690D jet props, I don't know if those are just the commanders, if it's just the scout plane or the lead plane. So let's see what type of plane this is, if it's capable of holding water. So I'm just going to say fighting 2. So Fire Aviation, the Rockwell 690. A scout plane, yeah, that's what I thought. It's either a scout or a lead plane. And I don't... Click, come on. I don't know that it can carry, and welcome Bobo Norco. That's a cool name. Multiple failures of electrical systems. Yeah, that's an old article. But where's the... It's a King Air. Hey, we got trolled. We got rickrolled on that link. So let's just look at the Wikipedia. So this little guy is running around. Kind of looks like that. So let's go back to Flight Radar. I don't know what the strike team would do. I would imagine he has to look first. But they're talking about saving assets if they can make a move quick enough, and that's very unusual. It's not a water plane. They would never drop in the dark. Well, I've seen some of that happen on the Bobcat with Bambi buckets. It blew my mind. I mean, it was, they were talking about it live the other day. So I know that is unprecedented. That's actually just a passenger plane. So I'm going to put the filter back on, and we're going to filter the altitude of less than 1,400 feet. 14,000, excuse me. But they called for a nighttime aerial attack, I believe was what they said, which is blowing my mind. I hope they meant recon. Just look up the flight registration. Yeah. Okay, hey Roderick Freeman, glad to have you. Okay, here's Operations Branch 1. Let's listen.
Operations.
Things get more and more complex. I'd like to split the two sides of the valley into different divisions. Can we create a new division?
Stand by.
So the reason they may be doing that is even though...
Yeah, the map went to press. We're going to just run with it as now.
The map. Alright, cool. Let's do it. Thank you for the info. Let's look at the plane in question. You can see that this fire, I think what happened is the embers flew over Larkmead, and they started the secondary fire that's threatening Santa Rosa, and they wrapped it up in the same name now. It's now just called the glass something. So they are in progress. They are evacuating, and the new orders for if you're in Callistoga are to take 128 north because Petrified Forest has been blocked. So anyway, they continue to evacuate things like St. Helena area to Napa. So let's go and find that plane. So we got a November 77 Hotel Sierra. Oh yeah, that's the one we were already on the track. Okay, so we could just hit the follow. And I continue to monitor if anything else launches, but they were doing unusual things like aerial firing in the Bobcat with helicopters, but then they did a drop, and I know that I heard that, and that was before dawn several days ago. So beats the heck out of me. Hey, there's another scout. I'm gonna put it on multi-select. So the PC-12s generally are the scout planes as well, and the Aero Commanders, they usually call the shots. So let me sneeze. Okay, I'm not gonna sneeze. Okay, sorry guys, I have a sinus infection and a double ear infection that smoke aggravated when I was evacuating people in Marion County. And boy, did we get smoke here at Columbia County by Portland. So we just gotten fresh air back, but it's still lots of nitrous oxide. Okay, that blew out my ears. Hang on, let me turn it low. Looks like the holiday farm fire near Springfield, Oregon is out. Can I confirm? Hey, Big Strib, welcome. It may be contained, but it'll still have smoldering stumps for quite a long time. That's a huge area of land. But let's look real quick. But I mean, it's not done anything or been a threat for a long time. Bless me anyway. No, you can't do that. You jinx me if I don't actually sneeze. No. Okay. So Sherlock says, listening to Butte County, they seem confident they could stop it at the Dozer line. Is that the Grizzly Reservoir? Because I really hope so. Or is it at the Forbes town? So, yeah, Bradley says radio chatter about a map going to press. Well, what he just wanted was to split the divisions, and what I believe is, you know, not this one. What he wanted was different divisions for Santa Rosa and the response at Callistoga, I think. But they said, well, we ran with the map already, and he goes, oh well. So let's take a look. This is the Zogg fire evacuation area in Shasta County. I have not monitored their radio, but I mean, ever since the storm happened where the lightning struck my house live on stream about a week ago, those rolling thunderstorms that came through, and then I screamed, and there was a massive shaking of the house, and either struck the house or maybe out in the parking lot, but it was like 21 cannons going off outside in the middle of my street. Oh, that if there's no map of it, it's not out there redrawing the map. They do that in the morning, usually between 4 and 6 a.m., and then the newly redrawn map of the fire outline then makes it, you know, into the press briefing sort of thing, but somebody has to manually draw the outline. The dots are different. The dots are MODIS and VIIRS satellites. So the GO-17 satellite is, of course, up to date, and if we were to refresh, you can see hotspots detected all over the place in this area within the last 10 minutes. It's just not terribly accurate, as I keep saying. Each one of these squares, that's as accurate as it can be. Just somewhere in the square there was something hot enough, usually more than an acre in size, that could be detected from this space satellite. And so every once in a while it's fooled. Like, people keep telling me there's a fire in McMinnville, and I even freaked out about that at once. That was a steel mill. Steel mills get hot. So we continue to monitor that and listen to the glass fire. And I really don't know if they're going to have some sort of a drop or what. But even if that was just recon that they were wanting to get, then at least they got it. So I'm going to turn off that crackle. Whenever pilots take to the air, the radio gets a lot worse because they just tend to not squelch. So looking at other areas, I don't see any other aircraft in the area, but I really wouldn't think that anything is going on at the Lion's Head right now. Hi, Sean W., welcome. If anybody has any questions, just go ahead and put it in chat. So, yeah, Roderick, thanks for the tip. I've been tracking the global supertanker, and so okay, there's horrible noise on this feed. I'm not unmuting it for you guys yet, but oh. My ears are being raked. He says 1 mile, fire's edge, blah, blah, blah. Just totally unreadable.
Jack Command.
Hopefully it'll get better.
Glass operations, air attack on air to ground.
Okay, so that is air attack. So let's see what he's saying.
Operations, air attack on 21. Second, I got the word air to ground change, attack 20.
That's horrible. One guy in Butte has good
Air
radio.
attack operations unreadable.
I got the new air to ground as attack 20.
Yeah, we were up on CDF air to ground 2.
Alright, so we may switch over to Butte County for a bit if that's going to stay that awful. There are some bright spots. They are making some progress in the glass fire.
Glass operations, air attack, air to ground 2.
Let's listen.
Glass operations, air attack on air to ground 2.
Looks like they can't hail the person.
Okay, lab clear. I got the word that air to ground changed to attack 20, but if you guys in the field didn't get it, I can stay on air to ground 2. That's operations, air attack on air to ground 2. Glass operations, air attack, air to ground 2.
St. Helena, glass operations.
Glass operations, air attack.
Okay, a little bit better. Go ahead.
Are you not hearing me on air to ground 2? And just to let you know, I got a word that air to ground changed to CDF attack.
Copy. Yeah, I never heard you on air to ground, and you're really scratchy on command.
Yeah, we can confirm you're really scratchy. Let's wait and listen a second. If you have a question, put it in chat. If you want to know about evacuation info, I'll read it to you if you're packing or something right now. I'll be happy to. Just say which fire. Need evac info read. I'll be happy to do that if you can, though. If not, go ahead and see my links in the description of this video. I just muted that because that was some horrible, horrible feedback on the radio. I'm going to unmute it the moment it gets clear. I'm using the different layers of CalTopo to monitor this as best we can from space and hundreds of miles away. You can do this too with caltopo.com. Nothing I'm doing here is not available to the public. So this is an image taken on the 26th. So this is what it looked like on the 26th. At some point, I imagine the Sentinel satellite will come over. And when you hit false color burn, then you'll be able to see where the fires pass.
Class operations, command.
Alright, he's trying to get...
Operations, Catalina.
Yeah, could you see if you can get the updated report on conditions from the air attack? I'm unable to read.
Okay, in between there...
Class operations, standby.
In between their chatter, I just am showing you the power of this this incredible resource. Now these images were taken on the 24th, and so this is where the flames were exactly at that moment, whenever it was on the 24th. Muting that until that's clear. But it gives you a lot of information about what may be still standing. You can look at the different colors, which, you know, here in this mode, devastated area is, or excuse me, whatever's hot is in the red, and what is cool is in the green. So if we went on fire history and pulled back, excuse me, activity.
Yeah, we're taking it Tucker, Heights, Azalea, and not all the way to Callistoga yet. We do have a spot on the west side of 29 North.
Okay, the main fire's backed itself up onto the side of Mount St. Helena, is flanking down, and it's probably it's going to come over Silverado Trail again, but it's within a mile of the Callistoga city limits.
I copy, thanks for that intel, I'll pass.
What division branch is up here?
It'd be branch 1, but his ground's grown.
That sounded like pilot chatter to me. So it looks like he's saying that the fire's kind of going around
North of Pickett.
It's hard to know when I can talk. It's within 1 mile of Callistoga proper, but the fire right now is sticking around near Mount... What was that? Mount...
Go training 2107.
Never know when I can talk. Sometimes they just...
Butte Task Force 3, training 2107.
Go ahead, Task Force 3.
Hey, at the fire road sign, are you going right or left?
Hey, you looked at ends of map through T30. You'll see 2 fire roads that stay left. Wait till the fire's edge on the field sign. 610 road.
I'm going to do my best to put a filter on that audio. I'm doing...
Battalion 1411 on CDF Command 1.
Some people are silent, some people are loud.
Operations.
Information. I drove Sharp Road, the Fire Road, over to Diamond Mountain, coming down Diamond Mountain now. I haven't come across any fire yet. I'll be down on 29 shortly if you want to meet up.
Copy, tie in with 1413, branch 1.
Branch 1, Battalion 1411 on Command 1.
Yeah, you know, I don't think I could make that sound any worse. So I'm a new streamer. Ham radio up.
Santa Lena.
Jeez, that scared me.
Glass operations.
Glass operations, were you able to make contact with the air attack?
Negative. Their radio was unreadable on my end.
Glass operations, we'll attempt to make contact. Stand by.
Okay. I have no idea.
Santa Lena.
I hope this is better. Let's check it out. Compressor makes soft people loud and loud people soft.
LNU East, tone 6.
Okay. See if that makes it any better. Now my ears. So, I think that was pilot chatter, and he's saying that as far as the main seat of the fire is concerned, it is sticking up by, I think he said, Callistoga Mountain, even though it's less than 1 mile away from Callistoga proper. So they are trying to finish the evacuation of Callistoga. Some units have said that we are not able to respond to something else until we've gotten the people out. So once again, I would just like everybody to know that you should always obey evacuation orders. Don't entertain wild fantasies of defending your house with a garden hose. That doesn't work, especially not in high winds. Do not...
Atlantic Command 1.
Let's listen.
Operations.
Tell me if this sounds any better.
Ground change to CDF TAC 2020. Air attacks over the fire.
Copy. CDF TAC 2020.
Okay, so tell me, was that any better? Was it not too loud and not too soft that time? Because what I tried to do is apply a filter called compressor that makes loud people softer and soft people louder. So Sherlock especially, and anybody else with feedback, let me know. They are trying to finish the evacuations of Callistoga because their order is get people out 1, then save structures 2, then try to contain the fire 3 in that order. And so they said that already, can you be somewhere else? And they said, no, we're still getting... They said, we're still getting people out of here. So just obey and any sort of evacuation orders you get.
Air attack failing at a barely readable repeat.
Is there another sound that is used?
Command 1, tone 2 is utilized for the original glass incident, now the east zone over Napa County, and LNU West for the west zone over Santa Rosa and the eastern sides of Sonoma County.
Copy. I'm on CDF 1 tone 2. I'm checking to see if there's a better sound.
Currently, Command 1, tone 2 is all we have.
Glass operations, air attack 1020.
Yay, yes. I'm glad to hear that I've made some sort of an improvement. I just put a compressor on my own voice.
Glass operations, air attack, how do you copy? Now, your fire's probably, I'm going to say 3/4 of a mile towards the edge of Callistoga right now. It's making a Still pushing to the west mostly, but it is starting to push a little more to the town of Callistoga. Affirmative, and my best guess would be in within an hour or two it's going to hit Callistoga.
If you're just tuning in or happen to be at Callistoga or in communication with anyone who is there, you cannot take Petrified Forest Road out. That is closed. The new instructions are to take 128 north from Callistoga, not the other places, just Callistoga, because the fire is already in between Callistoga and St. Helena. So people at St. Helena go south. People from Callistoga.
Yeah, affirmative is 29 St. Helena Highway.
People in St. Helena, in Callistoga, evacuate.
Check on the west side.
Sorry, I have to mute him a second. Hang on.
You're looking for acreage?
The pilot's asking questions, but so far not getting an answer. He says, do you want me to check on the west side of Callistoga looking for structures? Or acreage, and they're not getting back to him.
You got a spot over at 29 that you're looking at, or for the whole size of the west side incident? I'll get back to you.
Yeah, I guess we're only hearing one half of that conversation. So that's
2107, engine 2183. There's room for the water tender up top here. Yeah. No, there's a good wide gap here on top. It's not at the fire, but it's closer than down there on the road.
It is predicted that the fire will impact Callistoga in less than 1 hour.
Operation St. Helena.
Glass operations.
Glass operations, medical, no local response available, 601 Mund Road in Deer Park.
Branch 4, operations, you copy?
Go again with the address.
601 Mund Road.
Copy, break. St. Helena branch 4, do you know the nature or details of the medical?
Or possibly from a solo vehicle TC a quarter mile from his home. RP, your patient is going to try and walk to his gate at the end of the road at 601 Mund.
Copy. Do we have any ALS ambulances to respond to that location as well?
Operations will handle it.
Copy.
Class Operation St. Helena. Additionally, we do have an ambulance coming from NAPA.
I'm not sure what a TC is in medical emergencies. Anybody? And thank you, double Leafman. Oh, double A the man. Sorry, I just butchered your nickname. The sound is much better. Thanks. I'm trying. I'm learning on the fly here. You know, I'm going to get my education for streaming. Never thought I would do it, really. Wanted to just get a video production thing going and make boring documentaries of history. And now history's happening, so I just jumped on YouTube and I just learned it on the fly. I did this a long time ago covering the Paradise Fire. But that was just helping, you know, locals. And mostly people I knew. And YouTube has changed everything, and people went and promoted me, and all of a sudden I have 38,000 views the first week, and I just went,
Branch 4 operations.
whoa.
Branch 4.
Medic 73 from HQ.
673, copy, and I've got Division Delta, Correction Division, Hotel and Room.
So Elizabeth, Napa Hospital is a 45-minute ride to Deer Park, where Mund Road is. Yeah, that'll be slow going. So an ambulance.
Operations back. AMR has it as some sort of TC, possibly.
Yeah, from that's what San Molina gave it us. Thank you.
Okay, I'm just gonna look it up. Medical emergency. Emergency. What is a TC? ATC can be a person who has their technical certification, technical certificate to be an EMT, but I don't think that's what they meant. I think they meant an actual type of medical problem called a TC, and I'm not sure what that is. But yeah, thank you, Elizabeth, once more for your input. That's a 45-minute drive from Napa up to Mund Road, which is where the person's having the medical problem. Mund Road is also a dead-end road, it looks like from here. So, once again, if you are on a dead-end road, understand your special vulnerability, especially if you are at elevation or in the hills. Always elevate yourself 1 or 2 steps higher in evacuation. If you are on a dead-end road or at elevation where it takes you a while to get to a main road before you can leave, you know, where you're at. And like somebody up here, that's a little bit extra vulnerable. If there's only one way out, you're super vulnerable. The longer it would take you to drive to get to a main road than a main highway, the more vulnerable you are, and the earlier you should leave. It way sooner than anybody tells you. So when they do an evacuation map, it's just they don't have time to go ahead and customize it. If they had the time, I'm sure they would. But when you look at an evacuation map, they just paint general areas. So like, you know, this whole section is under warning. But I can tell you right now, somebody who's right next to a main highway versus somebody who's up on this ridge here. Like, let's just go here. See this? That's so hard to see. But underneath this mess is a dead end road, right? And then it takes you a while to get off this hilltop down to the main one. And then it takes a while to get to this main one down to the actual highway, like the real highway. So they just blanket stamp over here, you know, this.
Last operations there, attack underground. Attack 20.
But elevate yourself according to your own common sense, you know.
Operations, Division Delta on command.
Stand by.
Oh.
40, 50 acres so far.
You know, there might be Google car. Thank you for your input again, Elizabeth Hyde. You've been so amazing here. I will get up an email in a minute where you can give me some photos. This remains pretty tense. So if anybody's just tuned in, Callistoga is... This pilot has said that Callistoga will be impacted by this fire within an hour. That's by his estimation. So we're continuing to monitor the Zogg over here and the North Complex plus the glass one, which is the one that's most desperate right now. They're running around trying to make lines. They've tried to put one near Mund Lane, so there's dozer crews out there. But they've requested an ambulance. It's going to take 45 minutes probably to get there. And she says Mund Road starts on Deer.
We got some intel scouted out Old Howe Mountain into Con Valley. The fire has not crossed and is not south of Old Howe Mountain. I think our best and most viable control line of the south is going to be to take Old Howe Mountain into Con Valley and tie it into Lake Hennessy.
I copy that, and the question, do you have the resources?
Currently, right now, I'm going to put the fire north of Old Howe Mountain at 1/8 of a mile. I'm going to try to see if I can't redeploy at least 2 strike teams onto Old Howe Mountain. I'd like to try to come up with a plan to potentially try to fire and hold it.
I copy. Let's just remember to secure the real estate that we did and the structures that we have secured.
Affirmative. Is there somewhere I can face-to-face with you?
I'm at HQ.
Copy. I'm en route.
Okay, so if you have any input on that, and welcome Brandon, there could be some live webcam somewhere. I haven't had the moment to check. All the evacuation information is in the description of this video in a series of links. I'm flipping back and forth between monitoring the pilot, what they say in the channel, because we're listening to them live. That's live radio, but that would be good if we could find an actual webcam. Some of them exist over by the Butte County North Complex fire, but the glass fire is where the biggest concern is. They're evacuating, finishing it at Callistoga. Callistoga should be impacted in perhaps an hour. So I know that Wendy can track.
Hey, Omar, if we need to do what we can down there. If we need to get other engines down there, but if you can get turned around and obviously pointed out, go ahead and do it. But if it's something that's going to spot into the green, let's do what we can to keep it obviously out of there.
Okay, so some webcams are unavailable. Some of them look like they're city things. There's an airport. Last 24 hours in an airport. Can't imagine that that's too exciting. That's a good idea. Let's see if there's any live video. There won't be any live video like streamed by the firefighters. If any news media are in the area, I can't show it to you. That'll be copyrighted. So if anybody does have a link, oh, you're so welcome. If anybody has any sort of question at all, what's the fire doing? Where is it going? What are they saying? Let me know. The big, I would say anxiety right now is for Callistoga. Within less than an hour, the pilot we're tracking, you can hear talking, was predicting that Callistoga will be impacted within 1 hour. For now, it's kind of up here. So anybody in Callistoga is being encouraged to leave right now via Highway 128 North. Petrified Forest Road is blocked. It's the last word that they had on that. And if you look at the evacuation map, I don't know that it even...
2027, 9247 Charlie is in Madrone, not Meadowood.
This is Napa Valley. This is Sonoma.
That's going to be just north of that location.
There's a link to both evacuation maps in the description of the video.
Is there a division over on Mike right now?
Ow, my ears. Callistoga is being evacuated. It really is. No matter what this map is saying. I mean, we just have to refresh.
A strike team, 9247 Charlie.
Whoa. Alright, so that pop-up was probably just hit by the pop-up blocker. Removing it. I would like to read that. So, where did it go? Okay. That seemed like important information. That popped up and...
Operations, air attack, air to ground. West operations, air attack, air to ground.
Okay.
Grass Valley.
Coming over to the Rankin Valley side, it's too smoked out for us to get around there. I think the only visibility we have is just kind of an angle area in Callistoga. And we got about 5 minutes on station before we're timed out.
Sir Hills IC, XPL TAC 9.
I'll get to your question in 1 minute, Eve. Yeah, Elizabeth says I've been watching that map. It hasn't changed in several hours, but they are in progress evacuating Callistoga. And like I said, that's why we listen to the radio. It's not because we're voyeurs here. We're getting the latest information before, you know, what they have to do is relay it to a bunch of people. Then those people have to get on a computer, and then they have to redraw the lines, the maps, type it up, and publish. And so what we do is we hear it first. So like I heard them say that anybody in Callistoga needs to exit via 128 North. Not anywhere else, just Callistoga, because the Petrified Forest Road is closed. So until I hear different, I'm going to repeat that. And I don't know that that's available on the CALFIRE website or anything. So the glass fire has some information. It just depends on when they update it. So what I would like to say again is do not leave your neighbors behind who are vulnerable, elderly, and maybe asleep and completely unaware this is happening. It's 4:50 in the morning. If you're leaving, check on people. If some houses just, you know, there's cars still in the driveway and people are probably asleep, go ahead and check on them. Wake them up. They're not going to resent you. And even if they resent you, who cares? Their life matters more than any hurt feelings. And so, but trust me, in the morning, they're going to be glad anybody you told about the fire tonight. So if offer people rides, tell them that it's an evacuation order. It's not a suggestion. Let's listen.
Yeah, I'm coming out here. It's already spotted across the driveway, and it's a running ground fire through the state park.
Found the access to the road up. I think paralleled it twice, but I think I'm coming towards you now.
Okay, if you want to try to hold this road, it's already spotted across in one spot.
Holding reserves. I got some villagers working their way over in Type 3 and Type 1, and maybe a crew with a Type 6. That's it.
So the answer, I'm going to mute that in a second. That's about dozers, and we don't know exactly where they are, but it looked like that state park is what they're talking about. So yes, the Zogg fire. Oh boy.
Okay, yeah, everything I know has been on generators. We lost transmission and distribution probably 11 o'clock last night.
Okay, so when it was muted, what he said was, I'm going to get out of here because none of the gates work. So the electric gates somewhere have shut down. Maybe in that park. So, but yes, the Zogg fire is by I-5.
Go ahead to glass operations.
I don't remember that road name, but the road that's above a state park near the county line, that's where the fire is going to be here shortly, and then coming into Sonoma County. I can't get out on west, but if you want to let west operations know, there are multiple spot fires.
Copy. So basically hung up above Butte, burning towards the west.
Yeah, that's affirmative. Pushing hard through the state parks, the Crown Fire, embers everywhere, spots.
Copy, I'll pass it.
I'm trying to get there. Right. I'm fine. You got right there.
Structures. Now we need to buy them better radios. I'm going to check wind speed current conditions, but it says it's raining embers everywhere and there's spot fires everywhere. So I'm going to take a moment to do something. I hope I don't get a copyright strike here.
3 Charlie, training 2107.
I'm going to show you what it might look like to them right now.
Hey, evaluate those structures also for the other task force that's up there, the other units. Because if we have to get you guys in there, just go ahead and plan on, we're going to need to commit all those engines on this thing comes across here to do structure protection.
Bear with me.
Yeah, I copied.
He copied that? Who the hell could copy that? Okay. Excuse me. I have a great video.
Training 2107.
There's a great security.
Hey, if you can get out and try to take a look at Division Mike, it looks like we do have something out there. I can't tell. I haven't seen any of this in daylight, so I don't know exactly where the lines are, but there is something burning across in Division Mike right now. I don't know if you are familiar with that area, but if you can maybe drive that out, and if it's something maybe get your engines in on. It looks like it's just across the section 33 maybe, right there at the water's edge. 7 Hotel Sierra, go ahead.
So that's not live footage, of course, but when he says
Positive fuel.
when he says embers are raining down everywhere on this,
Road wide, I have no clue. I wish I could help out on that. I don't know what we were taking to get in there.
yeah, so I'm once again going to show you the sample video of what happened the night that my friend died in the Cascade Fire. So somewhere in the distance, my friend's dying. And this is what it's like when embers rain. This is, you know, it's 2017. I hope that this is okay to use. This is for education.
Go down through Orville and go up 162, is that correct? Okay, do we have any, is there any other engines in that area right now? Just the Forest Service engines are all the way up 70.
This is what it's like when they say raining embers. They mean it's like a blizzard with orange glow.
The problem is I don't even know for sure if that's where it's at. I can't tell. It's nighttime right now.
So even though the fire is distant over here in this video, for example,
I've got those engines down at Camelot at the horse park. I'll send them around. Yeah, maybe don't send all of them around, because like I say, I mean, there's a chance it's not even on that side of the creek. I mean, it might be, there's a lake, it might be on this side. Maybe just send a few of them up there, but from what I'm looking at, it looks like it's in, like, section 33 or 34 right there, on the edge right there.
So once again, this is my sample video of how the wind can change constantly, and you'll see the raining embers effect. If you think that you can protect your own home with a garden hose, you cannot. Look what happens. These spot fires, these little ones, is where one ember actually just started something. The fire is actually just in the distance, and depending on which way the wind blows, and as the fire grows, it'll make its own weather. Plus the Santa Ana winds just kind of shift around a lot. You won't be able to defend your property like this. You won't be able to breathe, and at some point you'll lose water pressure or run out of water. Don't try this. When even the firefighters are retreating from that location because he says it's raining embers. With single-digit humidity right now, that means almost every single ember that lands somewhere where that can burn will burn. This is hopeless. This will even light your own clothes on fire. This will get down the back of your neck. Your scalp will be on fire, and these winds are hurricane-force winds sometimes with the Santa Ana winds. I mean, you could be standing next to any tree, and it will just fall on you, or a limb drop on you. And so I would like to bring particular attention to this spot fire. So moments ago, everything looked fine. And so this is what I was showing people. You don't want to be a firefighter without training. As good as your intentions might be, you could die. And this is what I want to show people. We continue to listen to the glass fire, and they just reported raining embers, and we're getting out of here. That was somewhere in a state park just north of the road they're desperately trying to keep open, which is the road in between Santa Rosa and Callistoga area. But watch what happens. The fire still is far to the left. Some random ember goes back here, and this becomes an absolute inferno. So say you have your own little personal water truck like this one. These people came into my channel and said that they had during the 2 weeks ago during the Clackamas County Riverside fire. So watch the ember back here. All these are landing everywhere. It's cut grass, and like I want to say, people, cut grass, even if it's not exactly green, just doesn't really take very well. However, this is probably not green. It's black and white, it's infrared. Boom, an ember has taken hold. In an instant, that's probably at least a yard wide, probably 4 feet or 5 if I had to guess. So there's the brush back there. Here's the embers raining, and you can watch as they shift positions. The timestamp is 3:29. Let's continue. Watch how big it is in an instant. Now, if the people with the truck, with the water truck, head out there.
Glass operation.
First of all, by the time they spot it, let's listen real quick.
Break branch 1. Operations. Do you still have an engine for that?
I'll continue with that listen in a second.
I copy the traffic. We have engines in there with brush 17. Was stating it was making heavy runs towards the castle.
Maybe they mean Castello Winery? Okay, so we know that in less than half an hour it's predicted that Callistoga will be impacted by the fires. And so we just said it was raining embers over here. And so this is why I want to get home. I want to drive it home, get out. You can't defend your property with a garden hose. These people are doing more. They have much more preparation, and these people just made it out because they had to. These people had no ability to escape in this certain instance, so there's no judgment here. But watch what happens. The timestamp is 3:24. That has already grown just instantly, probably in a 5x5, 6x6, as the seconds tick by, 7x7 kind of an area. So the wind will shift around, and you can't get on the roof. These embers landing on the roof, lighting the things in your gutters, random sticks and branches can be carried by the Santa Ana winds. They could suddenly, all of a sudden, be 85 miles an hour without warning. So say the little water truck that these guys bought themselves. I was showing them this video.
Brush 30.
Say say they just tapped on his shoulder. Hang on a second.
Yeah, if you can get all the engines together and lead them up the road back to where we came and stage at 70 and Big Bend Road, I'll update you. 70 and Big Bend Road.
These people.
Yeah, I copy. Thank you.
See what I mean? They're wearing some protective gear. They have some gas masks and stuff, and I don't know if they wetted down their clothing or not. But as you can see, he turned his back on the truck and it's engulfed. And that showering sparks, you know, you just can't do this. These people are doing this because
Charlie units, everybody ready to go?
they're actually trapped. Somewhere nearby, my friend is dying and trying to do the same to his house, and he will fail. The last phone call was that he was trying to defend his house with a garden hose because he woke up because there was an orange glow in his bedroom, and then rocks were being thrown against the window, and that woke him up. And he went outside, and the car was on fire, and so was the roof. That was the last phone. Look how big that fire is already.
Anything, we can get a helicopter up first thing in the morning. Thinking about, do you want me to move them up in the Big Bend area? Stage on 70 in Big Bend.
So they're talking about, I'm going to pause that chatter, it's so hard to understand. They're talking about pulling out of a canyon and restaging somewhere, like I heard the word Big Bend. But this goes to show you, look how fast this goes up. Your little water truck or whatever you have, you know, the engine that you bought, look what happens when the wind kicked up. That's torching. And it's so bright, the camera goes into daytime mode now because it thinks it's daytime. And you can see the blood red sky and just how bad the smoke would be. If you went out there with your little water truck, you know, like I was trying to educate people, the embers could fall back here and this area could be on fire behind them. You really just can't defend from Santa Ana winds or high wind conditions in a fire. You need to go seek shelter. If these people had, look at that, just, here's a random wind change. That's what it means to rain embers. You can't be everywhere at once, you can't be on your roof. Also, these flaming debris, even if it's from your neighbors, like, you know, you might see a massive branch drop off in an 85-mile-an-hour wind gust. I mean, that's hurricane force. Isn't that category 1 or 2? Then the rolling branch on fire will roll across and just come up against your house. And that sort of thing you will not be able to catch up with. You'll not be able to breathe. These people survived, and that's why we're seeing the footage. But they have an entire huge family working on this, and nearby people are not surviving. The people that did survive, their tales are that they didn't use the garden hose thing. They got a blanket. You know, they went and found a culvert. Underneath their driveway, they squeezed a whole family into that tiny culvert that was barely wide enough to put a man in there with his shoulders. So this is why I teach this. This is why I've begun studying wildfire and its behavior, because I did lose my family friend to this specific fire. This was October 2017. And the very next year, the same power lines dropped, same kind of Santa Ana wind conditions. Oh, by the way, this is the same night Santa Rosa was burning down. This is the forgotten fire at Bangor and Loma Rica. So 3 different power lines go down. One at Santa Rosa, one at Bangor, one at Loma Rica. 3 different fires, different areas. But Pacific Gas and Electric just hasn't maintained power lines. They've been found criminally negligent. And 1 year later, my brother almost dies in the Paradise Fire because the same thing happened again. Power lines down during the Santa Ana winds. They found after an investigation that one that occurred at Polga. Ironically, Polga's being evacuated right now. Again. Because the Bear Fire, which is started by lightning this time, is encroaching on Polga. But the moral of the story is that, you know, you don't have to be in front of an already moving wildfire for just power lines to and trap you anywhere. I mean, that's what happens during these wind events. Many, many small fires will be popping up all the time. You can't predict where. Have a shelter-in-place plan. Even if it's just a small little body of water, a swimming pool will help you. Instead of driving through a fire, do not do that. Know when it's over. Most fatalities occur when people try to flee in their cars. Okay, I don't know what that transmission was, but I'll go back to the story. Have a shelter-in-place plan. Do not panic and flee in a car, especially if it's already over. So there's fleeing by vehicle is a window of opportunity, and it does close eventually. Instead of being panicky or, oh no, I'm doomed, you're not. Most people survived in paradise sheltering in place. And a lot of people survived what I just showed you. You know, if my own friend had known about the culvert, you know, he would have survived this. But don't think you can fight this with your garden hose. Just please, don't think that turning on your sprinklers is going to do anything. Because these embers will land all over your roof. In fact, you can see them here when they start raining off of that. See right there? Did you see this? It was rolling off the roof. So the moral of the story, though, is that everybody should have an A, B, C, and D evacuation plan. And what you do is you get CalTopo or any other map program, and you just look around and you put it on different layers, such as any terrain. Usually, like say TF Outdoors, will show you more bodies of water and things you haven't noticed. So let's turn off the wind. So within walking distance, there's almost always a safe shelter where you don't have to be driving through flames in a car. That's when it's over. That's when it's a bad idea. Excuse me. When embers are raining down, when you can see flames, you should be calmly, excuse me, I have to take a drink. Calmly making your way to your shelter-in-place plan D. I mean, A, B, and C are 3 roads out, 3 different evacuation routes that you think would be a good idea, and 3 different directions, like 3 big main roads. D is your most important one. It's your shelter in place. That does not mean defend your home. Your home is not what you should be sheltering in. What you should be sheltering in is any body of water nearby where you can get up to your neck in water. Throw a blanket over your head. Please use a wool blanket. That's fire resistant. Trap a pocket of breathable air. And you just ride it out. As bad as the Paradise Fire was, most people were riding it out. And so I'm just going to put campfire in the wiki for it. This is my teaching scary image that I like to teach with. So this is, I think the fire started around 7. An ember flew across the valley from Polga, which is a long way away. It's like 8 miles. But that's what fires do. When they're at a high elevation, or you hear words like crowning like we've been hearing, that means the embers can travel up to 10 miles away, especially from ridgetop to ridgetop. We've already seen that occur. We've already seen that occur here, and that's why there's 2 different sections of the fire. The fire here, the embers flew all the way over here and caught things, and now Santa Rosa is in danger way before this area is. That's flying ember action for you. So, good, Sherlock. And so what you should do is just remain calm. I mean, a blanket, a flashlight, your cell phone, some snacks. Pour out your Pepsi, pour out your milk if you have to, but take a jug of water, a container, and just look around you. There's all kinds of safe spots. So go in between. This is what firefighters want you to know. Your shelter-in-place plan does not mean sit here and wait for us to rescue you, because they may not be able to. But look, the best places are dirt fields. That's completely safe. Get away from any trees that may be tall enough to fall on you. Just picture them falling over you. You know, falling over in any direction. How far would they be able to fall, with judging by their height? This would be perfectly safe. So if you were in traffic here, that's safe. So anywhere you are, like, you just challenge me, pick a spot, pick an address, pick a, you know, I'll go through it for you, any spot on the map you want. Pick a cross street, and I'll just quickly read it. Bodies of water, of course, are the creeks, but what you want is a culvert. What you want is a bridge. A road is a bridge over a creek or a river. Anywhere there's a road over any sort of body of water, there's going to be a culvert. That's perfect. Get in the culvert. And make sure it's within calm walking distance, because you won't be able to breathe very well. You'll just be choking, you'll be sputtering, but just make your way calmly and walk there. You won't be able to run very far in these kind of horrible conditions. And consider, you know, the physical strength of the people that you want to save with you. And it may just be a very short drive, but if the roads are blocked, or you cannot guarantee that the road ahead of you is not blocked, then you should not leave by car. Your best option is leave before you're told. Your second best option, once these roads are blocked or you can't guarantee that you have a good way out, is proceed to the next safe spot. So that can be just big pavement. That can be a big parking lot. Big, you know, just a big store, grocery store. Baseball diamonds, anywhere there's short grass that's green. Golf courses. And just previously plowed up dirt, you know, fields. Tennis courts, they don't burn. These tall trees are a concern, though. Swimming pools, but it's better if you have something that's like larger, like a pond. Okay, let's listen. But everywhere you look are safe spots. Look at this. You verify that it's like this. Use your memory. Is this field currently like this, or is it planted? You know, you have to think. But this right here is completely safe. Anybody on this road right here is a traffic jam is completely safe right here. Just chill. Just sit there, read to the kids a book, pretend like it's an exercise, you know. Distract them and chill. You know, do not get stuck in a traffic jam, and do not wildly go down a road, because this will be like the visibility of fog, barely be on the edge of your headlights. Don't even panic. There's nothing to be afraid of. When you are in your safe spot, there's nothing to be. Excuse me, let's listen.
The main castle structure itself is not involved, but one castle type structure towards the east is. 26 is laid in from their water source, and they'll go in direct and see if they can put that section out. Dozer's working up on top. We got one additional engine working on the residence. Even more structures around here. Take a shot at it.
Copy, and we were at 50 acres from air attack.
Yeah, it might be just kind of skinnier than I think it is, but 50 acres seems a little small for how high up I've been.
Okay, castles. What might they be referring to if you're still with us, Elizabeth? So glad to have everybody with us. Evacuation information is in the description of this video. And if you want me to read it to you, if you're, say, packing or just concerned, I can go ahead and read that. The castle? Yeah, please let me know what that is, Elizabeth. Because I see Castello Winery, but I'm not familiar. And she's a local, and she's been amazing. It's a winery that literally is a castle. Okay, I think I may have heard of that. But to wrap up what I'm saying, baseball diamonds, you know, dirt fields, big parking lots, even though this looks scary as hell, thousands of people are sheltering in place here, including all of the firefighters in Paradise. They live through this. This is not death. In fact, the main body of the fire will just be a fast-moving ground fire, and then as it moves past, like a wall, you just have smoking ground. You know, brush fires go up really fast, really hot, and then they move on. And then what's behind is some trees will be burning in the distance, but the ground is kind of like gray ash, where you can just walk on it as soon as it cools. And so you're going to have to wait several hours. And your biggest problem might actually be being too cold. So there was a 94-year-old man that they couldn't reach him, and so they found him the next morning as a survivor, and I listened to it live. They said, "Survivor, survivor." It's a 94-year-old man suffering hypothermia because he's in a reservoir, tiny reservoir over here. But there's a lot of people here that are sheltering in place in the Ace parking lot, the O'Reilly Auto Parts parking lot, the Safeway and grocery outlet parking lots. And I went there and toured it myself and verified that that actually is a great place. Thing you should consider when you're looking at these maps, and I'm going to run through this as fast as I can, and once again, put it in chat if you want. Yeah, you're totally right, Zebu. Crowning is when the fire starts running through the tops of the trees. Yeah, from crown to crown, treetop to treetop. And excuse me, I whacked the microphone. That's when you see it move really fast with a lot of the ember showers. That's when you see the fire.
Just make sure if you guys get that spot across, and it looks like it's going into the houses. Don't bring everyone down here if it's in a traffic jam, but go to that task force leader or strike team leader and make sure you let them know that we need them down here. Like I say, they're out there pre-planning it right now.
Yes, they're already talking about a traffic jam. The best course of action is leave way before you're told. If you just look and you see that you're in a vulnerable spot, it doesn't have to be that this fire comes to you. New fires near you can pop up. They are busy. They can't go and respond to all the little vegetation fires and all the little house fires right now. They got to save what they can save, and they'll triage structures. The ones that are most savable and the ones with people there, that's what they're going to prioritize. But once again, you don't panic. This parking lot would be absolutely fine to shelter in. Anything big like this, just ignore the buildings going up. But baseball diamonds, track and fields, all this parking lot's perfect. You could just sit right here. Just sit right here. And with your blanket, another thing you can do is just say some branch on fire or some trash can that's on fire rolls over and gets against your vehicle. Well, now you have a blanket to beat that stuff out. Or at least, kind of use it as an oven mitt. Wrap it around your leg and kick it out of the way. That's the wool blanket is your best friend. It's also a filter for the smoke. So a lot of people, they talk about nearly passing out as they ride out the flames. But you just have to ride it out for a couple of hours and then let the ground cool around you for a couple of hours. You'll still see trees on fire. You'll still see buildings on fire. But mostly what the fire is a ground-moving fire that'll move past you. You just have to ride that out and then wait. And then just wait. So let's go back to see where this castle is. So it's called a Castle Winery, Napa, California. Let's just see where it takes us. So it's going to be literally a castle. It sounds like they're struggling to save it right now. Is that it? Let me take a look. Sonoma Plaza. Sonoma State Historical Park. Oh no, please don't have this stuff burn. Oh dear. I don't want anything to burn, but our history we can't get back. Can't get lives back either, but we can rebuild a house. Can't rebuild history or lives. So let's look here. I don't think I'm in the right place, am I? It should be closer to Callistoga. Okay. Is it called Castello? Let's just Google it. The Castle Winery, Napa. Where it is? Castello di Amorosa. All right, let's just roll with that. In fact, I should have stayed on Google Maps. Okay, let's go right-click. Here we are. So let's go to Castello di Amorosa. Yeah, let's go. Yeah, Elizabeth, you're so awesome here. You're our guide. Alright, so what we have is it's by the Sterling Vineyards, which we know that they were already fighting to save. Wow, that is a castle. Oh, that is a castle. Cool. Hope to save this. Dang, that is cool. Alright, so let's use some street view and see what they might be facing. This is kind of where they were talking about raining embers. So let's see. This might. Oh, that scared me. Okay. This might be defensible or... Okay. Yeah.
Operation Catalina.
How far away are this vegetation? It's distant. So far, I like what I'm seeing. Olive trees, they're okay. They're spaced. Spaced out. I don't like this over here, but the wind's not blowing from that direction. See how close those trees are. But it's got a moat or a pond. Cool. Sources of water. I'm confident that they might be able to do, they really might be able to defend this. Let's click on over here and see how close this vegetation is. Unless the embers light this on fire from this. From this direction, it might be harder.
Operation.
But I'm pleased with what I see. I'm pleased. So.
Operations. Port of the fire. 1400 Schramsberg Road, the Schramsberg Winery.
How do I spell
Copy,
that?
break. Branch 1, you copy that?
Shrims.
1400 Schramsberg Road.
Shrums.
Fire bump in a structure.
Okay, that's Schramsberg Vineyards, actually. So, yeah, they said here it was raining embers. So, yeah, there's over 700 wineries in the valley. Yeah, I found it. I found it. So, yeah. So, I'm looking back at the chat. If anyone has any questions, we are watching them desperately try to save the vineyards in the town of Callistoga. There's a separate battle going on to save Santa Rosa over here. They've basically been trying hard to keep this road open in between. So the links to evacuation information are in the chat. We are listening to the glass fire, the pilot who is circling overhead. There's one or two of them. And then he's directing ground crews and giving a forecast to when these towns may be impacted. So at Callistoga, they're trying to get the last people out. And they're asking them to evacuate via Highway 128 north. Petrified Forest Road is blocked. So that's only applying to Callistoga, not the other towns. They have to go north because the fire is south of Callistoga right now and up here in the hills. So unfortunately, I can't show you.
Operations, branch 1, come in.
Operations.
Yeah, patient's been located on Munn Road, been transferred to the medic, and they'll be en route to the hospital.
Well.
Operations copies.
It took more than an hour.
Additionally, I'll be going into briefing.
Did he say breathing? Looks like that ambulance finally made it to Mud Loop over here, or Mud Road. Prayers sent for that person.
That map helps out a little bit. It's a little bit beyond Crestmore, but kind of a general swag.
I copy.
They're dozer lining Deer Park Road.
Top up in the whiskey, just the reds are going out. Rattlesnake, you know, that can all be included as fire's eggs as well. And a little bit beyond.
It's hard to know when I can talk. Yeah. You think Sterling Winery is better, Elizabeth, and it should survive over the castle? How could you say that? That castle is cool. Okay. Well, yeah, we have to keep a little bit of humor here. I'm going to check on the other fires as well. If anybody's monitoring Butte County, that would be awesome. We're listening to the glass fire. Any moment now, you know, Callistoga could...
Branch 4, you were covered by another call. Can you repeat?
Yeah, just saying, when you're looking at that rattlesnake, you might as well just count that as all fire edge and a little bit beyond, further to the east as well.
I copy.
This is inaccurate. Callistoga is under mandatory evacuation right now. So I don't know why they won't update their maps, but that is what we've been hearing. They want people out. The fire is approaching Callistoga. It's been less than a mile away now for a while. They're trying to make units, they're saying Howell Mountain is kind of where the fire's hanging out, at least in this sector. So Howell Mountain Road is going to be one of their lines they try to establish. And then they were talking also about lighting backfires, you know, fires in front of fires, to try to get this stopped. Excuse me. Meanwhile, they keep getting reports of injuries. They're trying to help people evacuate. Some units are not available because they have prioritized helping people get out first, then saving structure second, and then third is stopping the fire. So if you get out before told, take your neighbors with you, knock on their doors right now. They may not be aware of what's going on. That will help everything greatly. Offer people a ride. Check on your elderly neighbors, the people who don't have cars. Anybody who may not, people at the end of the road who may not hear anything or know, just help the firefighters do that kind of a job right where you are, and then make your way out. And also, just leave before you're told. I would just get out of this general area and get towards the larger cities. And if you can check my links right now, the best option for any sort of evacuation is to leave before you're told, before any excitement, before any drama, before, you know, anything bad happens, and before a traffic jam. They're already talking about that, and after a while they'll round up citizens and take them to a safe spot. But if you wanted to rewind my video about, I don't know, what was it, 20 minutes ago, I explained how to decide for yourself a great place to shelter in place. As bad as that looks, this is the Paradise Fire. Thousands of people are sheltering in place in ponds, pools, you know, backyard swimming pools, culverts underneath the roads, bridges underneath roads, even the tiny ones, even little bridges over canals. There's people in the Ace Hardware parking lot in there, grocery outlet and Safeway's parking lot. Any sort of a dirt field, that won't burn. Any sort of green grass that's mowed, that won't burn. You know, there's nearby schools, the playground, the green grass, the fields, the baseball diamond, the golf courses. Those are all safe places. Just absolutely safe. Just resist the urge to run and drive through a fire. That's actually the #1 way that people die. The #1 cause of fatalities is trying to leave by a vehicle when that moment of opportunity has passed. Just same thing with floods. Most people in a fire or flood die in their vehicle. So there's already raining embers, you already see flames. You should not be tearing up the roads. Firefighters never do that. I mean, that's extremely unusual for them to ever do that. I should correct myself. But firefighters just always have a plan D. They have 3 evacuation routes in 3 different directions, and they will never enter an area where they don't have a good shelter-in-place option. I do not mean defend your house with a garden hose. That does not work. Don't stop and turn on your sprinklers. That doesn't work either. Just look at satellite images. You're not talking right now. This just gives you an opportunity. Any one of these fields that are already harvested or dirt are completely safe. Look at that. There's a baseball diamond. That's completely safe. Just drive through a chain link fence, and if you have to, and put your car there, or in fact the car would be fine here, and just if you needed to, you could just walk out there. But have a wool blanket. That's something you could beat the flames out with if, say, it got next to your car, like a burning branch rolled up next to your car. Get a jug of water with you, even if it's empty. Pour out the milk, pour out the Pepsi, have a jug. You could fill it somewhere, probably. Go and drive it to a big parking lot and sit there. You know, just be mindful of trees that are so tall they could fall on you burning. And if you're in a pond, don't sit on the side where the vegetation is at. Look for a pond and get to where there's, you know, just very short grass on that side, because if the brush goes up on the side of a pond, that might drive you away from it, kind of like being next to a bonfire. You don't want to be in a point where you're swimming or treading water. You just want to be crouching, kind of plant your feet down and crouch, get your chin up to water, throw that blanket over your head, and you've trapped breathable air. Or just sit in your car and use the blanket to cover the vents and just chill out. Just wait for the fire to pass. Like, this would be the perfect spot. Right here. Nothing's going to happen to you, assuming that this lot has not been overgrown by brush. or they haven't built something. You have to use your
Branch 7, the time 1511 on command.
use your local knowledge. Has this been plowed? Is this still like this? Where are the swimming pools? That one's not good. It's got a tree that could fall on you. But they're totally fine. There's plenty of horses that survive by just sitting in a swimming pool. You know, buildings may go up around you. That's okay. Think of how close fire engines park to a building when they're fighting the fire. Just chill. Just wait for it to go by you and chill. Know when it's over, if there's already a traffic jam, if you see flames, if there's embers, and if you can't guarantee that there's actually a way out, like the fire's not in front of you. Don't trust a map. Fire behavior. Look at the wind. Fire obeys the wind, and that's where it goes. So if the fire and smoke is blowing your direction and you're fleeing downwind that way, what it can do is outrun you. It always can outrun you. These embers, like I was showing here, these embers that they start raining down, these embers can travel 10 to 20 miles ahead of you downwind, especially if, just like as mentioned before, crowning happens in torching. And that is when flames reach the top of a tree, especially on a ridge. Just like throwing a paper airplane off the top of a skyscraper. That paper airplane's going to travel a long distance because of that elevation. So these embers can be caught by Santa Ana winds. These are mild currently. They're around 40-mile-an-hour wind gusts by NAPA right now. Of course, they're going to be higher winds the higher you go. So up in the hills, it's going to be higher on the ridge tops. But see how just the embers will fly? Like this fire back here was started by an ember. The main fire is just miles back here, actually. So here's a normal situation. You're going to watch and see an ember start a fire in the distance. If you are driving through this, you might be able to guarantee that ahead of you, these embers landed 5-10 miles ahead of you, and they start a new fire that you can't drive through. Watch what happens here and how big that gets. Pretty dang quickly. That's probably 3 to 6 feet. That could be already. It's longer than a man laying down. And then once the wind hits this is going to be a complete inferno in no time. So imagine this ember lighting a tree or something on the road in front of you, and you reach this. That's one of the #1 causes of fatalities. You get trapped by a fire in front of you. You turn around, there's a tree that fell down behind you. Just remember, this guy turns his back and watches truck disappear. This stuff can move so quickly. You can't outrun it. You're much better off being in that body of water, driving to that golf course, sitting in that field, because look what happens when the wind changes. He's turned his back, his truck's about to disappear. This is the example I show people, and I hope these people find this okay. It's a great teaching video. And these people are only defending their property because they have to. They are trapped. Keep that in mind, and there's a lot of people working on this. And they have a groomed property, which is, I give it a B. It's not an A. I give it a B because they have too many trees kind of near them. But look how the wind just started to pick up, and look, the truck's gone. You know, look in the distance, see those trees being thrashed by the Santa Ana winds, the same one's going on right now. So this is going to be a ring of 360 fire around them really quickly. And we only see the footage of survivors. Most people trying to defend their home with a garden hose, they just utterly fail because the embers will be on your roof. You cannot be everywhere. Look at that tiny fire and what it's become. You're going to see how crazy it gets in just a minute. Right now, it's like, oh, I could drive through that, right? Imagine a highway went through that. And just watch what happens in a few minutes. It started at 3:24 or 3:43 on the timestamp. It's only 5:46. And watch what's about to happen because of a wind gust. This is a night vision mode, and when it goes color, it switches to day because it thinks that it's so bright that it must be daytime. That'll happen in a minute. Can you still drive through that? Not a chance. Plus, you have to consider, see now it switches into daytime mode. That is torching. That is a fire climbing a tree. The brush growing up against the base of that tree allowed it to climb. Trunks of trees don't usually get any action. I mean, they shrug it off. All these oak trees are probably going to shrug this fire off and live. They're free fire resistant trees. They can have their little limbs burn off, the little sticks, they'll just sprout again. However, some of these are not fire resistant trees. The ones that are torching back there are the more pine kind of trees. Here's the rain of embers from that tree that just went up, and these can be carried quite a long distance. So the main fire isn't even here yet. That's just the spot fire in front of the fire. And like I said, shelter in a safe... See, they just became aware of that, and now they're like, holy crap. They're doing their best just because they're trapped. But better than doing this would have been to find a pond and use the blanket and throw it over themselves. In fact, they're just going to survive because of luck, and they do have some preparation. That field is, you know, most of the grass never catches because it's mowed down low like that. It may be green, I have no idea. But it would have been wiser to have taken that pickup, for example, and just driven to a place like that had a culvert or a bridge and sheltered underneath there. Abandon the vehicle, go to a pond, go to a swimming pool, because look at the firestorm coming. The main fire's coming. Young trees don't stand a chance. That one's gone. Don't even try, buddy. Just let that one go. So I just try to give people an education. We are continuing to listen to the glass fire. They haven't said anything for a little bit. Oh, speak of the devil. Like, what's he gonna do out there exactly? Watch what's coming. I mean, dude, you should be seeking shelter. If you can. I just don't know that they have any opportunity. I cannot judge, and I'm not in judgment. But in general, as advice goes, I mean, these people were trapped. A lot of people were. There were multiple fatalities where households didn't make it out. This is the same night that Santa Rosa burned down in October 2017. And then the fires just continued on. And it was a Friday the 13th that I found out my friend didn't make it out. He's nearby. You know, I don't know who these people are, but I know that my friend lives nearby. A family has the same problem. When people were woken up here, they were woken up by a glow in their own room. And they were like, why is my room lit up by orange? There was no reverse 911. The fire moved too quickly. It chewed through all the power lines. It chewed through all the phone lines. And as you could see, I mean, in the middle of nowhere, there was no way that that door-to-door could happen here, because this fire has already blocked all the roads out pretty much. It's coming in from multiple directions too, because the Santa Ana winds shifted around and multiple power lines are down all over the place near these towns. So a lot of these people never had a chance to escape by car. That's why your shelter in place plan is your #1 most important thing. And rewind, I have just been, if you need to know about that information now, you can rewind. I just explained that for about 20 minutes. And if you then hear all you need to know, hit the live button and you'll come back, because I'm live talking to you right now. I am live covering these fires. I feel like it's important to, hey Bo, what's up? I feel like it's very important to give this information out, because this is the information that saves lives. So what you should do is, no matter what, have a shelter-in-place plan. During this fire, people were mostly awoken to the sounds of their roof catching on fire. And the Santa Ana winds can be so powerful, they can pick up rocks and throw them against your window. There was that.
I'm getting water. 61, 65, you go with Tango.
They're just moving around units. So, I'll turn that on if it gets a little bit better. Some units are more intelligible than others. But like I was saying, the shelter-in-place plan is sometimes your only option. In these
heat out of it. We still have a lot of snags there. The embers passing way over the other side. Even if we stay there and we start hosing, getting stuff down, still we ain't making no progress. Still gonna keep on going over and still gonna come over.
Well, don't take spots across into that little island and pick it up.
We came out to get one.
I really don't know what exactly they just said.
Charlie training copy.
0543.
Okay. So,
Copy. The ember captain will weigh about 50 to 100 feet on the other side. Wait. Orbit into 2, you copy, on the goal, making up.
We are right behind 61.
oh, that's frustrating. I don't know if they were reporting progress or failure. So all I know is that they've reported heavy embers raining down here, and that's why I referred to my video. And don't ever panic in a fire. That's not going to help. Just have your ABC evacuation plans. One road this way, one road this way, one road that way. And D, your shelter-in-place plan is your most important. Because in some fires, you don't ever get a warning, and you just wake up and it's around you. And that's okay. As long as you know about the nearest bodies of water, the vast majority of people, or the nearest plowed fields, or the nearest open field, what I like to do is show people everywhere there's a creek. I just go onto a random, these are topographic maps. Everywhere, even in the middle of nowhere, even where it's dry, everywhere a road crosses any body of water like a creek, there is a bridge or a culvert. So click on your topo maps and see like there's a pond. So if anybody lived around here, I wouldn't try to make it out right now. I would go to this, I'd go to this, whichever place is the most, use your knowledge of the area. Switch back and forth between satellite imagery and try to remember whether or not that body of water is still full or if it's been drained. I mean, there's plenty of dirt fields too. Just try to think, is that going to be plowed at this moment? What is that? Wow. Even though the structure might burn, that's perfectly safe place to be right here. Manicured grass, golf courses, baseball diamonds, dirt fields, anywhere grass is green or just clipped really down low, you'll be fine. Any ponds, swimming pools that doesn't have any vegetation following you that's burning, you'll be fine. It doesn't even have to be a really big parking lot, your typical grocery store parking lot, you'll be fine. And so, do not try to drive through fires, guys. Don't try to defend your house with a garden hose. Just look now, wherever you live, and use it as a fun exercise. With it near me, within walking distance, where's my shelter-in-place place? That's usually within walking distance that you'll find one. If you don't, make a plan around where the nearest one is. Right here, this could be one. Bale Lane, there's a bridge over the river. Either that's a bridge or a culvert. It's probably a bridge. Hang out there. I've been reading on my other days on this channel survival stories where people did exactly that. I'm not making stuff up. I am telling you only what firefighters actually want you to know. And they have come into my channel and said I'm doing a great job. It's just public service. I'm just passing that information on. There's no conspiracy crap, no wild ideas here, no partisan crap, no finger pointing, no blaming. Just survival information and information about the fires. If you have any question right now, I can answer most of them for you. We continue to monitor the glass fire as it's threatening Callistoga. And they were saying that around this time, about 1 hour ago, they were saying Callistoga would begin to be impacted in an hour. So that was about 1 hour ago. That's why we're continuing to listen to Northern California major incident. But I see the lead plane has landed because it is no longer selected. A PC-12 has also taken off, but it seems to be monitoring or going somewhere else. I thought that had to do with fires, actually. It's just gone somewhere. So, looks like Air Command has landed, but we continue to monitor the situation at Callistoga really closely. Maybe a different scout plane is around, so we will continue to look. That's a Beach King. It flew around the buttes for some reason. Took off from Chico. So we can monitor the other fires too. Right now we have evacuations issued for Butte County. Once again, it's Magalia Paradise. You know, Magalia, Sterling City, all of that. I'll show you the map. Pence. You know, I bet my uncle's waking up. You know, someone's probably knocking on his door. So Polga, Concal, Big Bend. You know, of course, all these areas. Paradise is on alert. Magalia is preparing. DeSalva, Lovelock, Sterling City. If you're in yellow, just go. I would never ever stay and wait for the third level if I was in level 2. Level 2 does not mean get ready to go if we tell you. It means get ready to go because we think we'll be telling you to go really soon. That's what that means. So leave before you're told. Don't keep your, don't do anything like try to wet down your building. It doesn't matter. It's like a blow dryer. These dry winds. If you were to jump in a lake and get out, your hair would be blow dried by the winds within 8 minutes. So would your roof. It doesn't matter. Don't leave your sprinklers running because there'll just be less water pressure for the firefighters if they try to save your house. Don't do anything of the sort. Pack the things that you need to survive. Get ready. Stay calm and go. And if you're downwind of a fire, you can tell where it will generally go. So we've been using Windy. And we know that what the Santa Ana winds do. We know their behavior, and they just do what they do all the time. So here's wind conditions. You can see the hot, dry winds coming out of the Great Basin, the deserts, and they split into 2 parts. So here's the diagram of what they do. You can look this up too. It's called the Diablo winds on Wiki. They just decided to call the northern half of the Santa Ana winds the Diablo winds, named by Mount Diablo. What happens is these winds come out of Nevada whenever the jet stream does a little jig like so. And there's high pressure here, which acts as a shield. So any of these dry desert storms that might just run around the deserts, bounce off that shield, hit the jet stream, they go swirl, and they gain a lot of speed by going down the Sierra Nevadas. That's 7,000 plus elevation on those peaks. And wherever wind is funneled, or anything is funneled into a narrow area, it picks up speed. So Feather River Canyon, all of these rivers, canyons, they accelerate the winds and they are just blowing by the time they hit the valley and they hit the coast range. Instead of doing this hop, this is not exactly what happens. What usually happens is the winds, only some of them make it in these narrow mountain passes to the coast, but here's the coast ranges. If you look at the geography of California, only the winds can only escape by San Francisco, going past Mount Diablo, or going down here by LA. So that means LA is most vulnerable, and then over here too. But wait, they don't just go like that. So what the winds do is they bounce. They bounce off the coast range. And what you see is they change direction and go south towards San Francisco for the exit. Why are they doing that? Because sorry, I'm going to mute that. I continue to monitor the glass fire chatter. So why do the winds change direction and suddenly randomly go south, and some of them make it to the coast going through the mountain passes? Ironically, most of our highways go through the mountain passes. You don't really go through a mountain, that would be tunnels. And so these highways, they go on the little rivers which make the mountain passes. So some of the winds will seek through those and they'll make it out, like over here by Mendocino, right? The others, if we look here, not there. If we look here at terrain, and I'm going to put enhanced shading on here. So this is a lot more emphasized. Look at the terrain. And there's a lot of north and south action here. These are all faults from earthquakes where the land folded, right? So you have these north and south lines, and this is where wind funnels. As soon as the wind hits something like this, like a valley, it just kind of follows the valley or follows the ravine, and that's where you get wind. So that's why they're evacuating places south of Callistoga and Santa Rosa and south of it, because this is where the winds will funnel, and as the majority of them make their way out the San Francisco Bay. So that's what we're seeing as we interpret it here. Fires will follow what the winds do. These will shift around though. Gusts will come up and they'll wane, and then gusts will come up and they'll wane, and they'll shift and they'll go left, they'll go right. That always happens. So you can't really predict anything, except if you're in a vulnerable area and you know that there's a fire near you and the wind really might have a chance of blowing your way, then you should go and leave that area long before anybody tells you, especially if you're super vulnerable. And by that I mean like you're on a dead-end road anywhere, or if you're like living in the hills and not on the flatlands. Think about how long it takes. Think about how long it takes on a good day to get to these highways. Now picture them all traffic jammed like they are during rush hour, and picture it like fog and you can't see, and you have to drive about 10 miles an hour. The fires move about 55 miles an hour, so that tells you something. Shelter in place. Once you realize that it's too late to evacuate by car, just go to your plan D. It is too late when fire's upon you, when there's embers, when you can't guarantee that the road in front of you is not open, then that means that window of opportunity has shut. Just relax. Let it pass you, and if you don't know what I'm talking about as your plan D, go ahead and rewind the video and watch what I said about it, and then come back and hit to live broadcast by hitting the live button. I've enabled it so you can rewind the channel. So right now they're going pretty quiet. The airplane has landed over by the glass fire. They're finishing up the evacuations of Callistoga. They lost some structures near Castello the Amorosa winery, the Castle winery. We know that some structures were lost at, what was the other one? So sorry. There's so many out here. Benacer and Tootle. I think it's Turley, and there's Tootle. Yeah, Tootle over here. They were working on Big Tree Road 4 hours ago in Bale Lane. I don't know if the structure survived, but they're working to save many, many wineries, including Sterling. They're trying to build some sort of a fire line along Silverado Trail and Howell Road. I don't know how that's going because they kind of have stopped the chatter. In fact, I'm going to restart it. I'm going to hit play. Anybody in the chat, go ahead and tell me which fire you want me to read next. All the evacuation information is in the links. And if one of them doesn't work, alert me. If you want me to look at a different fire, go ahead and alert me too. But I'm not happy with the way they're not really updating these maps very quickly. To me, that should be #1 priority for everybody working in your county. However, I keep refreshing these. Like here's NAPA. That was Sonoma. I have all the information for Shasta, NAPA, and Sonoma evacuations in the description of the video. And you know, they're still acting like Callistoga is under a warning. It's mandatory. People are being asked to leave by 128 north from Callistoga. Everybody else, go 128 south. But at Callistoga, they are blocked going south. And the Petrified Wood Road, or Petrified Forest, is blocked right now. So I keep switching to like the Zogg fire. Here's Butte County's evacuation map. Don't trust me what I'm showing you? Go ahead and check the links. You know, I'm doing my best here, but I'm not an official, and I can't be everywhere at once here. I have like 67 tabs open to check. But poor Butte County, just as I feared, you know, this is deja vu. But so far, what we've heard out of Butte County is that it seems that the lines are holding as far as Sherlock has given us an update. But since this has gone so silent, I'm going to set up a second I'm going to set up a second broadcast for Butte County. So let's go to Butte County. I'm right clicking. I guess I have to do this. I'll have them both going, but I'll mute one at a time, because right now, Northern California major incident. What do you mean that's offline? Northern California major incident, which is the one covering the glass fire, is pretty silent right now. So, Vita for Life, welcome. You've just woken up. Yeah, Bo, yeah, everybody's trying to stay safe. Santa Ana winds are back. So far, they're being mild, and knock on wood. Mild is still horrific. Vita for Life says, just woke up. Did this fire make it deep into Santa Rosa? Not yet. Knock on wood. They're fighting valiantly. And I'm trying to find Butte County to monitor. So that would be... It says click to start the player. I don't want it to overwrite the other one. Is there a way to open that in a new tab? No. Really? Let's listen. Here's the glass fire. Let's listen. They just did something.
Charlie, I talked to division yesterday, or 2 days ago out here. There's a pond back there that we use the water center and craft at. It's supposed to be try to check that out. See if it's flagged. Water center back there. I don't have.
Alright, that's enough of that. Something about a water tender using a pond somewhere, you know. But that's all I could make out. But they're struggling hard, you know, trying to save Callistoga and other wineries and homes. They've gotten an aircraft out here that did really good scouting work. They kind of split their attention. The main fire over here by Callistoga versus the one threatening Santa Rosa. And so what I want to point out is that ember activities. Oh, let's listen. Is it going to be intelligible? The fire leapt from somewhere. And no, it's not. Alright, so I'll continue to monitor that. The fire leapt from somewhere up here and went all the way across the valley and started the new fires over here. That's just what they do casually. You know, that's what happens when embers are at the top of the trees and they're up on a ridge, and that ember just, they can go 10 miles, they can go 20 miles in extreme circumstances. So this was technically 2 fires. This was a spot fire down here by Santa Rosa, where the main fire was up here by Callistoga. And so what we saw is that it leapt over, and so the spot action, the heat detection from space, where all these little spots are, you know, happened, the red happens anywhere from 1 to 12 hours ago. But you can see it didn't really just cross, it just went boink over here. So they've been doing a valiant job. It's close to normal traffic, but St. Helena Road here, they are using it as a sort of a fire line as much as they can. I think they've, at Schweiger, they've done a good job of protecting some buildings. They seem satisfied with that, but I don't know if they're babysitting it any longer. So, as far as Santa Rosa is concerned, we have the evacuation information that's in the description. But man, oh man, Santa Rosa. Listen for a second. Look what the old fire did. But it actually was in here. What you can't see is the city fires that happened inside Santa Rosa at the same time the wildfire happened back there. So I guess they're not going to talk. I'm going to remute that. So they've tried to split it into 2 different divisions, and they may be on 2 different channels, and that may be why we're having such less chatter. In fact, I think I might just switch. Let's go to Butte County. And after Butte County, I think I'll try up there by the Zogg fire, and that, what is that, Shasta? So let's try a new feed. And we're having commercials, so I'm going to wait for that. Let's go up to the Zogg fire. Excuse me. This is by Reading. The wind is probably going to blow it away from I-5. I've had some questions, but you don't really know what the Santa Anas will do. If we turn on the wind plot, you can see how it's kind of just going to go curve south as the wind seeks an exit towards the sea at San Francisco. So some of the wind, of course, will seek an exit here through this mountain pass to go to the ocean. And so that's not looking good for the Mad River area, where this north complex zone is going to go running wild. So this will probably be spreading towards the Mad River and Dinsmore. I do believe all that stuff is already evacuated, though. But that's not good for their effort at containment that they were working real well on. They had containment. They achieved it over here on the east side. So we are not seeing new hotspots, which is great. The Go 17 is the most up-to-date. And we are seeing it, of course, on the west sides of these fires. But look at the strange thing that the winds do when they can't find an exit, when they find just a series of little canyons. This one is starting to circle around on itself. Same thing at Clear Lake. And that's when you can get the tornado action sometimes. It's really mysterious on how that exactly forms, but fire tornadoes, they have just measured some being more than F2 in size. Okay. We're now listening to Butte County. Let's take a listen. Yikes. Wind speed is higher near Concow and Paradise. Concow is being evacuated. It is mandatory. So is Polga.
Engine 33 is available in response area. Engine 33, 0604. Engine 33.
I'm going to measure some winds, I guess, near the Feather River. See if they got a nearby station. More than 42-mile-an-hour wind gusts. That's not even in a ravine. Let's look at webcams in the facility, vicinity. Allegheny Flat, Minnesota Flat. It's like a backyard. I'm looking for the webcams on actually what we're watching. Yes, that's right. This is Mount Wilson at the Bobcat Fire. That is looking relatively calm at the Bobcat Fire right now. But I hear that Arcade Wildfire has a bunch of ones, and maybe we can go to a different sector. All right.
G110, good morning.
Let's see. Okay. Huh. That's promising. Might be the smoke from the North Complex. Let's see where these cameras are. So we've got some at Chico. Let's get eyes on this thing. Concow looking east. Let's look. Yankee Hill. Let's see. Alright, so this is, let's do a time lapse. Last 6 hours is a time lapse. This is from Concow looking east. Looks like you can see a glow in the distance. It's compiling the image. We are listening to Butte County whenever they talk as well. If you want any evacuation information, that is provided in the description of my channel, of the video. If you want me to read it to you, because say your hands are busy or you're packing, I can do that too. Just put in the chat whatever fire you want me to cover immediately. Oh, yeah, you can see it in the distance now from, this is looking from Yankee Hill at Concow east towards the Bear Fire.
41.
And that is, hopefully the sunrise is at, it's not time for the sunrise though. We will continue to monitor that. So let's look at other cameras. Let's see, this one is Flea Mountain. Isn't that by La Porte? Yeah, we can see a fire. So this is live, as far as I can tell. Let's look down. So yeah, the Nevada Seismo Lab This thing compiled some insane images when the bear fire started. Google it. Go to YouTube on a different channel. Don't leave my channel, but right click, open a new tab of YouTube. The historic run of the bear fire. Oh, these webcams have a story to tell you with their several days of time lapse. This fire was a demon. May have run at near world record kind of speeds. So let's do a time lapse the last 12 hours. So we see during the day, and it will pause. I believe we're looking.
Medical code 2, Grand Avenue and 12th Street.
We're also listening to Orville, like medical rescue and heart attacks. So it's almost done with its time lapse, but
Company 64, Butte Medics. Medical code 2. Laceration. BCSO at scene, requesting code 2 response. Grand Avenue and 12th Street, 0609.
alright, so is it ready yet? Are you gonna play? This is the North Complex / Bear Fire. I think we're looking from around LaPorte towards Grizzly Reservoir, if I had to guess. Flea Mountain. Here's a 12-hour time lapse, and it has flared right up. Wow. Yeah, that's what Santa Ana winds do. But they had done a lot of containment work up there. They have done a lot of containment work up there, and then that looks really bad, but maybe it's holding. That's why I'm on Butte County right now, just trying to figure out anything. But we'll continue to monitor that, that's for dang sure. I'm not sure what it's doing, but as long as we don't see it coming over those ridges, right? The fire, some of those are vehicle headlights. So you can tell there's a response to this location, and vehicle headlights are kind of coming and going. And there may be automatic camera flashes from auto cameras. Look at the stars going by. So that's 12-hour time lapse from this vantage point looking at the bear fire, and that is looking east. I'm hoping that's dawn. I don't think we would see it yet though. It's 6:11. When is what? Let's listen. Meanwhile, I continue to seek webcams that'll show us the fires. So if you just tuned in, if you need evacuation info, that's in the description of the channel, all the links. And if you are curious about a certain fire, just let me know which one you want me to cover. California is experiencing the Santa Ana winds right now. Knock on wood, they're kind of mild. They can be hurricane force gusts, and at the moment I haven't seen any. Doesn't mean they're not happening. So what we're looking at right now, this is for pilots. I don't see any above any fires. They just did great aerial recon at the Glass Fire. There's a King Air that just took off from Chico, and that's been kind of a incident command kind of thing. And the Beach King Airs, they are scouting planes. You know, they tend to be incident command in the sky. So hopefully, I'm not sure where it's going, but hopefully we'll get some more info. And I don't know what these craft are. Bell 407, sometimes they're associated with aerial firing or recon. So that is flying low. This is under 14,000, but maybe unrelated. So I'm looking out for Redding. I don't see an aircraft over Redding. It's a Skyhawk, and sometimes it's a training school, and sometimes it's related to the fire. Hey, Chow Girl says, thanks for covering this live. Absolutely, I'm here for you guys. And I started this. I've been doing this for 4 weeks now. I mean, this is week 4. Pretty much every single waking hour without a break. One of my videos, I didn't it went on for more than 170 hours. But if you look back at my channel, it's pretty much every day since this began in Labor Day. So I have no streaming experience, just decided to turn this on to help provide information. I got frustrated when it took me 3 hours to figure out basic organ evacuation in the middle of a Holocaust type, death event, and where many cities were erased off the map. It was absolutely horrific for Oregon, and looked out my window and just saw smoke columns rising into the sky. Had, even in regular cities that weren't affected by the wildfires, it's like during that wind event, 58 fires started in like a 3-hour period over by Columbia County, called Washington County, the county adjacent. And then by the end of the day, there was 158 fires, just vegetation fires, spot fires, homeless campfires, but mostly, the vast majority were down power lines, because this was a once-in-a-lifetime event. California's used to this. Most of these fires were caused by lightning. And August 17th, they had more than 530 fires started by lightning on the same day, with more than 8,000 lightning strikes. They tried desperately to put all of them out before winds picked up, but the Labor Day wind event was like, nobody's seen that in 75 years. It's a very rare, perfect storm kind of a wind event, where all 3 western states, Oregon, Washington, and California, were hit by the equivalent of a Santa Ana wind at the same time. Nobody in living memory has that, really, of that happening to Oregon and Washington. So usually Oregon and Washington would have sent units immediately. Usually there would be tons and tons of firefighters available immediately from the prison system, where a lot of the inmates who are non-violent, they have the option of reduced sentence if they become volunteer firefighters, and that's actually the majority of the firefighters sometimes. But guess what? COVID-19 took away all the manpower. California cried for help, and Oregon says we're fighting for survival, and Washington says, yeah, we're busy. Sorry. So as Oregon has finally gotten a handle on most of their fires, units are starting to come down here, but they still, once again, were trying to put these fires out and contain them, racing the Santa Ana winds. And they have come before they were out. So this time they're fighting these massive, massive lightning fire complexes. So I can't even tell you how many started because of the lightnings. Like this one right here, they just got done kind of containing it. The LNU, the lightning complex fire. In fact, I don't know if it's 100% contained. It could be. Embers from here flew over here. They don't know. But this is real ugly. This just updated itself, look. This wasn't like this about 10 minutes ago, so we just got... Oh god, sorry about that horrible noise, I just turned it down. So the satellite just made a new pass. So everywhere in red is a heat detection made sometime during the past 12 hours. Could be an hour ago, or 12. We know here where it's orange. According to this color code, that happened more than 12 hours, but less than 24 hours ago. This happened, a heat detection, less than 24 hours ago, but more than 36 hours ago. So you can kind of see the fire activity, VIRS progression, detected up here somewhere, and then spread around. It hopped right over. It went from ridge over here, started a second fire, and now they've just kind of merged because this was just the baby of the mother fire up there. So Santa Rosa, these are evacuations taking place. They're working hard over here to save Santa Rosa. They're working hard over here to save Callistoga and the adjoining wineries. So I've switched, though, the feed to Butte County, which has now gone pretty unresponsive. So what we were watching were the live webcams, because here's the 12-hour time-lapse again. This is, I think, Flea Mountain, somewhere near LaPorte. Oh, this is Butte County. Let's listen. Yeah, DJ Kento says LNU is 98% containment, or so they claim. Yeah. Well, I mean, that's not 100. So I would bet that this is probably a new ember kind of sparked fire, and it's not their fault. But that's not 100. Like I keep telling people, you see high percentage numbers, don't be lulled into a false sense of security. There was a couple that died, and there's at least 12 people dead in this fire that we're watching. Okay. This fire that we're watching is already... That's it. I'm turning that off because we can't hear it. So we're going to move away from Butte County Sheriff and CALFIRE. This is the Bear Fire, the North Complex, they're calling it now. That just took a whole bunch of lives and ran from Bucks Lake all the way to Oroville in just a matter of hours. So this is its current activity up there by Bucks Lake and the Grizzly Reservoir, as seen from, I think, Flea Mountain is by LaPorte, I think. So looking east, that's the last 12-hour time lapse. So this fire was at 50% containment when it was tiny, struck by and started by lightning. So they just found the bodies days ago of a couple that called and made phone calls. They said, we're packing up our car, we're going to leave. They're saying the winds are going to pick up, it'll be bad. And they checked the internet. Oh, they checked the internet and they saw, oh, it's 50% contained. We're just going to go to bed. We're packed and ready to go, though. We'll be told when we need to leave, right? Oh, no, you won't. Never bank on that. So they were found dead near their car. They tried to leave again. Once the window of opportunity was closed for leaving by car. But don't fret about that. You can rewind and you can go through my video before. Yeah, sometimes you may never get the ability to leave by car. So that's the last image. And that's totally fine. Your best plan is your shelter-in-place plan. And there's almost, when I visited the scenes of these fatalities and documenting things for history purposes, I came to the conclusion that everybody who died in Paradise pretty much was less than 100 to 200 feet away from a good shelter. They just didn't know about it. Even if that shelter was a parking lot or a culvert underneath, like Pearson Road, wherever a road goes over a body of water, or like a ravine or a little creek or a little gulch, even if it's dry, get in that culvert and get under the bridges. You know, that can be a safe shelter. People sheltered, even though it looks this bad. There's thousands of people surviving in here in Paradise. This is the whole town engulfed. But within there, thousands of people are chilling out. In the big parking lots of the grocery stores. In fields that had been recently, like, clear-cut and cleared for building and development. They're hanging out in baseball diamonds in the school parking lots, and in the school fields, in the middle of track and fields, in little ponds, in the backyard pools. I mean, this looks bad, but there's tons of safe places within here. And what happens is the ground fire will just move past you. And you just ride it out. Know where pools are near you, any body of water like a pond, a lake, a reservoir, where there's no vegetation really next to it that could fall on you that could be burning. You know, take a blanket down with you, throw it over your head, get up to your chin in water by crouching down, and just ride it out. You know, just sit in your car in the middle of a green field or a golf course and ride it out. Hospital parking lot, ride it out. Let the buildings burn. Let the trees burn around you. As long as nothing is around it falling, you ride it out. And don't try to flee by car. Ironically, when my brother fled, I went to his house, you know, as part of my Paradise Aftermath tour. And he asked me to check on his house, see what was left. Well, nothing. Even his boat, his aluminum boat, burned. A lot of people don't realize that aluminum burns, but it does. If you ever see an aircraft fire, it does. So let's turn back on the fire history. I'm finding a new channel, by the way. It is time to switch to... These are not online, really? Really? The public safety channels are not online. Butte County, California, Chico Fire. California Special one, not online. So we were listening to Butte County Sheriff and CALFIRE, and that was just unintelligible. I'm going to switch over to Shasta County, and we're going to look at the Zogg fire for a minute. So let's see who's listening to what. Northern California major incident, LNU glass. Let's just see. 416 people might be correct. Let's listen.
From the time you get up to the time you wrap up, there's a lot of meetups, eat-ups, and hurry-ups. So come to Shell and get 3 things done at once. Fill up with Shell V-Power Nitro Plus to help keep your engine.
Okay, I'll turn that up in a second. What are these chipper commercials? Alright, I'm going to look at the Zogg fire. If you have any questions, go ahead and put that in chat. But never ever think you have to drive through a fire. You know, firefighters don't do it. They just don't do it. They don't enter a place. Yikes! I'm gonna tone that down. Firefighters just don't enter a place where they don't have an escape, or if they don't really have a good escape route except for the way they came in. They do the same thing. They look at bodies of water. They just kind of memorize the landscape as they go along, and they know where the safe spots are. One of the things I love to do is go to Forest Service map. If you're in the middle of nowhere, it's your best friend. So like here, where there's Forest Service maps, you can see that there's way more bodies of water and creeks. Even if you lived in the middle of nowhere, if you're camping in the middle of nowhere, right here, that's a bridge or a culvert. Get out of your car. If embers are raining around you or you're trapped, and go where there's a bridge or a culvert and get under there. You're going to be pretty good. Here too. It doesn't have to be something big like that. Here too, that's fine. It doesn't have to be the lake. In fact, that's too tall. That elevation is too steep to get down to the lake. And so you have to check elevation too. And, you don't have to drive hours through a firestorm here. There's a culvert or a bridge there. Culvert or a bridge there. Look at the little ponds and stuff. What do your neighbors have? Click on over to, hey, there's a water treatment plant. I love topo maps, have much more information than say, here's Google terrain. I bet it won't even say that. Oh, yeah, it says a treatment plant doesn't show any water, and that would suck to use that water, okay? But probably the parking lot would be a better option. But you know what I'm saying is some of that's going to be clean, and you'd be alive, okay, even if you took the bad option there. But topo maps. Oh, let's listen. This is Northern California major incident. I don't know what fire they're talking about. Let's listen.
There, Salina. Go ahead.
Callistoga Safeway in Santa Rosa. How would you like me to proceed?
Operation on LNU West 10.
So you can see now they're using a Safeway at Callistoga somewhere as a place to meet up. So big parking lots of big stores are great shelter-in-place options. So are any sort of golf courses. That's perfect. Just a wool blanket can be your best friend. Keep it in your car, and that it resists flames. And just throw that over your head. Even if embers are raining down on you, you'll be able to just shrug them off until you get to the water. And the thing is the wool blanket will keep you from getting cold too. If you think about how dang cold water can be when it's not swimming temperatures. Have you ever tried to go swimming when it's 68? Sometimes it is at night. Man, you're going to be cold. So a wool blanket will insulate heat even when it's wet. And it resists fire. It's your best friend. Go get one. Just get one. And you'll never regret it. And say you go out and park in this community pool area, right? Let's look at the satellite. So community pool sounds like an awesome place to shelter in place. Let's go to satellite. Yeah. So say you're just, this is full with the other refugees, right? So you drive out here onto the soccer field. And so say there's a stick, big branch here on fire, right? It tumbles across here and it gets on the wheel well of your car. Well, now you got an oven mitt called a big wool blanket. Just wrap that around your arm and just bat it away, or just use it to slap away. Use it like a big whip with both hands. Slap it away from your vehicle. Or wrap up your leg and kick it. You know, it's gonna be your best friend. Just, you can cut up into strips. You can block the vents with it. But, you know, if there's already a traffic jam, you know, it's too late. If the fires or swirling embers are around you, it's too late. You know, if you lived here, like, just walk here. If you don't have a blanket, it's a rougher ride. But here is actually better than this pool. Because you see what's wrong with the pool? Here. There's big trees around it. They're going to be dropping limbs on fire on you. It's very close to the buildings. When they go hot, you're going to have to keep your nose out of the water, and your face is going to sunburn and then worse. Just because of the heat, not really because of the flames. And so your wool blanket, you throw it over your head. Oh boy, are you sitting much more prettier. You have breathable air there. You know, you're going to keep your eyebrows. That's why I say your wool blanket's your friend, and you can just use your new sense of fire knowledge, advice like this. Just learn what people did in Paradise. That's the most perfect spot ever. If this is still like this, drive out here and sit. That's it. If firefighters come by, you wave at them. I'm evacuated to here. I'm safe. Good job. Cheer them on. Woo! They're gonna say, yeah, cool. Chill here. You know, unless they know.
First engine, you're going to have to limit up that branch across the road.
Unless they know that you should evacuate this way, they'll give you instructions. Or they might just say, chill here. And they may just tell everybody else to go here. It just depends on what they do. Like in Paradise, they would round people up in a neighborhood, and then they got trapped, and it was not too bad. They knew which structures were defensible. They would go near those. They dip their... They know that they need water, so they would just dip their apparatus in pools, ponds, and creeks, and look at the most defensible house, and they'd use that. They'd gather up the neighbors, put them in that house, wet down the house, just ride it out. Firefighters don't flee through fire in a panic, and neither should you. You know, it's the most rare thing ever. Oh wow, look at this. If this was still like this, perfect. You gotta think also, do I have access to that pond or pool? Is there like a fence with barbed wire? Because at places where there's... Callistoga doesn't have a Safeway, okay. So he must have been saying to the Callistoga crew, Safeway at Santa Rosa or nearby. Okay. Anyway, they just gather people up and they chill out in a house. And the firefighters wet it down with a deck gun. That is way more than a garden hose that they have. And as long as they have a source of water, they'll just drop in and have an intake. So my brother, ironically, he goes, the sheriff panicked him. He did what the sheriff or his police or whoever told him to do. Here he was waiting for Paradise to be evacuated that fateful day. And he was waiting to be told what to do, and the reverse 911 system failed because all the lines, the power lines went out. Power went out, phone lines went down because the fire ate all of those, and they ate the cell phone towers. So all of a sudden everybody's deaf, dumb, and blind, without power, without cell service, and when they pick up the phone and nothing happens. That's when people had to think for themselves, and that's not a good thing. When you're panicking, when you're excited, you can't reason. Not like you can now. But there's a reason why firefighters never get flapped. They're just totally calm when they walk into a burning building. It's training. They already know what to do. They have a plan. And when their pulse races, they just fall back on their training and they stay cool. And they don't go, ah! You know, the more excited you get, the more fearful you get, the more the fight or flight system kicks in, and you'll make the wrong choice and you'll do silly things. So just try to drive through flames, yada yada. I don't care how many of those videos you've seen on TV. That's not a good idea. For example, you have better have let at least 5 to 8 pounds of pressure out of your tires, maybe 10, because the pavement gets hot, and most people figure out the hard way when they try to drive through flames that the air in your tires expands with the heat. Hot air expands, and tires do not. Rubber does not. And so your tires will burst, most likely, if you ever do anything silly like that. So be like a firefighter and chill. The key is you make your shelter-in-place plan, and you're going to remember it even though you can't remember your last name. During a fire, it's too hard to think. If anybody gave you a math quiz and your life depended on it, you would fail. It's just your heart's just racing, and I know. And I just couldn't remember what to do when I saw a structure fire. And eventually I just came to my senses and just ran in there, holding my breath, and pulled somebody out. You know, but it's just like I couldn't remember when I'm on the 911 call where the relative I was staying with lived and what their address was, even though I just wrote the Christmas cards and such. I just couldn't really remember any street names nearby, and I couldn't remember the complex. So let's zoom out here. Look back at the fire. We've just had, if you're just joining us, MODIS satellite pass. And so the fire activity has changed. And so if we go to all satellites, we've got a lot more dots. That's a lot more dots than we had 25 minutes ago. It doesn't mean the fire is active.
Just back into this staging area up here.
Let's look at Santa Rosa Safeway. That's their staging area, I believe. Do they have one? A photographer on Twitter just showed a picture of buildings burned on Mund Road. Right. I tend not to show that kind of stuff in case it can bring out some PTSD stuff. Plus, it's copyrighted. Unless it is, I can show you whatever the fire department has made, because that's non-copyrighted. It's a work United States government. Does Santa Rosa have a Safeway? They specifically mentioned one, but they didn't mention which town. I would imagine they do. They no longer have a Kmart. That's a horrible story. That's from the last fire. There it is. So Safeway in Santa Rosa seems to be the staging unit. And let's see why. They think that this is a good, safe place to meet, and let's see why. Let's go to satellite. Big parking lot. That's exceptionally large.
Down below. If you look in the direction of the fire station, kind of to almost due north, down in the bottom of the river drainage, I'm seeing a new smoke. It looks like it's a little bit toward the station, probably due north from where you're at.
Well, we have no idea where that is.
Can't tell if that's inside or outside the line.
I don't know.
Is that not?
Huge parking lot. That would be totally safe. You can get right there. Yeah. Get right there. Assuming that's green and still manicured. Oh, here's gold. You could get right there. This would be hot if this building went up. You want to retreat.
I'm kind of looking right on the very edge of the line. I don't know until we get more daylight on it.
Alright, I'm just going to back that down and turn that off until that's intelligible. We're listening to Division Whiskey 54 Alpha.
54 Alpha from Division Whiskey. You available for a cell phone call? Negative. I'll be available in about 15 minutes. I'm heading off the hill to start towards base camp. I'll call you when I get far. Okay, copy that, thank you.
Well, at least we don't hear, oh no, structures are going up, retreat. That's just the one thing you don't want to hear. So fingers crossed, fingers crossed. And if anybody has any questions right now, go ahead and put it in chat. And Bolt, I'm sorry, I missed you.
Yeah, if anything, it's right on the line.
Yeah, I'll stay down there.
Okay, that fire looks like a Smurf hat. Didn't Papa Smurf have a hat like that? Anyway, so what we're looking for is information about how they're going to fight it. We know they're trying to save the wineries up here, like the Castle one. Schramsberg Vineyards had a structure go up. No word on if it was saved. Same thing about Tootle Winery. Over here, they're trying to create a line. So their line is Silverado Trail is part of it, connecting through Deer Park. Mund Road, they had dozers, crews, and they were going to use some sort of a line to try and use Howell Mountain Road as some sort of a break. And Howell Mountain is where they had a lot of fire, as reported earlier. So as dawn approaches, we're going to see aerial action, I imagine. I want to know current wind conditions. It's Snork. Thank you. You saw it too? The Smurfs snort. Yeah. This Snorks and Smurfs. Okay, the Snorks were these guys. No, it's her hat. See, her hat's like that. Yeah. Sorry, that comes to mind. Like I was saying, I was trying to be reassuring, and since I didn't finish my thought, I think I probably just freaked people out. But you're not going to remember your middle name, your street name, your address, like when a fire's happening, and you're like, da 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 da.
Command 1.
Dang it, I'm interrupted again. Remind me to finish this heartwarming thought that I was going to tell you guys.
Yeah, can I get some intel as the fire crossed Diamond Mountain?
What mountain?
Can you place a call to me? I can't copy. Looking for intel on Diamond Mountain.
Diamond. Okay.
Branch 1, I'm down at the Howell Mountain end. I don't know about Diamond Mountain right now.
Diamond Mountain.
Okay, if you could get eyes on that at some point.
Okay.
Well, you might be able to try Alpha right now, and he can tell you.
Alpha, operations.
I'm just going to mute them and finish my sentence no matter what. Okay. Dang it.
I'll go back and double check. The last time I was over there, it was still hung up just north of Azalea. Correction, just south of Azalea, and it was holding on Azalea. But I will double check Diamond Mountain. I do not know if it crossed over Diamond Mountain on the top side, but on the bottom side it has not reached Diamond Mountain.
Okay. Can I talk? Hang on.
It has not crossed the bottom side of Diamond Mountain.
Affirmative. If you give me about 5 to 10, I will go check.
You could just shoot me an update text.
Affirmative.
All right. Okay. Finally, I get to. No. I had to talk again. What? Oh.
1, occupants trapped. 1400 Schramsberg Road.
Schramsberg Road.
and see that on Google Maps. Then, of course, when I wanted to finish my happy thought, we get this occupants trapped somewhere on 1400 Transburg Road. So we will, of course, look at that instead. Transburg Vineyards. Nope. Nope. Not good. Not terribly defensible, is it? Oh, no. This is F-. These are eucalyptus trees. They like to call them gasoline trees in California. In the firefighting world, they say eucalyptus. Because these things promote fire, that's their job. They just constantly drop. They slough off bark that's impregnated with their fire-inducing, gasoline-like sap. And they constantly drop dry leaves. They are trying to promote fires. They are the scam artist trees that came in from Australia back in California's early gold rush days. So they have, unfortunately, I'm just going to write this off. Unless they do some valiant work to protect this, or the wind shifts, I don't think this would be very defensible at all. I don't know that they would prioritize this in any way, shape, or form. So if I had to guess which structures would make it, this would be number one. I don't think it would make it. And this is horrible because it's pretty. This is historic and it's pretty, but you just can't have this. You can't have the gasoline trees. You can't have the vegetation. These very tall trees that can crown and then drop the embers on the roof. And unless they have super fire suppression systems going off right now, I just don't see them. I don't see this making it. Just, yeah. So, occupants trapped here, we can say a prayer for them and keep them in our thoughts and prayers. But these people were super vulnerable. If they were here, they have one way out. They're in the hills. That's not defensible space. So, firefighters, and they did not evacuate earlier. So the firefighters are now trying to make their way towards them. So that's why I keep saying, get out before you're told. Identify if you are vulnerable. At the end of a dead-end road, or if you only have one way out and you're in the hills, leave way before you're told, before the evacuation order is given. Just, that's the best of all options. So what I have to do, guys, is I have to use the bathroom. And I'm going to pour another coffee. I've been covering this since midnight, so it's approaching hour 7 of non-stop talking. All the evacuation information is currently in the description. It's excellent wine, by the way. Miracle Ninja says, well, it was. And 2020 wasn't a good year, unfortunately. I hope it makes it, of course, but that's an F- for preparing your property. I will be back in about 5 minutes, folks. Put any questions in chat. We got occupants trapped here, and we'll stay tuned.
Engine 26, ready for water on the engine aft. Engine 26, ready for water on the engine aft.
Atlantic Command 1, Tone 2. Branch 4. Commercial fire alarm. Smoke detector activation zone 1335 West Lane in Angwin.
Whiskey, user on the raise 54 Alpha on command.
folks, sorry, I am back. I am a mortal human being with a need for sleep, rest, and actual food and drink. So I've been covering this since midnight when I had planned to come home and go to bed. Fire said nope. So I gotta be here, and we'll check back in. Thank you all for being here, and I hope you are all safe. Need any information? Of course, the highest priority is those in need who are worried about something. I will drop everything to read you any fire update that you want. Ask any questions. That just goes along in the chat. Other than that, I just listen to what's being said. They had trapped occupants here at this winery somewhere, and I don't know if that's vehicle or if that's in a burning building or what's happening. Have they said anything since I've been away? We are listening to Northern California major incident, and this area is where the occupants are trapped. It's not defensible. Even though they did a good job with the brush, clearing, like the manicuring the landscape, this is just designed for trees to block your one way out. There's eucalyptus trees and too many that promote fire. So this is a non-defensible structure, as we had already figured out. The eucalyptus trees, that's going to go up like a super torch with all that super flammable gasoline-like sap in it. If you've seen the wildfires of Australia, you know what I mean. These were brought to California in the 1800s, and they were a scam. Too many people think they're pretty, though. I don't want to cut this one down. The remnants of this place will not be pretty, because I just don't see it as a defensible structure. Trees over it, limbs can drop down on it. Trees so close that all their branches touch, and so even without wind, fire would spread from bush to bush. So it's like I said, this is an F- for defensibility, as a defensibility rating goes. And it's so pretty too and historic, I just can't believe it. So I don't hold out much hope for that one, but I'm continuing to listen. I'm hoping we'll get an update on whether or not the people are rescued. Nothing came through while I was gone. Okay, thank you so much. So, yeah, we're pretty much hearing NAPA, a little bit of Sonoma County, but pretty much NAPA County. And they're working the glass fire. They're trying to save Callistoga and these surrounding wineries and rescue people. So, when it goes really silent like this, though, at least we can turn our attention elsewhere. And I did look out the window, and dawn is here. So, pretty soon we'll hopefully be seeing more aircraft, scout planes and the like, and then maybe some tankers. So as we look right now, Modus satellites passed by about an hour ago and changed everything that we see, concerning the red dot clusters. So you can see that many of the fires have really kind of exploded during the night, during the wind event. Got lots of new hotspots over here by the Grizzly Reservoir, but hopefully this will hold. There is a Flea Mountain webcam looking this way, and what we just did was looked at a webcam with a time lapse. Where did we put that? Right here. So let's refresh and make a new time lapse. This is looking at that bear fire from, that's the current view, from somewhere near LaPorte. Let's go ahead and make that 12-hour time lapse. So this was at dusk, and they were doing pretty well with the control lines up there by the Grizzly Reservoir as far as I know, but you can see it really flare up with the winds at night. So we're continuing to watch that, and I think we'll have some more amazing webcam views as well. And if you have any particular fire that you want me to read the report on, I'll be happy to show you. But there's been some pretty tense moments. They're evacuating a whole lot of people. The links to those evacuation centers and official links, to the maps. I have no idea what that just said. Let's listen a little bit. It's working on our time lapse. This is the Bear Fire current conditions, 12-hour time lapse for as seen from LaPorte or thereabouts. Should be about ready generating it. And then we'll go on to other webcams. So this was 12 hours ago. And you can see it really start to get excited with the winds at night. But it seems to stay there. Knock on wood, fingers crossed. So they did a whole lot of containment over there. They did a whole lot of firing, you know, dry vegetation ahead of the fire. They weren't, of course, 100% done containing the Bear Fire by any means, or the North Complex. And this is looking at the Bucks Lake / Grizzly Reservoir area, and it doesn't seem to move much. Just get really big, just flare up there. So let's continue to hope it stays there. The very last frame will be current as of today. So we're watching the 12-hour time lapse. I think Dawn's Light, yep, has crested, and that's the current look at the Bear Fire / North Complex as seen from LaPorte looking at Bucks Lake. So let's see what other webcams we got. Continue to listen to the glass fire, but there hasn't been much since. Oh, let's go up here from Meadow Valley. It's current view from Meadow Valley looking over at the fire's direction, I think. It can switch around. We could do a 6-hour time lapse, so it'll be faster. Yeah, you can kind of see it over this ridge from Meadow Valley. That Bucks Lake is over a hill, so this won't be that exciting actually. Let's see where other cameras might be located. They have one up by Shasta. I'd love to get eyes on the Zogg fire, which is up by Shasta County, up by Redding. So I got family over there. So yeah, this is not too exciting to watch actually. But there goes the moon. There goes the stars. Whoops. If only they had this a little bit higher on the ridge. If only they had this. Oops, sorry. Up here. So yeah, that's daybreak. Nice dawn, current conditions. Alright, so let's find a new cam. What you've got to do is go to alert fire like this, click on it, and then you choose your like area where the webcams are at. So there's, I think we already did this one, Concow Mountain. No, we didn't. So here's Concow Mountain. Looking over the devastated lands from the Paradise Fire. Let's do a 6-hour time lapse. This is looking east from Concow area. This place has been evacuated as of last night. Concow, Pulga, Cresta, Pence. Paradise, last time I checked, is on alert. The get ready stage. So this is the last 6 hours from Concow. You can see how Concow is like a big bowl. This is how it looked back in the day when the Paradise Fire was here. I don't think they had the webcams. I'm not sure. I don't think so. But the Paradise Fire embers moved from the ridge across the valley all the way here and skipped Concow at first and went immediately to Paradise. So this is how it looks there, and the smoke is blowing here. This is how it currently looks at Concow. And the fire hasn't moved too much. Knock on wood, we hope that it won't. So let's see. While there are red flag warnings with all this fire, absolutely they went red flag. The Santa Ana winds came, and they're mild at the moment. We seem to have 45-mile-an-hour wind gusts for the most part. minus the river canyons and the peaks, of course. So knock on wood.
You guys hold up right there.
We continue to listen to the glass fire at NAPA, but we're checking all the webcams we can. So that's the current conditions, looking at Concal East, and I can see why they wanted to evacuate everybody. So let's go to other spots on the map. In fact, I'm kind of done with this section, so let's go and find something on the Zogg fire, which is up by Reading. So it's a different section here, Shasta and Modoc. Wow, nice view. So here we have the cameras. We need something pointing this direction, north. Yeah, it's not a lot to see there, is it? She's smoky. It's facing the wrong direction. Rainbow Lake, smoky conditions, red sky in the morning. Let's get rid of that one. Whoopsie. I hope I'm not making anybody car sick. I'm not trying to. South Forks, look out. Are any of these actually facing the fire? Like that one? The West Peak. Here we go. So that's a live view, I believe, of the Zogg fire. So let's look at the 12-hour time lapse. Yeah, it's ugly. I'm going to mute that for you guys. I'll continue to listen to see if it becomes intelligible. Oh yeah, it was first just forecast to be a weather watch. And then the day before yesterday, as I left to go somewhere in the early afternoon, I saw that red flag warning had been issued for Quincy, and I knew it wasn't good. They weren't saying Santa Ana winds before this occurred. Now they are. And so we have a mild version of them right now, thankfully, knock on wood. But even mild Santa Ana winds are some of the deadliest fire, holy crap, conditions in the known world. Wow. So this is our 12-hour time lapse of the rapidly moving and expanding Zogg fire, Z-O-G-G, up at Reading. Unbelievable. I didn't know we'd have a front row seat. Wow. Did you see when it was in color? The dawn's going to happen and it'll be in color again. There goes the moon. Hang on.
Out of that dam area at 7:45. Let's get you up before 8, so when the oncoming crews come, we can roll out. You don't have a 20-minute drive time.
Wow. Wow. So that is... Yeah, if you aren't watching, watch. I'm about to replay it. This is the current conditions, and we have a front row seat to the Zogg fire that's over by Reading. It's also broke out yesterday, and I'll have to check out when. But watch, I'm going to replay the last 12 hours from this webcam, and holy mackerel. Let me full screen this as much as I can. Yeah, that'll just, hey. Dang it. There. Alright, let me fix this picture up, but this is kind of incredible. I wasn't expecting anything that dramatic. So this is the 12-hour time lapse of the Zogg fire. Watch. It just chews up the landscape. But as I keep mentioning to people, the brush fires, they have like a wall of fire. And they will move past. If you're sheltering in place, it'll move past. And you see how dark it is here. Up on the hills where it's already moved past. Like if you came out of your hidey hole, that's really nothing like this over here. And so you would have to wait for the ground to cool again. But if you were in a culvert underneath a bridge, you know, a swimming pool, in a pond, you would be safe through all this. As long as you chose your spot wisely. Because the moving wall of the fire is what kills. You know, it's ground based. And as it lights trees on fire, you know, it keeps going. The brush goes up fast, hot, and then it's done. And so it keeps moving, finding new brush. And behind it is going to be some trees and stuff on fire. But you can still walk in between trees on fire for the most part. You know, it's the moving wall of brush fire, you know, of brush fuel and stuff on the ground, grass on the ground. That's what kills. And so as I try to tell people, you know, don't panic and think you have to drive your car crazy. Find a culvert. Find a... I'm going to back this up to these scary images. Find a bridge and you can shelter underneath them. You know, a big rocky spot, like in a bend of a shallow river. Get on the rocks there, you'll be okay. So I'm trying to find the moment where you see the red flames right before it switches to night vision. Wow. Whew, that's angry. So I'm going to play this once again, but I'm going to save this image because this is nuts. Right click save. Let's listen to the chatter.
There's a little smoke we're trying to access right now.
Alright, I'll turn that on if that cleans up, but they're talking about the glass fire. This is the Zogg fire that we're looking at right now. This is crazy. Alright. Alright, wow. So, I'm going to play this 12-hour time-lapse again. So when it ends, this is current conditions, but this is starting from the last 12 hours to now. Okay, Rainbow Lake, Rector area. Okay, welcome Paul Sharo. Hope Gnomes, thanks for being here. No, thank you for being here too. I'm doing it for everyone here. I've been doing this. This is week 4. This is the 4th Monday of hell. So, I've been pretty much broadcasting every waking hour since everything started on Labor Day, so, or Labor Day Tuesday after midnight. I don't really recall when I exactly started, but I've only taken 2 days off. One was to evacuate my family. Yesterday was to rest because the day before yesterday I evacuated my family. Or today, excuse me. No, today until midnight. I got home at midnight, ready to sleep. And now this was going on. I couldn't sleep. So I've been broadcasting since midnight. I've been awake since yesterday at 9 in the morning. So, but encouragement keeps me going, the knowledge that I'm helping people. So this is the current view right now of the Zogg fire. That's over by Redding, and it's looking to the west. So that's just incredible. And, hey, Crystal Roberts, welcome. We're a big family here. Just let me know whatever fire you want to be informed about. I'll let you know the current conditions. I have evacuation info and links in the description of the channel. So what's forbidden here is to talk about, you know, non-productive conversations, anything like rumor mill stuff. We don't talk about zany, crazy ideas, conspiracy theories. What we do is keep it real, informative, and supportive. So if there's innocent questions, go ahead. I'll be happy to answer questions about fire behavior. I'm an open-minded skeptic, and if I ever see anything that's really weird and not explainable by nature, I would go ahead and say so. But ever since I became educated, because I lost a family friend to fire in 2017, in 2018 I nearly lost my brother in the Paradise Fire, and then earlier this year I nearly lost a different brother in a lightning complex fire. That's why I became so educated, and I'm putting out all the info that fire departments want you to know. Once again, here's that incredible 12-hour time lapse, and we are here by Redding. So this thing blew up, but Santa Ana winds always do that. So I also educate about what Santa Ana winds are and what they do. And at the early start of this broadcast, I explained that. And I've also gone through how to have a shelter-in-place plan. So looking back to the right, looking at the chat. Okay, update: Sonoma County has been added to the Glassfire FMAG for CALFIRE services. Okay, thanks Miracle Ninja. And if you just tuned in, look in my, I have it in all the links for evacuation info they are present in the description. So, Zogg's got you evacuated, Crystal. I'm so sorry. I think probably one of my family members has been evacuated by now too. I have to go and refresh the current evacuation. Refresh my own page on it. So this will be evacuation 3. Car fire last time and something else for a different family member here. And Crystal Robert says Red Cross at a gas station road set up a room for us. Oh, Gas Point Road. Good, good. Hey Lurk, welcome back Lurk. Everybody, thanks for being here. And yeah, these aren't exactly Paul Sharo has a point. Most of these were started by lightning and they were natural, but when Santa Ana winds blow, you have to suspect this company here. Sorry, not Portland General Electric. That's a different PGE. Pacific Gas and Electric has a long history of killing people. They nearly killed my brother. They did kill my family friend when they're down power lines at Bangor and Loma Rica. So I do inform people that, you know, put the conspiracies away. These guys did not, they were found criminally negligent and did not repair power lines for a very long time. And they allowed brush to grow underneath them. And they allowed high-tension power poles to become rickety, rusty, and just ready to fall apart. So when the Paradise Fire happened, that was just yet another incident of power lines down. The year before at Bangor and Loma Rica, a power lines down incident. When Santa Rosa went up, the Tubbs Fire, the same night in 2017, that was another power lines down, causing a surge, blowing up somebody's electrical system at their house. So, yeah, Elizabeth, thank you for being here. Now come back. You rest and don't worry. It's in their very capable hands. You know, it's in their very capable hands right now. And so all we can do is just watch and witness and hope. Vita for Life says, is the Paradise Fire threatening a different part of town? I believe the fire years ago came from the north, correct? No, it actually came from due east. So I can tell you how that happened, but I do want to get another webcam, and then I can tell you what. Yeah, thanks, Elizabeth, and just try not to worry. It seems like they're getting people out. Callistoga, there's a battle to save Callistoga right now, and Santa Rosa, again. So what may have happened, some of these fires absolutely were natural. August 17th, this is how I almost lost my second brother. August 17th, California experiences a major lightning storm. It just came out of nowhere. Excuse me. I just hit the computer with my knee. Ow. Oh, it's like whacking the elbow. Alright. Alright. Okay. Are we still alive? I hope we are. Okay. So, what happened August 17th this year? Now talking real time this year. Let me go find some more webcams and then I'll tell you about Paradise. Okay. Because I want eyes on the fire right now. So this is a different view. Falcon's Tower. We'll do a time lapse too. Although I don't know that we're gonna be able to see much. Let's do a quick 6 hour. Yeah, that's not terribly good. So instead, let's find another one. I was hoping some of these would be aimed in the correct direction. Like that one. Oh yeah, there's the burned out remains of the car fire, isn't that? So the car fire was started by a vehicle that had a fire during Santa Ana wind conditions. And so Shasta County just got beat up by that. That Shasta County is, and I don't like what I'm seeing. They didn't salvage long enough of this. So these standing dead trees, dead from the car fire, this is a nightmare waiting to happen, because the first wave of a fire that goes through a forest is the not so bad wave, if you can believe that. So living trees have their branches burn off, but they don't have their trunks burned because that's still living. All that water that the tree needs is still in the trunk. So it burns black the bark, and that's it. So what you get is a follow-up fire. All it takes is 2 to 3 years of brush to grow at the base of these standing dead trees. And standing dead trees, if you've ever seen a lumber mill fire, that's what it's more like. Every dead tree is a 1,000 hour fuel. That's what they call it. Wow, there's Hayfork Divide. Where is that looking? Wow. So which direction and which fire is that looking at? This is looking at the August complex. This is current. Let's make a 12-hour time lapse for the August fire. Whoa, it's blowing up big too. This will update every minute, so we're going to do a time lapse. So this is starting yesterday at dusk. So what happens? Standing dead trees are 1,000 hour fuel, every single one of them, and it's less of a forest fire and more like an out of control fire, 10 alarm fire, lumber mill. That's worse. You can't put out a tree fire unless you cut it down. So there's nothing to do but watch those burn for 1,000 hours at least. And these standing dead trees, that any kind of brush that gets on fire next to a dead tree, the dead tree just goes whoosh. It is going to be a light, and you'll have these embers just constantly raining down from the tops of trees all throughout the dead area. So it's absolutely critical to maintain lines after a forest fire has begun and prep for a follow-up. There's usually not enough time to salvage long enough of these before you get your follow-up fire. But it's a very hard lesson that was learned in the 1933 Tillamook burn. So this is 12-hour time lapse. This is looking at the August complex from a distance. And we just saw amazing pictures of the Zogg. So when this time lapse finishes off, it will be current. So Paul Sharrow says, nuggets of life-saving information well learned by hearing about many things you've gone through. Much love to you, Kath. No, I love you guys too. I care about everybody, and I just want more information to be out there. I mean, my brother made it out just from luck. He did the wrong thing.
Very scratchy, barely readable.
Let's listen to some chatter. Wow, look at it explode. Are the winds increasing? We have to check. Because that's forging a pyrocumulus cloud, I believe is what they call it. It's pretty much a mushroom cloud in a way. Same thing as the atomic and volcanic ones. The heat, the incredible heat will rise. And so as it does that, it'll start to generate winds up. And it does that because it's kind of sucking the air. And so as heat rises, air rises with it. Up at the higher elevations, these up here, it's very, very cold. It's almost always freezing higher in the atmosphere. So the mushroom shape will happen once the column of heat rises. It starts to cool at the top, and then, of course, cooler air doesn't rise. So it will then start to trail off that way. But when we see these form, this is the stuff where you get the firenadoes inside. And they just clocked one at F2 tornadoes. We know that in the same area when this happened with the car fire, there was a witness that saw it was a tragedy. I think it was a grandfather trying to get to his house in the Santa Ana wind conditions like this, and a firenado spawned and took out the house with his wife and granddaughter inside. It was just absolutely horrific. If anybody who's a local knows about that, then I would like a link. But yeah, we don't know what goes on inside of here, because unless you fly aircraft in there, which is a death sentence, so planes don't fly in here. They can't see. The updrafts can just toss a helicopter. Human beings don't know much about that activity yet, but just like we learned about hurricanes by flying in planes into hurricanes, I'm going to play this one more time. It's the August complex, probably near Ruth or thereabouts. I may be wrong. But what happens is we get information by actually being within and taking wind speed, this and that. And with drones, we'll be able to fly drones in there without risking pilots. And I think they're starting to do that in some cases. But it's going to be a while before humankind learn about this. Paul Sharrow says, 16 days you are evacuated. I'm so sorry, mate. Escaped from the car fire, almost wiping out our home area. Wondering whether if your 3 cats are okay. I'm so sorry. Your neighbors who are sheltering in place on Rector. Okay. Do they know what to do to shelter? Hang on. We're looking at the August complex.
We have a report of 5 civilians trapped. Ready to copy instructions.
I'm ready to copy this too. 5 civilians trapped.
Take a shot at it.
It's the glass fire, I think.
420 Spring Mountain Summit Trail. Access from Spring Mountain Road to Santa Lena Road to Spring Mountain Summit Trail. 5 people. Advised to take shelter in the pond on the property.
Yes, shelter in the pond on the property.
Well, I believe that's going to be in Branch 5. I can try to peel somebody off, but I believe Branch 5 has that piece of the fire.
Sector, break, Branch 5, East Operations.
East Operations, Battalion 1411.
Alright, we're going to take a look there. Yeah, we have a report of 2 occupants trapped at one of the wineries down there.
East Operations, Battalion 1411, Command 1.
I think this is the glass fire.
I don't think Spring Mountain Road is passable westbound coming out of Santa Lena. Additionally, 7501 is on Santa Lena Road near Summit Trail, and he is aware of that situation. It was passed on to West Operations also.
Is this the same address from just before midnight last night as well?
I don't think so.
Battalion 7501 is in the area, and West Zone Operations is where?
Yeah, it's Chief 7501 Ron Bush. He's on Santa Lena Road in the area of Summit Trail, where I believe there's 5 people trapped.
Confirming, we don't believe there's access into that area to assist, correct?
I do not think there's any access from Napa County because Spring Mountain Road is blocked by fire and trees.
No access from Napa County.
Oh dear. Well, they have a pond to take shelter in, if they can reach it, and if they know where it is. Maybe it's this. They just advised that the fire crews should go up there, find them, and take shelter themselves at a pond. So this is all the information that I keep trying to put out there to people. I just pass it on. This is what fire crews want you to know about shelter in place. You know, you don't try to drive through fires. Your tires will explode in the heat because the air will expand. You'll eventually be on the rims. You can get away with getting through a little bit of it by taking 5 to 8, 10 pounds out of the tires. But eventually they'll just rupture. You'll also be driving over lots and lots of sticks, branches with sharp jagged edges. They'll be like spike strips. So it doesn't look good here. Spring Mountain Road does not have access. So 5 people are trapped somewhere here on a trail. So if there's a Forest Service map, yeah, that would show us trails. Let's click over to, and I'll be right back with you, Paul, and we're going to look back up at the Zogg fire in a minute. If you're just tuning in, there's an entrapment here of 5 people on a trail by Callistoga with no way to get to them. So the Forest Service map is not available. It's not a national forest. What do we have? TF Outdoors. That doesn't even show trail. But it's somewhere here, just west of St. Helena, where it was reported to be raining embers before. So we can look at satellite. So with satellite, there's places to shelter. You know, this is like a reservoir actually. There's places to get down in it if they know it exists. I don't know if this winery is still in existence. Maybe not. Look at the vegetation growing next to it. Really, maybe not. This may be where the people are trapped. So it could be just like a local trail. I'm going to mute that until that stops making that sound. So, I mean, there are places to shelter. I don't know the status of these vineyards, but big parking lots. Yeah, the structures and trees are pretty close to it, but it's possible to survive in a parking lot if they could get under a manhole or something. But what's better is where the road crosses any sort of body of water, there's a culvert or there's a bridge. So survivability here, you can turn on a couple of things, like the base layer could just be terrain. Our second layer could be satellite. So let's put satellite on. Whoops, where'd it go? Oh, base layer has to be something else. Shaded relief, okay. Then this CF Outdoors can be satellite. Now, am I just blind? Nope. Alright, so base layer is going to be satellite. Enhanced terrain. Yeah, satellite has to be... How do I do this? Bear with me. Do you know if they've closed part of Highway 29? Good question. Let's ask. Let's look. And that is what county? Miracle Ninja. Is that here at Callistoga? Let's just go to map. So here's the vineyard. So now let's put a satellite. Where is this satellite image? Map Builder Roads. Alright, now we've got Google. Really? We can't put satellite on top of the others? Don't understand. Alright, whatever. So we can then do some slider stuff. We can do enhanced terrain shading. So we can see now that there's a lot more terrain here than what we were looking at. But there's a lot more bodies of water and such that we weren't able to see. So right up in here, Spring Mountain Road is closed, but hopefully they could get to this. Let's go back to satellite. Just take that down. See, I wish satellite would be on top of the terrain shading, and I just can't make it work, but you can see. Maybe we can just click the contours button. That doesn't, that's not very good. Map Builder Overlay. Anywhere that the road goes over this creek is what I'm trying to say here. There will be a culvert, there will be a bridge. So that's one of the best places to take shelter. So we continue to monitor that situation. Let's go see if Highway 29 is closed. They have closed part of it in Napa. Alright, let's just zoom out. 29. Yeah, up here, let's look at the evacuation map. It's going to show road closures, I believe. So, I've heard nothing about it, but they want people to leave Callistoga out of 128 North because the Petrified Forest Road is closed and blocked. So I really don't know. It doesn't say. The Caltrans, they might have something going on. Eventually Caltrans will have that on their own. Roads closed, update things, travel alert, California wildfire information. The Twitter pages might be the fastest way to get information. Pick our county, NAPA. Okay. Yeah, I'm already done with that. See what I mean about not being able to get all the information in one spot? That's why my channel exists. Alright, so let's go back to the actual fire monitoring. We're going to wait until I hear anything over the radio, and we'll go back and look at it. Meanwhile, what we were trying to do is get eyes on the fire, and we've come up with some insane webcam action. This is current. So this is the August complex here. This is really kind of blowing up. I'll play again for you the time lapse. No, I can't. It's already gone. I want to look back at the Zogg fire because we have evacuees in the channel, and you are hoping and praying for them right now. Cats, pets in danger, left behind. I know it's really, really sad. So let's see here. I'm just gonna go see if we can get eyes on the Zogg. This Rainbow Lake, maybe they'll turn it. Maybe they'll turn it to face. But it's a grim dawn for Shasta County and others right now. The only nice thing about this, really, and that's where we saw the crazy time lapse. This is current condition. The best thing that dawn can bring is the ability to attack from the aerial reconnaissance. Alright, so let's do one more 12-hour time lapse from a different West Peak camera of the Zogg fire. The way it grew was pretty nuts. So this is assembling. So Miracle Ninja says they have closed part of it in Napa County. They have closed part of 29. Okay. We're still waiting to hear about the 5 trapped people at a winery just west of, I keep forgetting. I'm running on a lot of lack of sleep here, so it's just west of St. Helena. So we'll keep flipping back to it as soon as we get any word. Alright, here's our, let me pause it and go back. Here's our 12-hour time lapse, a different view of the Zogg fire. I bet it'll be just as spectacular as the one we just saw. So there's nighttime. Some flashes or headlights as the vehicles move around. People checking stuff out.
Operation St. Helena.
Okay, St. Helena, let's pause. This is where they're trapped.
St. Helena.
Right in here.
Report is off Boggs en route to 7 in Hell Bay. D6 with an ETA of 0743.
That was a helicopter pilot.
Fire.
Alright.
104 Salem, positive face off.
After 104.
Maybe him. Not really sure. But that was a helicopter pilot, and they said St. Helena. So he's over here on this side where those people might be trapped. I have not heard of any sort of planned helicopter rescue, but that, if anybody can do it, looks like reach air medic or this other helicopter pilot might be able to. So we will stay tuned. But I heard that those are helicopter rotors in the background. So we will continue to switch back and forth. I'm going to show you the time lapse now. That this is the Zogg fire, a different angle of it starting. Last 12 hours coming up into the present day. I don't know how often there's a frame, but I think these cameras update every minute, I think. Absolutely unreal. There's the setting moon. And it'll flip over to daytime camera, but you can just see it's so big by this point in time that it's just out of the frame. They'll have to put ultra wide and fire detection cams in the future. Alright, that's the current scene from West Peak 1, Shasta County, looking at the Zogg fire. What about this one? No, this one. Did we see that? The Ducat. That's the one that just shows a hillside. So, yeah. Later, we might just see fire just come over the hill. In fact, let's look at the wind conditions. And we continue to see whether or not any help is going to come. That's Alaska Air. There's a Beach King. Air Medical. I'm hoping somebody's going to come over there. And the 5 trapped people last we heard were up here kind of near a pond, but nobody could get to them with the ground units. So I heard helicopter noises and somebody saying I'm on my way. I don't see any medical one actually moving into the area, but this one seems to be going perhaps that way, so we'll continue to check with it. But these webcams tend to update every minute. So these are adjacent cams in Shasta County. Let's quickly go through them. See if there's anything that might have shown the Zogg fire. Or show it now. Rattlesnake Peak is offline. Oh, it's here. But it's what? By Oroville. Okay. Alright. Wrong fire. Wrong direction for that camera. Sorry if I'm making anybody sick. I'll let you know when I find something good. So, that one's got dirty lens. I do believe we're kind of done looking at the Zogg fire at the moment. Ah! Oh, my heart. Oh, my heart. If anybody's just tuning in, we're waiting anxiously for the report of 5 trapped people by Callistoga, St. Helena in Napa Valley at the glass fire. And we are also keeping an eye on the Zogg fire. We have just watched some incredible time lapses. Hayfork Divide. Yeah, that one was crazy. So what about the other one underneath it? Hayfork 2. Facing the opposite direction. Alright, I'm going to switch to, let's see if there's any webcams by the glass fire. Well, that's pretty. That's Clear Lake. Well, our answer...
Holiday, Falcon 104. We're going to overfly the field, check the wind.
Our answer is yes. I don't know if helicopter rescue will be possible for those people. They said there was a pond... Out my ears. So let's check the webcams. If you have any questions, just put them in chat. This is the area where they are trapped. May didn't hear anything intelligible, we continue to stay tuned. So let's look back at the webcams. We're looking for a live view of the fire if we can. The glass fire. What's this? Santa Rosa.
Engine 82. You are scratchy, but
I just can't hear. That's a live view of the fire. You can see it coming towards Santa Rosa from the east. And we continue to monitor the situation. Let's make a 12-hour time lapse. So this will be the last 12 hours until now, and we're looking at when this ends. That's going to be current conditions. So this is called the Barnham North Fire. I'm just going to link this in the chat if anybody wants to follow along. So we're anxiously waiting to see if these people will be rescued or if they'll be found safe or anything. They said 5 entrapped people. No way to get in here from any direction because Spring Mountain Road is it's blocked by fire and it's raining embers. So we're waiting for this time lapse. Here it goes. Then we are looking from Santa Rosa to the east from this seismic station / weather station, and this is infrared at night. White is light or heat. And it just blew up. I began covering this around midnight when I got back.
Bomb base, 7M, elevate.
040747.
I wish they would have infinite focus. The camera went out of focus. One setting and this would all be in focus. Why don't they do it? Wow. Okay, it's back in focus. So there's a frame taken every minute, I think. So that is why they're evacuating so many people. This is a live view. This is now as it looks right now, and you can see the flames in the hills east of Santa Rosa. So if we look now at the detections from space, the MODIS satellite, fire activity, you can see how much it grew throughout the night, just blew up. It was over here where this orange is. That's the oldest detection of heat up here. Could have been perhaps embers coming over from this old LNU complex fire, which is mostly contained. But what about this? Could an ember drift from this area, this high altitude area over here? Absolutely. That is not only physically possible, but it's very, very common. So somebody asked me about Paradise. I'll show you how Paradise happened. So what happened was took everybody by surprise because they forgot embers can travel 20 miles away on the wind, especially the hurricane force winds that are 85 miles an hour during the crazy Santa Ana wind conditions, November 8th, 2018. So the fire began at Polga, right here. It was in a canyon. They found out that the 94-year-old high-tension power line, I'm talking high tension, these can withstand hurricanes, they just shrugged them off. The high-tension line had been allowed to just rust away and become decrepit, and so one of its little arms dropped off, and two lines met each other. They created molten metal, and ironically, when winds are that fast, if you put a match in the grass, nothing. The match just goes out because the wind is that strong. Campfires blow out. You know, barbecue things knocked over, a lot of times they'll just blow out. But if it's molten metal, like a power line, that will not happen. And that started dropping down into the dry grass and the trees and the brush the power company had allowed to grow underneath the power lines illegally. Firefighters immediately arrived, and they said, "We'd love to put out the fire. We can see it. We're here." The fire access road has been overgrown with brush. So they watched it, and boom, it blew up. The winds fanned up. They were 85-mile-an-hour wind gusts, and it started blowing in random directions, mostly down 70 this way, which is where winds like to follow, and they speed up down canyons. But fire likes to race up hills too. So I don't know exactly where it was, but it was going up this way. Polga was toast. That little community was toast. It was an old gold mining type town that was struggling already. It was kind of a ghost town, and the old buildings are kind of rehabilitated, and people turned it into a funky hippie kind of an art center on the way here, and then toast. So the fire was up here sometimes, was down here sometimes. So here's paradise. There's 20,000 people up here, and then Magalia and the surrounding towns add, there's Pence, there's Concow. Everybody forgets poor Concow. The Sterling City up there was on notice, but there's Lovelock, DeSable, I can't say that. Down here, there's Butte Valley, there's Cherokee, there's Oregon City, there's all these places, and the fire would eventually come all the way down here. There's Big Bend, Park Hill. So they told Paradise, look, the fire's way over here. That's a long way away, but fire can move fast, right? And so they had an amazing, early warning system, but what happened and what went wrong is they forgot one thing about fire behavior. On a ridge top of a tree on fire, embers can travel downwind up to 20 miles. So I don't know where it was originally. It could have been here, but they thought that Concow would have to be evacuated first as the fire went slowly down here to the bowl, and then would climb maybe rapidly up here. But then there's these flumes, which is like a canal system, which they may have been able to partially at some points used to make a fire liner up here on the ridges, right? They told everybody, get ready to go, everybody pack. People at Paradise did, and the very smartest people got uneasy and just left by themselves without being told. And that's why I say that's the best option. Because winds can shift, they can change, especially in these conditions. You don't know where the heck a fire is going to go. So the distance was here to here, probably. That's only 5.89 miles as the as a crow flies. Almost 6 miles.
464, may you get a radio check, command 1, tone 1.
An ember just went, beep, and it's immediately blocked the fourth way out of town. It immediately...
You're loud and clear.
Let's listen.
Sacramento CC 464. Thank you very much. Nothing further.
What? I hope they're firing up the global supertanker. I want this out. I want this fire out. I want its fire family out. I want its dog fire out. I want its cousin fire out. I want its sister fire out. I want its brother fire out. And I want all of its property out. I want this fire out.
Charlie, brush agent on B fire.
Yeah, put it out. Come on, let's talk. Alright, well, they're not talking. This view, some conspiracy theories here. This is Paradise burning down at like 10 in the morning. The intelligent people left just knowing that they had... The people who thought about it, I would say. I mean, it's not a matter of intelligence. It's mostly education of when you should actually feel scared and when you should trust authority, and you should feel more vulnerable. The more you know about fire and get educated, then the more you'll know when you should leave without being told. As you can see, there's no fire to the right. Here's Magalia up here. There's Paradise. There's no fire to the right. And so these conspiracy people were like, aha! The fire started at Paradise before it came there. Guys.
You on Charlie, brush 8.
The embers. So it skipped Concow, went over here. All of a sudden, one of the ways out of town is not available. And they tried. They tried to immediately, this freaked them out. they immediately hit the button to call everyone to get them to immediately evacuate. They told everybody to just pack and get ready to leave, and so here's people just sitting there. And very, very early in the morning is when this happened. So a lot of people can't see. You can see that people can't see. This is a higher elevation. There's a lot of trees. There's a lot of hills. I'm going to turn it off until I can hear what they're saying. But you just couldn't see here. From here to here, you can't see. It's a huge amount of land. There's ravines, gully washes. A lot of these roads do not connect. They are one way out. They are dead-end streets. So what happened was they hit the button, reverse call 911, get everyone out right now. Didn't work. Because all of the phone lines and cell phone towers and the power lines were starting to get chewed up by the fire all the way around here. People had no idea. Alright, let's listen.
Yeah, just letting you know we're wrapped up over here. We dumped our tank on the smokes over here. I talked to Foxtrot. He said go ahead and tie it back in with you guys. Yeah, go ahead and stage. Copy that. It's way back in, so we might be a bit.
Still no word.
No, I understand. The idea is to really that way you're not driving all the way back in here. And that goes as well for brush 9.
Chateau Boswell Winery is pretty much toast.
I copy. We're going to stop by this CALFIRE station up here and top off our tank.
I was hoping we'd hear about the 5 trapped people that are just west of St. Helena, just northwest. So far we haven't heard anything. Any questions you have about fire, fire history, fire behavior, go ahead and ask me. Links in chat to official sources for evacuation info. It's one of those no questions is stupid. You can just introduce yourself, say hi, say how you've been affected by the fire, or what brought you here. I actually have no idea why people show up here. It's been a complete surprise to me that my channel got popular. I didn't do any promotion. It's been everybody else just spreading the word and links, and I've been so humbled. I've never really done anything like this before. I'm not a streamer. I'm a history nut and author in the making, and I wanted to make documentaries on history, and well, history decided to happen while I was here. Just began, and so I'm winging it, and I'm thanking for all I thank you for all your patience as I figure out what buttons do, and also, you know, your encouragement means a lot to me. I've been doing this every single day. I dropped my life. I quit everything that I was doing. And other than evacuating my family one day and taking one day of rest yesterday, and the day before helping another evacuee, I haven't had one day off except for maybe just yesterday until midnight. I was going to come home and sleep, and this blew up. So I've been awake quite a long time, since about 10 in the morning yesterday. But it keeps me going knowing I'm helping people. So, thank you. And thank you for being here. I want to help anybody in any way I can. So going back to Paradise real quick, and we continue to wait on pins and needles for any sign of the 5 trapped people. In fact, there's 2 trapped people somewhere at a different winery we never heard about either. At the Schramsberg area, which I decided was a non-defensible structure. I hope they just get in a pond or something, because I don't think it is. I think that was the one I decided was non-defensible. But they're fighting to save the Castello. And what was the one? The Chateau Boswell is toast, is what somebody's saying in the chat. It's pretty much destroyed except for stone. Oh, that's so sad. They've evacuated the hospital. They've evacuated a lot of people, but the 2 people trapped at that one winery and the 5 people trapped at this this road is closed. They said nobody can get there. Spring Mountain Road. But they said the instructions were, hey, you fire engine, go here and shelter in place at this pond. Either this one or, anyway, they said a pond. That looks like a reservoir. And they said nobody can get through this road. No can do. And that's the last we heard. You know, that was the last we heard. I didn't even see any helicopters take off. We can just pray for their safety. So back, finishing up the Paradise Fire. That's what they didn't account for. It was when the fire was over here, the embers at this high ridge, 85-mile-an-hour wind gust just took that ember and it showered it over here. And it ran right up the side because that is extremely steep. When nobody could see it when the fire was right down here. I mean, there was this ominous, to the east, a big, ominous cloud, which had been there for a little bit. But as soon as they went, oh God, the firefighters on the radio. And that's why we listen to the radio. And that's why you should listen to the radio instead of being told what to do. This is the latest up-to-date information. When they close new roads, when they say new people have to get out, when they say that the fires here or there, or that they're losing control, or they jumped the line, it's the radio that is going to tell you first. So if you live in any sort of fire danger, I just can't tell you to get a radio enough. So what happened here? Immediately it severed the power lines, destroyed a bunch of cell phone towers, and severed the telephone lines. And so they pressed the button and nobody got that second alert to leave. They only got the one that says wait to be told to leave. So they had a great emergency plan. It won awards. They actually thought about fire a lot more than most towns do, and it completely went to crap. Because I'm going to keep this family friendly, it completely went to crap instantly. As bad as that looks, it's the same view. See, here's the watch for this. This is the North Fork of the Feather River. As bad as that looks, thousands of people are sheltering in place perfectly fine. Parking lots, you know, short green grass, like golf courses, parking lots, dirt fields, construction sites, you know, recently plowed fields, just big parking lots, the Ace parking lot, the Safeway parking lot, the, you know, whatever, big store. Places where things don't burn, like even AstroTurf doesn't burn, we found out. It pretty much just melts. But there's tons of people sitting in backyard pools and ponds. The firefighters are all there. They all got trapped too, but they just look for a defensible structure. They wet it down with their fire engine, park it in the driveway, gather up the locals, put them inside, and they just wait it out and they hose everything down with their deck gun. They will just find a property that doesn't have trees right next to the building. No trees that can fall on it, wet it down the roof, and if there's a pool, pond in the back, or a creek, then they just sit there and they have an infinite supply of water, and they just wait it out. Like I keep telling people, the moving wall of the fire is like brush. It's like leaves, it's stuff on the ground, it's, you know, all kinds of stuff, and just do not shelter in place in your home. Shelter in place near your home that's safe. A lot of people went into culverts in fires, and they go under bridges. So just look at your roads. Anywhere that there's a road, everywhere there's a road that goes over any body of water. Even if it's a tiny creek, even if it's a ditch, there's a culvert. And I went and viewed where the fatalities occurred. People trapped in their cars. Car deaths are the #1 cause of death in a wildfire, and it's because people try to leave after it was too late. Like, this was beyond the time period when you could leave in your car. Most of the places where the fatalities occurred, they occurred... This is a live view of Santa Rosa with a fire approaching it. Most fatalities occurred within 100 to 200 feet of like a safe thing, like a pond or a culvert. They just didn't know where it was. All you got to do is just find out where these things are by air. Right around your property. Just make a plan before it happens. You'll stay calm and you'll not be to panic.
Cover station 35, advise when en route, 0804.
Let's look back at planes. This is the live view. This is the live view of the fire approaching Santa Rosa. I want to find a different webcam. So we've just seen some pretty incredible time lapses. Let's look at this one. Whoa. So this is your current view. Let's watch the 12-hour time lapse. So here we go. Do I use Nixle? I don't know what that is, Miracle Ninja. Sometimes if the news is really bad, they don't give it over the radio, but make a phone call instead. I hope that's not the case with the trap persons. Well, yes. I have not heard that, though. So, thank you, Miracle Ninja, for your support, too. Oh, you tweeted me? Thank you. Thank you, Miracle Ninja. You tweeted me with some links. Awesome. Yeah, share the world. I am not. I'm busy tracking the fire. I'm not at all familiar with promotion. I don't want to sit there and look it up. So,
9-7, this is Reed 17. We are about 4.5 minutes out. Let us know when you can see us or hear us overhead. We're going to be coming from the east.
Yay, pilots. Lady pilot. So we're looking at the 12-hour time lapse from High Hill, Sonoma County, and this is how this glass fire blew up overnight. So when it's done, this will be at current. This camera is live. They take a frame every minute, I think. And it's not all the fire. Sometimes just heat registers as blinding white. So that could be the hot air reflection off the clouds. You can see the smoke being white and like the fire is. Little flashes can be headlights too. Whoa. That is the dawn of hell. This is like...
One on command.
Let's play that full screen and listen.
Fire, Charles Krog is contained signaling the city will be working with the landowner to do the rest of the MAPA.
Meeting you at?
Whoa. Yep, that's the dawn. That's the look out your window in hell. That's the kind of dawn they see, I imagine. So it clicks over to daytime camera view right about now. What a picturesque little hill with an oak tree. The nice thing is a lot of these oaks will survive. Fires in California were a lot less bad.
Not familiar with it, but we'll radio you guys when we get closer if we can't find it. Just let us know when you can see us or hear us. According to GPS, we're about 2.5 minutes out right now.
Good. So we're looking at the glass fire as it spread and as dawn approached. This was the scene. Yeah. So I'm just going to play it from here again, because that's incredible. And then we'll look at the airplanes and helicopters. I hope that's going to be a helicopter rescue. Nixle, what is it exactly?
Command 17.
No,
Command 17
you're not going to read
you
me.
want me to park it? Is that on the north or the south side of the airfield?
No, Todd, you're not leaving me with Jack, because you just broke the chat rules and you're banned. There's no agenda here other than corporate greed. So I'm watching this one more time.
Meet up with you, Paul. Currently at Charles Krug, but I'm complete here. I can come to you.
Once again.
Meet you at Big Tree or in Callistoga.
Big Tree work?
Pepper, be there in 10 or so.
Yikes. So this is the current view. This is the current view, and let's check on the pilots. Hopefully they'll be, if not rescuing people, directing, you know, where. I would love to see tankers back in the air today. That would be ideal. Don't know about visibility, don't know about wind conditions. So that lady pilot said they would be somewhere within 2 minutes. So I don't know. So there's an Air Reach Medical. But yeah, no, you're not going to leave me with something, because the chat rules are no conspiracy theory crap. Thank you. You know, read the description of the channel. This is the facts only, no nonsense resource that you have reached. This is the old-fashioned journalism before it went to crap, before it became partisan and completely propaganda and, you know, divisive. I'm going to report to you the facts. If you don't like that, go anywhere else, because that's really super rare these days. So I do not appreciate my channel being invaded by this, oh, there's an agenda thing. You know what? My brother almost died because nobody has held this company. Nobody's held the power company accountable for burning people alive and destroying homes. PG&E is responsible, according to various news outlets and my research, more than 1,200 fires because of their negligence, their criminal negligence, where they decided not to maintain power lines according to the law. And politicians are covering for them. And then the rest of these fires were lit by lightning on August 17th. And no, you know what? No government sent the lightning storm on August 17th. That actually happens. That's nature. And I just feel sorry for the people that think it's a space laser and some evil agenda. You know, when you think about that, you won't educate yourself about real wildfire behavior, and you're going to die if you've ever find yourself trapped and don't know what to do. So this is part of my education, is whatever you believe, I don't care about it, but I want you to know about how real wildfire behaves. Only if you know that, that's your key to survival. So I'm going to keep teaching that, and you can go elsewhere for anything, any kind of crap that you desire. So here we go. Let's listen to the pilots. I just heard them queue up. I'm hoping these people get rescued. Oh, sorry, that was loud. I'm turning it down.
All base, Sailor.
7M elevate available.
If they're not coming to the glass fire, where are they going?
13.
Thanks, Lurk. God.
East operations on command.
East operations, St. Helena.
Yeah.
A message for documentation purposes. Hazardous items burning at 335 West Lane across the West Cottage. Multiple Connex boxes marked poisonous on fire that were moving first responders out of the area. That's for follow-up later if you can document it, Cat.
Operations 814.
So we know there's been heavy loss in this area. This is, you know, this is...
Repeat your traffic.
They're trying to make lines at Howell Mountain and Deer Park and Silverado Trail. But they've had a heavy loss of structures up here by Howell. I think that's Howell Mountain, yeah. So we know that some vineyards are really devastated up here too, as people were saying in the chat. Anybody is welcome to chip in, ask questions. Like if you have an innocent question like, do you think a laser could have done that? I'll just go debunk whatever the heck theory. If you're just fearful but not crazy, and yelling at me and telling me that there's a giant, you know, they out there. But as far as the truth goes, the media hasn't been telling the story that Pacific Gas and Electric has been killing people a very long time. And, you know, 18 out of 22 deadly wildfires that were the deadliest of California history was caused by them not maintaining their power lines. And they got a slap on the wrist. They got politicians limiting their liability with laws passed. And when you think that there's something else like a giant they, you can't hold them accountable. And they're just laughing at you. They're still sipping their wine and eating their caviar while people die. This is what they've been doing a long time. And no, no, it's not ours.
Vision Lima, those about 25, command.
There's no evidence of that. So we know what happened, that there were 550 lightning strike caused fires because there were 8,000 lightning strikes on August 17th, and they weren't all out before the big wind event of Labor Day. It just whipped up these very small fires into monsters, and they merged. So I can show you with the map just how many lightning strike fires there were. You just click on the fire activity, and so like you go to different places like this. I'm sorry, I'm going to mute that until they sound like human beings again. See, dot, 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 dot. So here's a bunch of the lightning strikes. Dot, 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 dot. They ran around trying to put out literally thousands of fires, with 550 being serious. The sheep fire was one of them, the hog fire. They got big, but they put it out. They were in a race against time to put all of those, and understaffed during COVID, and so they just couldn't get to all the fires. In fact, the Devil Fire up here, until recently was completely unstaffed because they let all the prisoners out of prison who were nonviolent because of COVID, and usually they make the bulk of the emergency volunteers, the emergency volunteer fighters. And the crazy thing was about the Labor Day storm was it's one of those rare ones that comes around every 75 years or so. I mean, it just has to be the perfect storm. Sorry, that's also not really intelligible. So they were in a race against time, and they lost it because usually they'd get help from Oregon and Washington. But because the Labor Day storm was one of those that only comes around like every 75 years, where a cold front here, a cold storm that was wet, met a hot and dry windstorm over here, where they collided, boom. You get high winds in those positions. It's just like how tornadoes respond in the Midwest. You get cold, moist, cold, dry air from the north, and then you got tropical wet storms that are warm from the south meet here, and that creates high winds whenever that totally different type of storm meets. It also created the perfect storm, if you've seen that movie. Out here.
Howell Mountain Road and 1830 Howell Mountain Road. People need assistance leaving the residence.
Okay, we just have people trapped.
Affirming. So we've got citizens being trapped at those addresses because they didn't evacuate.
Additionally, do you have the address for the previous hazard?
The address for the hazard, 335 West Lane. And go ahead and repeat the addresses on Howell Mountain.
For Howell Mountain 1710 and 1830.
I'm taking a note. The time is 8:19.
Branch 4, West Operations.
Time stamp 7 hours and 16 minutes.
Copies all directly. Division Delta was poking around in there late last night. I'm not sure if he's still around in there or location. Branch 1.
So this is our 5th report, at least, of people trapped That would be more than a dozen people so far, but we haven't heard whether or not some made it out yet. So there's 5 people trapped on a road and near a pond where they just said we can't get to them. That's it. And then these people here that didn't evacuate on Howell Mountain Road at 2 different addresses. Plus there was 2 people at a winery over here that didn't, that called for help at Schweiger, whatever that was, I can't remember. And it's kind of sad we're not hearing about them. Maybe they're okay, maybe they'll be found okay, but this is the view of from Santa Rosa area, and the fire's approaching Santa Rosa. But the what I was talking about is these current fires in California were mostly caused by that lightning strike event, and they just couldn't put them all out. They were doing a good job, but with the COVID understaffing, with all the things going on in Oregon and Washington at the same time, the Labor Day storm was like a once-in-a-75-year event. And it's decided to happen on Labor Day. So these small lightning fires became monsters.
Information, vegetation fire at the winery previously 3993 St. Helena Highway North, across the Peterson.
But these new ones could be power lines down. PGE has already gone on a strange apology tour, which I linked earlier, much earlier in the broadcast, like 7 hours ago. Just before...
Confirming that's at the Charles Krug winery.
Address, then Charles Krug. Charles Krug is 2800 Main Street in St. Helena City, and this is 3999 Highway 28.
Rosa, Peterson, nearest community.
Zogg south.
I don't see very many pilots in the area. There's one. There's another one nearby, but I'm not sure if that's Our Lady pilot with November 7, Quebec yellow. No, wait, what's Y? It's not yellow. It's November, Quebec.
Bridge 4, come in.
Anyway, these latest ones, the glass and
Branch 4 operations, go ahead.
the other might be.
But if we could get a blade truck from either Caltrans or County Public Works and have them work up Deer Park, we've got a lot of large boulders across the road.
Confirm. Break, last communications. Did you copy that?
I've got a live feed too, so I keep going back to the cameras, guys. But where was that? So I can't show you anything that a news media crew is going to, because that's a copyright strike against me. You know, so unfortunately I can only show you works of the United States government and people who say it's okay for me to show their copyright. So that's why I'm not here showing the news. They're also very, well, not good. They're also very sensationalistic, have a habit of not being terribly accurate and breaking into commercial when they should be giving people the correction and the right information. So I'm sorry, but unless Yankee, thank you. So unless it actually is a fire crew or like Caltrans, CALFIRE,
Correction, glass communications, east operations.
these webcams, for example, I can do because this is a seismographic lab, you know. This is for the public. Wow, look at that. So that was the dawn. And this is the current live condition. It's east of Santa Rosa. So yeah, if it's an actual firefighting crew, like if it's a firefighter posting to his Twitter, I can show you that. Like if it's Santa Rosa fire or something. Whoa. 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 Alright. This is live.
West Communications, East Operations, on command.
Okay, so does that work for you as far as live coverage goes? This will update every minute or so. Whew. Yeah. Mount Bobcat 5.
Requesting any jurisdiction, plow trucks, Caltrans or county roads. Priority request to clear rocks out of the road, Deer Park Road, for first responder access.
Yeah, Josh, the visibility might really...
27 Medical Foster Road.
And Deer Park and Silverwater Trail, and work their way up towards Crestmont. East Operations 0826. East Operations Division Alpha. East Operations.
Well,
Take that same request for the road service to come through with a communication line from Deer Park Road all the way to Callistoga. We have multiple power lines and power poles down. They're all de-energized. We just need somebody to come through and push them out of the way. And from this on the trail. Affirmative.
all right, so we're not...
Night Branch 1, East Operations.
looks like this was the formerly 97% contained LNU lightning complex.
Anybody that can check a reported vegetation fire 3993 Highway 29 north, Crosser Peterson, near Callistoga.
Yeah, I'm on my way there. I'm trying to get a hold of Alpha, see if he's got anybody.
All right. Trying to get a word in. Yeah, they've got power lines down. They need to move. So the formerly 97% contained LNU lightning complex fire does not look contained at all anymore. Unless this is behind the fire lines and it's just whooping up from the center.
Speed hail to 10-411.
That's assuming this camera didn't just go out.
East Operations, Branch 4, come in.
All right, okay, Josh. Thank you for letting me know that. 'Cause...
West Operations.
Oh, you're right. I didn't. Wait.
Affirmative, I'm
All right, it's not live at all.
Road, near Plum Ranch, where the dozers are
Thank you.
direct line. I'm on CDF TAC 29ers.
Thank you for bringing that to my attention. I have this screaming radio in my ear, and I forgot to check that. Thank you so much. So that was startling. It looks like the LNU complex was at 97% containment, but you know, the Bear Fire was at 50% containment when Santa Ana winds happened. So this is the current view.
We've got a front-end loader, and they've got the direction from Deer Park all the way up to White Cottage. It's clear.
I'm just going to wait for a bit to talk.
Did you copy that from Branch 4? The next priority request for debris removal, Silverwater Trail from Deer Park to Callistoga.
Yeah, you know, okay, maybe they'll let me talk now. We're going to do another time lapse. This is Cobb Mountain, and this I verified is up to date. That says, wait, yeah, the first image is from yesterday, and this is a 12-hour time lapse. So thank you for catching with that, Josh. I just saw that and went, what the heck? And when I tried to do the time lapse, I didn't have that stamp down there any longer, and it was kind of like out of view. So
West Operation, State Branch 7.
thank you for that correction. That would have been really
West
insane.
Operation.
All right, let's listen.
West Operation, State Branch 7. Ask Branch 9 when you meet with him. I've got 2 dozers staged at Callistoga Safeway down there, if he's interested.
At low volume, you said I only caught the Callistoga part.
Yeah, I have 2 dozers staged at the Safeway Callistoga if he's interested in them.
Copy that.
Alright, can I talk now? Alright, this is being buffeted by the wind pretty hard. Cobb Mountain 1, this is a 12-hour time lapse. Stars are going by, but I do believe we'll see the fire. Yeah, if not, we'll see the weird sunrise. This is looking at Clear Lake, but I'm hoping it rotated around. Alright, are they going to really let me talk? Yay! Okay, looking back at the chat. Oh god, look at all that standing dead timber.
54 outbound, command.
Yeah.
Down, start working your way towards the corner.
Alright, time to find more, and I keep trying to give a summary. If you are just tuning in, all the evacuation information is in the links in the description of the channel. So this is open questions and answer time. The rules here are no conspiracy BS. There are plenty of other channels if you want to hear hyped up crazy theories that have no evidence whatsoever. But if you like old-fashioned type of reporting, or I don't ask you for money, I don't care about that. I'm here to help fellow citizens out. I'm not a journalist. I'm a person who studies history and decided, wow, I should help people while history is in the making. I did this once at the Paradise Fire as well, when my brother was a missing person. He nearly died in that fire. I did lose a family friend the year before to...
Alien Air Attack 140 off Sonoma en route. Incident ETA 0838. Command 1, tone 2.
0833.
We're hoping some pilots will get out here, but visibility might be quite poor here. Anyway, because of personal tragedy, I decided to learn everything I could about fire behavior. Talked to firefighters and saw what they had to say, and I developed a teaching plan. It's earlier in this broadcast where I teach people to shelter in place. That does not mean defend your house with a hose. It doesn't mean be in your house at all. It means when it's too late to evacuate, look at maps, look for bodies of water, look for where culverts and bridges might be underneath where any road goes over a creek. I teach fire survival. So far I've gotten the pat on the back from visiting firefighters in this channel. Gotten a lot of good feedback. I'm humbled and just glad I can help, but I am running on fumes here. I've been awake since 9 a.m. yesterday. I'm going to be with you and keep continuing this broadcast. If you have any sort of questions, go ahead and put it in the chat, but I do not tolerate anybody breaking the rules. There's nothing we are going to discuss that's going to be divisive, blaming, or just non-productive. If anyone has any questions about what the fires are doing, how to survive them, any question like that, I'll be happy to help. What's the current status of something? I'll be happy to help. Here we're trying to look at getting eyes on the fire, and it's just so ominous. This is unreal. It's deja vu. I've seen this before. And so I'll show you this time lapse one more time. This is pretty nuts. And yeah, thank you for the support. It really, that's what keeps me going here. I dropped my life and dropped everything, and I've been filming. I've been doing this daily broadcast since Labor Day. And so every waking hour, except for 2 days of evacuating, I'm just doing this live to help. So
I want to confirm we have no aircraft over the incident, and air attack 140 will be assuming glass air attack. Command 102.
You're the only aircraft up, assuming glass air attack, 0835.
Air attack up.
okay, what we're seeing now.
Flighter 2 with guard 861 off Chico en route. Correction off Mason en route Chico. Heading 336 degrees, all operations normally C0910. Glass air attack, glass air off. On command 1, tone 2. Information 7M Halibase has copter 104, 1 type 2, 0 Charlie, November, correction, 0 November Charlie, and 5 Papa Juliet type 1. On base available. Last air talk, you were walked on, confirming 7M Halibase open for operation, copter 104, and then continue with the rest of the identifiers. 5 Papa Juliet type 1 Hawk, 0 November Charlie type 2 restricted category long line. Glass air attack copies all. Command 1, tone 2. Affirmative, additional, on order 10 type 1s, 10 type 2s, 3 type 3s. That copy is on order 10 type 1, 10 type 2s, 3 type 3s. Glass air attack. You're up.
Okay, I'm thinking done hopefully with that little bit of chatter. So I'm just going to keep these open, these time lapses, and then I'm going to open up new tabs.
DC 464, may your radio check command 1, tone 1. Copy.
I'm going to show you how the Zogg fire began. We've had some insane time lapses here.
Good morning, Guardy 390, very well, flight 2, black on, meter, loud Chico. Total being sold with 2 hours of fuel, heading 335 degrees, with the 36-minute ETA.
Guardy 39 in flight, good morning, sustaining flight following Sally 38, please.
Right now we're looking at how the Zogg fire grew to be a monster overnight with over at Reading. And looking back at the chat, hey Chip6, what's up? What? Hate to say it, but a local Los Angeles TV news spent only 1 minute on the fires and 2.5 minutes on Taylor Swift's new album. While the West burned? Oh man. I like her now. It's fitting. The rest of the world is watching Gomer Pyle and The View right now. While the West burns, it's not getting any attention. So good on her. But really, they could get to her a little later. This is a crisis. This is a crisis. So, yeah, imagine the roaring sound that comes with this. Not something I ever want to hear. I've seen wildfires like that. I haven't... Well, you know what? I have heard a little bit up by Lake Almanor. I was up there a while ago. But it was ocean-like, distant. It wasn't like snap, crackle, pop stuff. I've kind of heard them, but they just weren't the monsters, you know. I've heard the fast-moving grass fire type sounds. I was in this part of the country before when I accidentally got behind a fire line. It was a fast-moving grass fire, which didn't really have any sound that I could hear as I came up behind it. So this is live. This is up by Redding. So this is looking at the ever-expanding crazy fire called the Zogg Fire next to Zogg Mine Road, I guess it was. So I'm just going to continue to open up new tabs, and we'll go back to these crazy time lapses as time goes by. And we'll also have the live updates. We're listening to the glass fire, and if you've just tuned in, we continue to monitor all fires. If you have any questions in chat, any questions about survival, wildfire behavior, history of wildfires, what's going on in California, go ahead and put that in chat. When people who are in danger or really worried, they take priority. But we're a big supportive family here. I've carefully cultivated it. I don't tolerate anything that can't be proven. No non-facts, no conspiracy crap, no communist conspiracy. No, it's not happening. Anybody say the word agenda in here, you're instantly banned. I'm sorry, but you know the rules. This is the facts-only resource, the way journalism used to be. If you want to blame individuals or a political party, get out of here, because I don't do that. This is a safe space, and this is support. Oh boy, we got an Orion in the air. Cool. So I want to see more aircraft.
Guard 840, Sacramento.
We have people trapped and we don't know if they're safe. I keep listening, trying to hope that they're safe. People in Napa Valley here is 5 people trapped here.
Sacramento, expand 1, tone 3.
There's people trapped up here in 2 houses. Up by Howell Mountain. They had refused to evacuate before, now they're crying for help. And I don't know about the people on the trail. I don't know, but 2 people were also trapped in a winery. So, but about the people who are trapped here, there was no way to reach them. As last we heard, Spring Mountain Road is impassable. So a unit was ordered to go there.
Handling engine 1495, returning to station 35, east 1.
Yikes, lurk. Hurricanes forming in the Gulf too. Yeah, those are all warm weather events, summer events. Wildfire and hurricane season is one and the same.
95, changing assignment, cover station 38.
So, sorry, I'm reading chat.
Engine 1495, copy.
I'm so sorry, Sam. Let me mute that. Did not see. If you want to get my attention, sometimes I can't see it.
Information, we're able to make the north side and the east side of the fire. We have clean air to start working 6 week. We do have, I'll give you a quick situational update. On the north end of the fire, fire is kind of just holding on the ridge line on Oat Hill Mine Road. To the east, the fire is holding Rattlesnake Ridge to 3 Peaks, kind of hung up on the ridge line, Howell Mountain Road. As we come around the south end of the fire into the Napa Valley, fire's currently at the Con Valley area. Smoke is making
Access to the rest of the fire a little diminished. If you concur, I think priority for the incident for this morning for fixed wing will be on the north and east section of the fire. We'll reevaluate later on this afternoon, and we'll start looking for areas for the rotary and start working.
Yeah, affirmative. Glass operations copy is also assure if no, but we've got an east operations and a west operations. East operations will be Napa County. West operations will be Sonoma County. Concur that on the north, it'd be the northwest. How is it looking as far as Annandale and the impingement to City of San Rosa?
Glass air attacks currently over the Maya Combas. We're going to start poking our way into the Santa Rosa area. Stand by one.
Did anybody catch the frequency behind him? And they said 4 souls on board. I heard that. Anybody else?
Glass air attack, command 122. We're requesting 1 ASM direct to the fire. Contact air attack on air tactics.
0846 break. East operations, St. Louis command.
Alright, maybe I can talk now. I'm so sorry, I missed somebody. What you have to do to get my attention is do @CatherineDavidson, put capital K, capital D. That's going to highlight your comment, especially if it's important, like the one I missed. So I'm so sorry. I'm jumping up where somebody said that they were near a fire and I missed them. So let me go and help me out with these people too if I'm missing somebody. What's the status for Glen Ellen? I'm on Sonoma Mountain near Rohnert Park. Glen Ellen, okay, I'm on it. So sometimes chat goes by, people talk to each other. And so if you're talking to me, do @CatherineDavidson.
Guard 840, command 173, heading here now.
Let's go. So he's at Glen Ellen. He says, does it look like I could sleep to you guys who are worried about me not sleeping? Do you think I could go to sleep right now? I mean, if I tried. No, I'm okay. I'm doing all right. So, I do understand the importance of sleep. Where'd it go again? Let's see.
Glass operation.
Fire activity. I would leave. Glen Ellen, you know, I would just leave before being told no matter what. So the GO 17, let's try the GO 17 hotspot detection. I don't have a hotspot, but like I was just illustrating, a fire, the winds are blowing down this way. They're going down this way right now. So you are downwind of a very fast-moving active fire where they don't even have the ability to rescue everyone right now. So if you are at Glen Ellen, I advise you to just gather your things and leave before anybody tells you to. We can look back at the evacuation map, which is occasionally updated, but it's not been updated to my satisfaction. I mean, Callistoga is being evacuated and it says warning, you know, so let's go down here. So are you in the mandatory area? I can't tell. Where is it? Glen. It's so hard to see. Hold on a second. Where's the fire? Here's the fire. Glen Ellen's underneath Kenwood over there, South Santa Rosa. Okay, so let's go back to, it's by right above Sonoma. Okay, heard of Sonoma. And there's Napa. Am I in the right valley? Anyway, just horse sense says you are downwind of a very fast-moving, active, and pretty much out of control fire. So this is like we've seen. You know, this is what is very near you right now, just on the ridges and such north to the west. We see that the fires are going to go with wind. That's what happens. So let's look at wind direction right now. Over there, like I keep training people about the wind behavior as well, the Santa Ana winds like to go to the ocean. They are coming out of the desert at high rates of speed, racing down the mountains, picking up speed, and then they run across the valley, and then boom, they hit the coast range. And you're like, hey, but I want to go. I want to go to the Pacific. They're going this way. They hit the coast range, and some of them will make it out to the Pacific through these tinier mountain passes. Most of which, though, will hit the coast range or hit the valleys, and they go south, and they make their exit out of San Francisco. And so the other one, the other half of the Santa Ana winds, they exit down by LA. This is the diagram, which has been immensely helpful to explaining it to people. This has been going on for 400, 500 years because that's the geography. These unique wind patterns that are seasonal every autumn and winter, they're just part of California's geography that's probably been going on like this for thousands of years, honestly. But we know from the Spanish missionaries. Are you kidding me?
Dealing with battery problems?
Okay, so I'm muting that commercial.
Free battery test.
Why are there happy commercials every so often in Broadcastify? Anyway, you can see that this is how it works. The Diablo winds are the nickname for the northern branch of the Santa Anas. They run into the coast range, and the only place they really have to escape is go past San Francisco and Mount Diablo and go down here to Santa Ana /
Charlie, did you happen to copy?
So the winds will go down the valleys towards you as they make their way to San Francisco. So you are in danger. Whether or not anybody tells you that.
East operations, strike team 2398, Charlie on command.
Gosh, I was in the wrong. I was in the wrong county. Jeez. It's this one. Sorry, I don't. Alright.
37, command 1.
You're at evacuation level 2. That doesn't mean get ready and you might have to leave. Evacuation level 2 means we think you're about to be ordered to leave. So hurry it up and finish up your preparations to leave. And I would consider anybody.
Complex fire within the black. No other resources needed at this time. It'll be at the intersection of Gordon Eye Road and Chimney Creek Road.
22-353.
Branch 4, I need a code 3 ambulance to the intersection of Deer Park and Sunnydale at the school. Tie in with engine 1469. Sunnydale.
Side.
I'm sorry, I'm still going through the chat. If you don't say at Catherine Davidson with the correct space and punctuation and capitalization, then I won't. I may not be able to see your chat as it goes by. So do get my attention with.
Yeah, correct. Sunnyside.
Nature of the call. Or
Affirmative agency personnel.
SONOMA, East Operations on command.
Really? So the evacuation map for Sonoma County just went
Air attack on command.
Unresponsive. Really?
Air attack, East Operations, go ahead.
Got your dozer line on top of Rattlesnake Ridge. Just want to make sure that's going to be our primary line. We can reinforce that with retardant as we go down into the community of Angwin.
Affirmative.
Okay, copy.
Finally. What?
Glass air attack on command.
Okay. Eventually I'll be able to talk. But the
Requesting 1 Helco to the Rattlesnake Ridge area north of community of Angwin. Air tax 5,000-2990. Helco cleared in 3,000-2990.
All base copies. We don't have a Helco. We're in the Type 3. All we have is 104 agency training on board.
Copy 104 with training.
I'm gonna lose my mind if I'm talked over one more time, but it's so important. Yeah. Alright, I'm just gonna mute them for a minute. So, I can't believe that the actual too many people are looking at it. The map for Sonoma County evacuations is not refreshing. It's been kind of overwhelmed. Finally, it loaded. I've been clicking on this a real long time now. This doesn't even look correct. So, yeah, it was down here a second ago, all the way down to Glen Ellen. Remember, it's not loading correctly yet. So they don't have enough hosting to actually make this worth a darn. So, I'm sorry I linked that. This one over here is doing a little bit better for Napa County, but why there are two that you have to click back and forth, I just don't know. Why there isn't one map, I just don't know. This is why I'm here, trying to get the links, because it's so dang hard for other people. So, looking at CALFIRE, that's Command 1 is talking. Let's talk.
We get a fill on the ASM and then aircraft order when you're ready.
At least aircraft are coming in.
Yeah, filled with Charlie 3, go ahead with the burn.
Your feet.
Anyway, I have evacuation information and links.
Catalina, filled with Charlie 3.
Links in my description.
Request 4 Type 1 air tankers to Berryessa IP. It should be the same numbers as yesterday, 3,500. And then 4 S2s direct to Mount St. Helena, 4,000.
Their attack is Mount St. Helena and new IP.
Mount St. Helena.
St. Helena repeating 4 Type 1s to Berryessa IP, altitude 3,500, and 4 S2s to Mount St. Helena, altitude 4,000.
That's affirmative for the 4 Type 1s to Berryessa IP, 3,500. And then the 4 S2s direct to Mount St. Helena, 4,000, direct to contact air tactics.
Air attack 359.
to answer your question, Mike, the fire is pretty much all over the place in around Callistoga. It's in Napa and Sonoma counties, and so somebody just requested that I go back up to the Zogg fire. Yeah, I got a crazy video for you. Here's a time lapse of the Zogg fire, and we'll be monitoring that as well. But you guys, you have to spell my name correct, or it's not going to highlight my name, and there has to be a space. Correct spelling, correct capitalization with a space, and if you do @mention me, then I'm going to be, it's going to flag my attention over there, but I can't monitor chat, swivel my head around like the Exorcist girl, you know. I've got several monitors here, 67 tabs to open, and I'm constantly juggling with the volume of that, which randomly just blows my ears out. So let's go back to the Zogg fire. So this is a live view right now, what it's like looking from Santa Rosa, just north of Santa Rosa, to the east by southeast. That's what it's like right now. And so I'm just going to play this. We're going to look at the Zogg fire. The Zogg fire is up by Redding. But this is a time lapse put together by this seismic cam. And it's the sunrise of hell, pretty much. So when it ends, now that is the current view. This is the current status of the fire over at Santa Rosa. So I'm going to show you also the Zogg fire here. Here's a 12-hour time lapse. When it ends, this is basically current status. So this is looking from... Hang on, let's listen to pilots on the glass fire. Oh, excuse me. Oh my god. That scares me when they go super loud like that. So the fire just gets too big to be in the camera's frame, and this is flash over to dawn, daylight camera. And that is the current condition of the Zogg fire as far as we know. We can look at more cameras, so I keep just opening new tabs so we can go back and forth to see that incredible, you know, the incredible views of different places. So if anybody knows of a specific camera, see that one is looking at the August fire. See how it's pointed down? And that was a crazy view too. The August fire kind of blew up. But over by Redding, excuse me. Over by Redding, I'm continuing to try to look for different views. We saw this earlier, not too impressive.
1354 Alpha from Division Whiskey on command.
So let's see if this is current.
37 Sacramento.
It is. Let's time lapse.
We're on a heading of 30 degrees for 87 miles to Ukiah. Command went side up pretty good, so I don't think we should be like on too much. They're having issues over there.
Okay, our time lapse is almost complete. We'll just let it play in a second. This is should be another view of the
Whiskey 54 Alpha.
of the Zogg. I'm reading chat.
4 Alpha from Whiskey, are you on command?
Yeah, affirmative. I copy that information. That was on Walnut. You need assistance up there?
You can send me an engine. That'd be great. I'm still trying to work my way in. I'm going down Keys right now. But going to be hitting Walnut. Should be good on Keys, left on Walnut.
Go back Keys to Walnut. I'm going to send you into 32.
I'm sorry, I just realized that's the same camera. I needed to click that button. I was looking over at chat and not noticing, but this is impressive too. These are little lights down here, are vehicles, because this is only taking an image like once every minute. That's why everything looks super fast, but that is the Zogg fire up there. And I'll zoom out and show you the new hotspot detections. Everything that's going around the glass fire. That seems to be spreading pretty rapidly. Some people have called for help and are not getting rescued. There's just no way. So we don't know about the fate of the 5 hikers, or 5 people on a trail. We don't know what's happened to them yet. So here's a different view. So let's go 12-hour time lapse. That's also the Zogg. And while that compiles, I think I can look back at chat. So if you want to get my attention and tell me which fire you need information on, the links to evacuation information is in the description of the video. We're listening to the glass fire.
We're Alpha from Division with you. It's going to be Liparita Avenue, not Walnut. So you'll just take a left on Liparita off of White. 54 Alpha, copy at Liparita off of White, advising 32, and we'll switch over to tactical.
So they're putting aircraft somewhere near the glass fire. We just had air attack.
Division L, East Operations on command.
He ordered a bunch of flights.
Go ahead for Lima on command. Copy, Jake. Day Lima is Chief Sorensen, and I was trying to get a message about a PG requesting assistance for a gas line shutoff at 128 Knoll Circle. Do you have anyone can assist? 128 and what? Cool.
Yeah, we're not seeing very good visibility, but hopefully they can do something today. Well.
Helicopter 862.
862, flight 2, made positive contact with Chico Tower, close out flight following.
Alright, that is...
Copy 0908.
That is another live one. That's not what I wanted to do. Alright, so this is Barnum South, looking south at eastern portion of Santa Rosa, and this is not looking great at all, and I have no idea what the censorship bar is right here. I don't know.
DC 464, radio check command 1, tone 1, please.
But that is live.
11 there.
Making a time lapse.
DC 464, thank you very much, nothing further.
Waiting for the time lapse to assemble here. So I've been having a little difficulty keeping up a chat, so let me go look at it. If anybody has any immediate need, oh god, it's making me sick. That, oh man, that camera just decided to flap around in the wind. Okay, sorry guys. I got car sick too.
Glass air taxi limit. Still information for your tankers. You'll have MAS 1, MAS 4, MAS 6, MAS 9, tankers 85, 86, 90, and 91.
Would like to flight follow into Ukiah with you. That's got a 35-minute ETA.
37, doing copy, standby for AFS status.
Call Sacramento and let them know that there was too much traffic on Command 1, so we didn't want to flight follow with them. Let them know that we've crossed over to you.
Alright, so we're looking at the latest live image. This is looking south as the fire approaches Santa Rosa from the east. And that was the time lapse. I'm so sorry that made everybody ill, because that camera flapped around in the wind for a bit. Oh man, it made me sick too. So let's replay that. And I'm looking, and somebody says that on the Twitter, great, on the Twitter, they rescued the 5 trapped people on Spring Mountain Trail. Oh goodness. Rescued and being treated. 2 code 3. 2 3. 2 code 3 ambulances requested. Awesome. So is that, what Twitter is that, and can you link it? Thank you for answering that already. Dark smoke is man-made structures. The darkest smoke, the blackest, is the most toxic, and that's what kills firefighters in a structure. Darker smoke is, the more horrible it is. Smoke itself is flammable. People don't realize that smoke is a product of incomplete combustion. That means not all the fuels burned, and some of it vaporized or went up in the air. I mean, some of it is normal water vapor as a product of combustion, but the rest of it is just the stuff that didn't burn. And inside of a structure, it'll condense and condense and condense and condense, and finally, at some point, when there's enough heat, it'll explode and flash over. And so firefighters hate that stuff. You know, a couple of whiffs of that, and you know, you're done for. It's pretty toxic. So it tends to be your burning plastics, polyurethane foams, pink insulation. All that stuff produces dark black smoke. Firefighters hate that stuff. That means they really don't want to enter that structure, and it's ominous. You know, in a room full of that stuff, likelihood of survival is minimal, you know, for the victims inside. And so it's weird. Gray smoke is pretty much normal smoke, like wood smoke, like your campfire. And so white is actually steam. Completely white smoke is steam, and you can tell a volcanic eruption from there's just 2 types. Like if it's a lava eruption, magmatic, that's like dark ash, you know, that's like dark gray. You see a volcano erupt in white, and that's a steam, a phreatic eruption, and those are perfectly normal and really, really common, and they just go poof, and they're done. That's a volcano letting off pressure, and that's good, what you want to see in a volcano. But you can see dark stripes when I saw in the sky. You know, this is what I saw driving to Marion County. The normal, you know, kind of like a orangey kind of a smoke, and the red smoke, or the dark smoke that has little red hints, and then this stripes, black stripes across the sky. Unreal drive, and that was everywhere that the wildfire had gone down a mountain pass, such as the Beachy Creek fire, Holiday Farm fire. That was all those dozens of towns and millions of random structures and vehicles. Excuse me, I didn't mean millions, but you know what I mean. Excuse me, I'm trying not to sneeze. And that's what the black stuff is, the burning plastics and such. And that smoke is terribly toxic. If you have been in smoke and there's been wildfire that has structures burned, what you need to do is, whenever it clears, is get it out of your house. Like, do dusting in a serious way. Wet down the cloths, dust every surface, wash every rag immediately, and even wash the curtains and such, because all that smoke wherever it falls, it's just think of it as toxic as nuclear fallout. It's not radioactive, but it's toxic. And this stuff is the #1 killer of firefighters. It gives them cancer. All firefighters that fight something like that, related to that, they immediately hose themselves off all their gear as fast as they can and get out of that used gear. And then they take showers once they get back to base. But even then, they get exposed. So let's... It's
840 per Sacramento. They were slightly ahead of you.
we're getting tankers, folks.
Thank you.
I mean, they've gotten very good about not putting themselves in danger. And the new #1 cause of death for firefighters is cancer because of that. Burning plastic, burning the vinyl siding, you know, the stupid pink insulation that isn't banned. It's so toxic.
Zone in Sonoma County on the LNU complex of fires. Please report to the Safeway, Park Highway 12 and Callistoga Road for a briefing. If you're on a piece of fire equipment, stay in your position and continue your assignment. Any overhead, chief officers, please report to the Safeway, Callistoga Road and Highway 12 for a briefing. West operations.
On top of the hill with 4 other engines.
I'll be able to get a word in soon. I'm looking at chat. Yeah, we'll look at your mom's home, Jay and I. We'll look at the home and we'll listen. Let me zoom in on it. Alright, so what we're looking at is not live. We're looking at satellite images. First I'll go through the Modus and Veers images. I'll have to pause myself, but if this is where she's at, I don't know if any of the structures are lost here yet. So what we see here, this is Veers, C-V-I-R-S. So within the snowflake area, there's
Primarily Sinolina Road open, but also Callistoga Road open.
Copy break, St. Helena, West operations.
Helena.
Request for county roads to meet up with branch 9 in the Callistoga Road and St. Helena Road area to help keep the road open. Any type of grader or front loader would be to help us keep the road open.
William Halliday, Copter 104 on 123.025. How do you hear?
104, 7 in Halliday. Winds are light out of the north. No other aircraft in the area. What's your discussion?
104, listening now. And 104, we're going to hold on the deck here for just a minute. We're doing some programming.
7 in Halliday, copy.
Operation St. Helena. Confirming the county roads to meet up with branch 9 to assist with opening the road in the area of Callistoga Road at St. Helena Road.
Affirmative, either a grader type vehicle or front loader.
West Operations, Branch 9 back with a logistical order.
Okay, hopefully I can get a word in. Here's the problem though, is you may have a specific road, and yeah, but here's the thing about these satellites, and so I haven't heard anything specific. Knock on wood, I haven't heard anything specific about them battling anything here since midnight. So I just heard about the evacuations ordered. And so the problem with VIIRS and MODIS is the red snowflakes just are telling you there's a radius around each one. And that means that
West
this
Operations, Branch 9.
this is margin of error. So anywhere within, oh god, that was loud in my ear.
West Operations from Branch 9, logistical order for yesterday's shift, 100 lunches, and that can be delivered to the Safeway staging, Callistoga Road at Highway 12, and then 2 additional hose modules. We consumed the hose modules that were delivered last night.
Copy that. There are lunches here at the Safeway staging and on the hose modules ordered.
Yeah.
West Operations from Branch 9, you were scratchy and readable. I can wait until you get better position.
Once again, you're scratchy, unreadable, go somewhere and then talk to me. It's just, that's not good enough. We have better technology in that for firefighter communications. I'm sure we should just go ahead and give them the gear that they need, or whatever upgrades they need for the towers. Alright, so what is the problem with this is that the MODIS and VIIRS, I'm going to turn off the GOES, the MODIS and VIIRS satellites, they detect heat from space, so it's got to be something about an acre in size, pretty much to show up here, and this is the margin of error. Just somewhere within that radius there was a heat detection with the color code here that is between 1 and 12 hours ago. Now, to be clear, when you're using this option in CalTopo, then that means that unless there's a new drastically different kind of a heat detection, this will never update or tell you whether or not the fire is there. Just somewhere there was a heat detection. Could be a hot spot put out, could be something like a just little grass fire that burns itself out, something. So just as time goes by, it'll fade out to different colors. So we don't know when those hot spots occurred, except I can tell you somewhat recently. However, if we go to Go17, this has much more timely information, where red is detected in the last 10 minutes, but it's even less accurate. So you see these.
Just to get oriented with the fire, fire's currently backing through Angwin, Howe Mountain Road area. All the retardant line that was put in yesterday is currently burned through. Priority for the morning is structure defense point protection in the Angwin area, from the north end, Rattlesnake Ridge down to Howe Mountain Road break. Charlie 3 class air attack back. We do have a substantial dozer line getting put in on the Rattlesnake Ridge, which basically ties into the Angwin. Fire is hung up on top of the ridge. Looks like Howe Mountain Road will be our kind of the line in the sand. We'll be able to use the maps on the direct retardant line on top of the ridge, S2s for point protection.
Okay, they're probably going to reply, so I'm waiting. But this is the main battle here near Callistoga, is they're trying to contain this.
And Charlie 3 information, Copter 104's inbound to the Angwin area. We're going to utilize him as Helco. Got 2, correction, a Type 1 and a Type 2 currently 7M. Still on base, 7M heli base.
There's the Orion. The Orion's on the way.
Attack is Chopper 2 over Youngsville, 12292.
Basically, my answer is we don't know because we know there's hot spots, but doesn't mean there's a fire. Yeah, they burned, it went through the retardant lines. So let's go back to our live camera images. Here's the copters converging, and we have at least, I think it was 4 tankers and several helicopters at their disposal. And so I hope the global supertanker comes to life today too. So whenever we want to know about the global supertanker, we just put in its call sign. Not call sign, I'm sorry, it's registration.
Glass air taxi, command.
I'm sorry, that was
Sailing
loud.
glass air tax, command 2, correction, command 122.
My ears.
Glass air taxi, line tankers 8586, off Sonoma, ETA 0928.
586 off Sonoma, air tax up.
Yeah, there's one of them responding. All right, let's look up the global supertanker. That one is November 744 Sierra Tango. And when it's aloft, it'll like say right there.
Branch 9, west operation.
Oh yeah, they are converging. Here comes the tankers. Marsh S2s.
9, west operation.
Look at this response. Let's find a camera where we can watch this. So let's see, we need a camera. We need a camera up by Callistoga, up in the hills. So let's go digging. Anybody else have any explanations right now? And
9, west operation.
Dorothy, captions for the deaf. I'm sorry. Let me try. Let me see. Dorothy, no.
9, west operation.
I'm sorry. I'll try to. Auto. Please speak very fast. Radio. It's hard to understand. Okay, if anybody can go ahead and help out Dorothy with, typing information too. I'm a fast typer, but I got a lot to deal with. So that's one of my concerns was the colorblind and the deaf. The evacuation thing is red and green. Like, thanks a lot, guys. I don't know how, it's a very large percentage of men that can't see red and green. They're colorblind. So I will try to put on, enable closed captions. I don't know that I can. I'm trying to click that button. The button is not available. So, sometimes they auto-generate. Dorothy L1.
Branch 9, west operation.
The button for closed captions is not available.
Victoria, you're just passing the 6 o'clock. You kind of just passed over right where the dozers are working, where it comes down to the south to England. Fire's currently backing into England, and then some of the heavier timber protection for the S2s, and then we're going to utilize the main ridge and outbound road down to Coke Valley for the main retardant line.
Yeah. I'm very new at this. I'm sorry. So. But we see tankers are coming. Tankers are coming. Tanker aircraft are coming. Maybe I can just type that every once in a while. We find a webcam to view them if we can. So when the tankers drop retardant, it's red. When they drop water, you're gonna have a bunch of white because that's gonna be steam. Water hitting the fire is steam. So let's try to find a Callistoga, like a Pope Valley webcam. Let's go. Let's go.
Momentarily, we're showing less than a minute out.
I want to see this. So let's go back to that here. Let's find it. Let's find it. We're gonna hear them talking. They're gonna be like,
by your fire station.
yep. Callistoga. Anybody want to help me out? Show me. Yeah. This one? That's terrible. That's not a good one. That's just looking at random place. Maybe this goes over the lake. I don't think we're going to see anything there either. Nah. I don't see another good. Now what's facing the wrong way? Definitely facing the wrong way.
Dozer tender 1442, Division Delta on command.
There. That's like the closest thing they have.
You guys are still coming up to 1860 Old Howe Mountain Road.
I don't know if we're going to see anything there. Dang it. Let's go look at the chopper positions. Well, now they're catching up.
Right.
The battle is around Howell Mountain and Angwin. So, Pepperwood East. Thank you, Joe Malone. Let's take a look. Pepperwood East Cam. Is that where we were? Okay. Oh, okay. Good. All right. Whoa. It's also a scene of hell. But that's not exactly pointing towards Callistoga.
Tender 42, go ahead for Delta.
They're going to do those drops at Angwin. So...
Negative. That road no longer goes through. You'll have to come down the Silverado Trail.
It's just pointing the wrong direction. It's better than nothing though. Thanks for the idea of the pepper one. We can just go. Oh, come on. You know what? Windy might have it, and it's not even pointed at the sky. Let's just see where they're going to tell us about the drops. But I do know that the Howell Mountain area is where they're trying to make their line. They've lost a lot of structures over there. So they are using Howell Mountain Road as a major defensive line in Rattlesnake Ridge, which I've yet to identify. So, but it's over here. All up in here. I have to use the bathroom, so I'm going to be right back.
Seven's on approach to Ukiah, assisting regional flight path.
Sorry, 8370933.
Glass Air Attack, Command 1, Tone 2.
On command.
Air Attack, 7M Hell Base on command, go ahead. 7M Hell Base, sir. Air Attack, I'd like to request the Type 1, Type 2, work with Copter 104, route of travel will be east of Angwin Airport in the valley floor, 5 miles east of the fire's edge, 2,500 till they transition to the south end of the fire. Contact Charlie 3, Rotor Victor. Hellbase, copy. Delta, branch 4, command 1. Go ahead with your traffic. Glass Air Attack. Air Attack, News Chopper 2 on 12292. News Chopper 2, Glass Air Attack on 12292. Go ahead with your traffic. Yes, sir. We are at 6,500, requesting to operate in the area of Angwin. News Chopper 2, that's affirmative. Air Attack's at 5,000, 2990. I'll have you cleared in 7,000 over the Angwin Airport area. Again, Air Attack's at 5,000, 2990. 6-wing working 4,000. In at 7,000 and 2990 for Chopper 2, and we'll advise when we leave station. Air Attack.
Phew, okay, I am back and refreshed. Let's get back to where we were. So, the Atlas Peak Cam. Okay, let's go ahead and look.
Glass Air Attack, command 1, tone 2.
Okay. I believe we did. I believe we did run an time lapse on Atlas Peak. Here. This is Atlas Peak 1. But isn't that the Zogg? That's the Zogg fire. I want to see the airdrops. I want to see the airdrops.
Glass Air Attack on command over fire situation in the east zone. Have the fixed wind currently working in the Angwin area, Howell Mountain, point protection, structure defense. Fire activity is increasing with a northeast push. We have multiple structures threatened and Air Attack back information. Fixed wing will be working structure defense. We do have the predominant ridge line, Rattlesnake Ridge, will be working primary. Operations copy, and at this point, let's make that our #1 priority for aircraft. Copied your initial order for fixed wing, and if we can also work any rotary wing somewhere in that vicinity, it'd be great as well. I copy. We have copter 104, the Type 1, Type 2 rotary wing out of 7M Helibase, working the south end of the fire valley floor, Napa Valley, up towards the Angwin. Break.
Yeah, we were doing a time lapse earlier on Atlas Peak. That's up by the Zogg fire. So what we wanted to do is see these airplanes dumping the water live from some sort of a webcam. So that's what we have been unable to achieve so far. But there's multiple aircraft in the air, some fixed wing. They've got like 4 tankers today, and they've got a bunch of helicopters.
On command.
This is now. This is looking south towards where the fire is threatening the eastern portion of Santa Rosa. So this camera is pretty far back. This one is a lot more intense because it's close. And we can see actually a new active fire right here from this cam. So this is live right now. We are looking from this direction. Fire is coming towards Santa Rosa from the east. There's a major battle near Callistoga right now trying to contain the fire so that it stays up there by Howell Mountain. But there's a lot of structures to be lost up there and they're struggling. And so far we're just on pins and needles. They're bringing in fixed wing aircraft. They're going to do some drops, but it seems like they've already done their first round. Hey, that may be a plane. That may be a plane. And don't ask me why they've censored this image. It's like somebody lived right here and like complained or something. You know what? Don't live in fire country, and then you won't have this problem. What if your structure was on fire and people couldn't see it because of this stupid sensor? I don't know. I think that's an airplane. Cool. So it's not the exciting tanker drop we wanted, but I'm going to play you the 12-hour crazy image. Oh, shit. No, I'm not. Sorry. This is the one where the camera went wild in the wind for a bit. So I'm going to refresh this, actually. Refresh that one and just play you a 6-hour time lapse. Sorry about that.
On command.
We're looking south above Santa Rosa towards Santa Rosa's east area. This is a 6-hour time lapse. When it finishes, this will be at the current. So looking back at the chat. Joe Malone.
Command 122.
Yeah, thank you, Joe, if you can find us new cameras.
Aircraft request, 1 Type 2 air tanker, Marietta IP, 3,500. Contact Charlie 3 Air Tactics.
Air 944, break, east operation, on command.
Alright, so on ABC7, chopper saw planes dropping retardant on the glass fire, multiple fixed wings, right. So what we have been doing is...
5 different reports for you. The first will be 695 Walnut Lane in Angwin, which I believe you and the air tac tied in earlier for structure threat. This will be the primary for the aircraft. Moving on to Zimpendale Lane and Silverado Trail. Possible new start. We believe it's within the fire. Break.
Okay, go back to the first address, 659, what was the street?
5 Walnut Lane in Angwin, cross of Olive Avenue. Multiple structures threatened.
Operations, West operations.
Go ahead with the second.
The Bar Winery, structures threatened at 3522 Silverado Trail, community of Deer Park, cross of Glass Mountain Road.
Sam, go ahead and repeat. You were cut off by traffic.
Bar Winery, multiple structures threatened at the winery, 3522 Silverado Trail, cross of Glass Mountain Road in the community of Deer Park.
Stand by.
Operations 98 Charlie, I just passed Rombauer and there's engines there.
Copy. Engines at Roundbar.
There's at least 4 tankers, and there's...
Copies and continuing. Next address is Zinfandale Lane and Silverado Trail in St. Helena. RP believes this is a new fire. Negative structures threat.
East operations, West operations.
It's hard for me to get a word in, but this is a live image. So not only is there a threat east as the fire is coming towards Santa Rosa from the east, we're looking south from the north area. They're trying to save Callistoga, and right now they're trying to build lines in desperately around the hospital, which is northeast of Callistoga. It's been evacuated, but there's been some people that wouldn't evacuate, of course, and there's multiple structures threatened. There's at least 4 tankers on the scene. And then there are multiple helicopters, so we continue to track those with Flight Radar 24. And the S2s, the fixed wings, just made their run, but we saw at least, I think there were 4 fixed wings there. And so now they're still really upset. They're saying that the retardant lines from...
Go ahead with your next message after new start at Zinfandale Lane on the trail.
It ran through some old retardant lines. Yeah.
Next one will be 4104 Silverado Trail, cross of Larkmead Lane, community of Callistoga South. Structures threatened, and RP is still at this location, unknown if they are in the structure or evacuating. We advise to evacuate.
Air attack, command 1, tow 2. Operations class air attack, just priority for the fixed wing, just to give you a situational update, priority 1 point protection in the Angwin area. Priority number 2, we're going to utilize Howell Mountain Road down to Pope Valley. Currently have 2 copters working from Silverado Trail up towards the Con Creek area. Priority 3, Rattlesnake Ridge to the north, down to Angwin. Break.
According to the map, Windsor is not under an evacuation alert right now, but I would be... I mean, look at this situation. I would definitely be gathering up my things and making my way out before I was told to. Because, look, there's a giant kind of mostly out of control fire. 2 of them that basically are the same thing, but this was caused by...
Glass Communications Division Whiskey, logistics request.
I mean, look at the scary images. This is looking south at Santa Rosa here. And what, Windsor is over there.
Celebrate, Fire Papa Juliet, on pole, pad 9, ready to lift. 5 Juliet, 7 a.m. elevate, copy. Winds are 2 to 5 out of the northwest. Weather aircraft in the area, be advised you're going to be working with 0 November Charlie, with the good strength. Copy that, coming up.
And welcome back, Iceman. Good to see you. This has gone insane. I've been covering this since midnight. I've been awake since yesterday around 10 in the morning. So, trying to hang on, trying to be strong here. This is looking worse every time I see it. We see new smokes over here to the side. So, I hope that answers your question on whether or not anything's in danger. It just depends on where the wind blows. That is close enough to be in danger. So even if they haven't told you to evacuate, I would think about, you know, getting my stuff together, the heirlooms in the car. Check on your neighbors, guys. Don't leave your neighbors behind who may not be aware or have a car. You know, knock on doors, make people aware of things. They may not have the internet, and they may not see any of this. They may not have a TV. You know, they may not have a car. They may be hoping that they can just call.
DC-464, may get a radio check, command 1, zone 1.
You know, they may just be hoping that they will be rescued if they have to be, if they don't have a car, and that's not something that's realistic. So this is
Thank you very much. Nothing further.
current. This will update minutely. This is the Zogg fire. This is the Zogg fire up by
The glass is at approximately 10 minutes out. We got 4 souls on board, 5 hours worth of fuel looking for ASS. Rolling out already. Flighter 2 with 861 heading 29 at 7 degrees off with runway 210.
Copy 0952.
This one is an error. This hasn't been updated in a long time. That's a different fire from the past. So don't worry about that one. It freaked me out too. So
Copy on the rack, sir.
what winds do is, you know, fire follows the wind. So if I give you this diagram of what the Santa Ana winds do, they try to leave out San Francisco in the north. They try to leave out LA in the
Operations 1 command.
So that means that winds bump into the mountains and they turn south. They're going to turn south for a while down towards Mount Diablo. We do see them doing that, but at any moment they could do north. Like we saw the August Complex fire turning north. At any moment they can change. So Angwin is where they're really battling and they're trying to keep it. But there's a separate battle down here by Santa Rosa.
83 Charlie, switch to travel now.
The best time to evacuate is before anybody tells you to, and before there's a nightmare, and before there's a traffic jam. So
Glass air attack on command 1, tone 2, you have traffic.
I cannot show you any media.
Yeah, East Operations, not sure what the plan is on the Howell Mountain side from Angwin down to Pope Valley. Is the plan to utilize Howell Mountain Road and hold it there, or take it all the way down to the valley floor and into Pope Valley?
I will get a copyright claim and strike on my video if I show you anything that's made by the media. So I'm showing you the things that are non...
Communications, Division Whiskey with logistical request.
I'm showing you works of the United States government, for example. Yes, Ukiah. I'm looking. There's a crazy view, I'm trying to find it again, of the August Complex from the area by Mount Shasta. So, if you'll bear with me. I don't believe it was the weed camera. Weed's a town. Don't report me.
Glass air attack, command 1, tone 2.
So, excuse me.
Copy loud and clear. Just information that we're doing point protection structure defense with a fixed wing in the community of Angwin. Priority number 2 is going to be taking it from Howell Mountain Road down to Pope Valley, south end of Angwin. Just seeing what the plan is. If the plan is to hold Howell Mountain Road or bring it all the way down to the valley floor.
There we go.
Pope Valley.
Eyes on the complex. Here's the August complex.
On Howell Mountain and down to valley floor, Frank. The other piece we're working is old Howell Mountain going down to the old Con Road, down the other way and trying to wrap everything up.
Copy. With the mass coming on scene, we're gonna reinforce Howell Mountain Road. Yes, it's a mid-slope road, but I think if we get some crews in there and we'll reinforce it on the green side of Howell Mountain Road. Fire's kind of backing to Howell Mountain Road, and we'll be able to put together a firing operation to hold Howell Mountain down to Pope Valley.
Branch 4 copies and action chrono. Thank you.
Okay, maybe I'll be able to say something now. So you heard air attack, and he's drawn the lines. He's directing the tankers, and so what we have been seeing is a big battle going on in this little pocket right here, where if they could keep that up there.
St. Helena Glass Air Attack Command 122.
They're putting dozer lines
Air
here.
attack, St. Louis, no longer Type 2 tanker 22. Also, Mass 9 out of service, no ETA on one. We'll be back in service. Placed a replacement request for it, no fill yet.
I copy, Type 2 fill, Tinker 22, Mass 9 out of service, no fill on the replacement. Glass Air Attack copy.
Yikes, a tanker is down. Not going to be available today because it's had an issue. So they're down a plane. I don't mean that it's down, it's not like a crash, but the one of the tankers is unavailable. So still just not looking great for that area. And who knows when these winds will stop. Yeah, you're very welcome. I'm trying to do my best. I can only show you what is a work of the United States government. So if you have interesting images that are from a firehouse, from like a firefighter's Twitter, from the firefighters work for the government, and if they're city employees, so the sheriff's offices, if you have that sort of thing, I can possibly share that with you. But I also don't do aftermath photos very much because that's terribly emotional. And here I'm trying to keep people hopeful. So, informed about what is currently going on. So we are monitoring the Zogg, the Bear, and the August complex plus the glass. We're listening to the glass. And this is the August complex, as seen near Shasta. This is the 12-hour time lapse. So the August complex up there never was fully contained. They were working on it, and boy did it blow up. So these Santa Ana winds are no joke. Looking back, hey Cogito, ciao, see you soon. Come back, Iceman. Yep. I mean, if you have got some sort of image for me and it's not the work of the media, if it's actually some sort of a live image from firefighters, like Firefighter Cam, go ahead and let me know about that. But I can't tune in to show you the news because I'll just get a copyright strike. So if you're just tuning in,
Middletown Holidays helicopter 530, November Charlie, on call, guided left, pad 1.
November Charlie, sending Outbreak copies. Winds are 2 miles an hour out of the northwest. What do you expect?
Good, November Charlie, coming up. Going to be flying clockwise positions for the north end of the fire, 6,000, 2990. Roger, we'll keep an eye out for it. Copper 2.
Glass air attack, salient Tinker 22, ETA 1012.
1012 for Tinker 22.
Now that's live as soon as these time lapses run to the end, and that is what happens right now. Don't ask me about the censorship bar. If you're just tuning in, my evacuation information is in the description of the channel, so you can find all the links there. So what we're doing is we're looking at the tankers, Air Command. They're trying to save Callistoga, and this area's been devastated. So right now it's getting out of hand with multiple structures.
Air attack on 12292. And News Chopper 2 information, that's going to be a fixed-wing aircraft, Recon 112, fixed wing at 6,000-2990.
I may turn on the TV and watch that, but I can't show you guys. It's not a work of the public domain. So there's a heavy fight going on here by Howell Mountain. They're really not in control yet, and they're really trying to save structures. Meanwhile, they're also trying to build the line
Division Whiskey, logistical request.
right around here. Howell Mountain Road is the line.
Requesting 100 bag lunches, 30 cases water, 50 cases Gatorade, 10,000 feet inch-and-a-half hose, 5,000 feet of inch hose, 50 1.5 inch tees, 50 1-inch nozzles, 10 gallons of torch mix, and delivery point will be 716 Liparita Avenue. Liparita spelling L-I-P-A-R-I-T-A.
It's a Gatorade airlift with 100 lunches.
How many feet of 1-inch hose?
1,000 feet 1-inch hose.
Feet.
We are live. If you have a question, put it in chat.
5,000 to 7161 Liparita Road. 1002.
Oh, that's a good copy.
Engine 7360 Redwood Coast Fire, reaching all Calicourse.
Now I believe this camera image is the Zogg fire. I think. Let's look. What? That's Reading. Okay, so this is the Zogg fire. I'm going to put it on 12-hour time lapse. We were watching some of this. It's pretty horrifying, but when it gets to the end, then that means it's current.
Redwood Coast Fire.
Be right back.
Charlie 3 from helicopter 530 November, Charlie on air tax 6.
Can't believe it. I just turned on the news. What on NBC? Oh my gosh, I can't believe it. This lady, she posed nude for her birthday. That's what's on the TV. Are you, Gwyneth Paltrow it's her 48th birthday and she's naked on the Twitter. She's not. She's got a censor bar. But seriously, I can't find this.
Division Alpha on command. Logistical order.
Media, you disgust me. There's the Price is Right.
Can I get 100 bag lunches, 10 cases of water, 10 cases of Gatorade to Silverado Trail and Picket?
Silverado Trail, what?
There's some old westerns on TV. Are you kidding me?
Echo 38, Echo 33. Still at DC 36.
Oregon's not covering this whatsoever. Alright, let's go back to Santa Rosa. If anybody wants, anyone has any questions, just put it in chat. Okay, meanwhile at Santa Rosa, this is what's going on, media. Are you kidding me? This is the time lapse from dawn. I had to mute the pilots, they're making unintelligible noise. Yeah, this is what I've been covering since midnight, so this is our time lapse. Meanwhile at Santa Rosa, there's this ribbon of fire coming over. This is looking...
0 November Charlie on guard.
Helicopter. Come in, there's a helicopter. Helicopter Charlie, come in. I like that guy's voice. Alright. I know the moment I start talking, they're going to talk over me. Just waiting for it. Yeah, Lurkface is saying the media is not covering it in Florida where I am. They don't even talk about it at all.
Glass Air Attack Helicopter 530 November Charlie on guard. After 530, Glass Air Attack on guard. Go ahead with your traffic. I'm calling you on all the frequencies. Are you reading any of my transmits? I'm trying to get permission in. 30, confirming you're working the glass incident, Napa County, Sonoma County. Firm, I'm off Middletown Helibase. I've been instructed to contact Charlie 3. I'm not raising anybody on Rotor Victor, air to ground, or air attack. Rotor Victor 132675. I'll make contact with Charlie 3, make contact with you. Roger.
Yeah, speaking of Patreons, I'm not asking for money. I don't feel right about that, but I'm going to have a fundraiser for a fire victim that I met the other day out at the Echo Complex fire where I was touring the aftermath. And you know what? I was hoping things were going to be over, but I had a feeling that the Santa Ana winds would ruin that. Oregon's on cleanup mode, but California is hurting, as we can see. So if you hit that subscribe button for my channel, then hit that little ringing bell icon. That'll let you know whenever I go live or restart the feed. And then later I'm going to have a fundraiser for myself, which is going to come at a later date, so I can have an actual camera. Go out here, interview people affected, and heck, make documentaries and the like. But first, coming first, I'm going to try to have a fundraiser for the fire victims I met at the Echo Complex by Lincoln City, Oregon. So I did a real brief, not really
West operation.
informal interview to the max. I mean, I was just there, met them on accident, and so what we'll have is, I think, a GoFundMe. As far as I know, I have to look that up. And then later you can fund me if you want me to cover this in the future and make historical documentaries, because this is history in the making. This is a once-in-a-lifetime kind of crazy event.
Yes, sending a hand crew up to the Sonoma Mountain repeater to do some prep work on it.
10-10, break. East operations, St. Helena.
So, that's how you're going to know when I do my fundraiser in the future. You hit the subscribe button, and then there's a little ringing bell. Make sure you hit that one, otherwise you may never hear anything from me again, just depending on what YouTube wants to show. And I'm humbled and grateful that everybody's here, and I'm praying for everybody, and my thoughts are with you. It was personal tragedy that made me first want to understand fire behavior, plus my study of ghost towns and history, and not the paranormal. I mean history. So my brother nearly died in the Paradise Fire. The year prior, we lost a family friend in the pre-Paradise Fire called the Bangor-Loma Rica Fire, also known as Cascade Fire, 2017. So I made it my mission to give people fire education.
Go to Sonoma Mountain.
Fire education is to teach people how to survive, and this live coverage is best that we can track things. So go ahead and shoot away if you have any sort of questions about fire. You can even introduce yourself. This is one big, supportive family. I've cultivated this environment, and jerks, I just 86 out of here. Anybody spouting nonsense?
At 7335, Highway 12, cross of Oakmont. Has trees on fire on the Highway 12 side, right near the PG&E substation.
I copy. I'll pass that on to Branch 5.
Sorry, I thought that might be important. So that's why, it's personal. I've been covering this for 4 weeks, ever since it happened with the Labor Day storm. So this is no nonsense, no conspiracy theories, no politics, no blaming anybody. And we will only be sharing information that's factual, the kind of thing that firefighters want people to know. And I'm taking live questions and answers, and every once in a while we are blessed to have firefighters wander in here. And so sometimes we can ask them questions. Cogito was just here, but he just left. So, yeah, this could be a down power line situation. These new fires that just started with Santa Ana winds, what I've noticed is what PG&E likes to do is they like to kind of say oopsie first, and then later make a confession live at a press conference that they may have started fires.
1-1, place a phone call when you can.
Uh-oh.
Delta 2.
Now, I've been warned, place a phone call when you can. Might be when they don't want to say stuff like we found something bad, like a person. But sometimes it's just like they don't want to give out somebody's phone number or address or something on the phone too. So they make a phone call and they say, give me a call, when they don't want things to be heard over the radio. So that's a little ominous. But so far, they've been doing good rescues. There have been a lot of people trapped. I've been monitoring. Wow, there's Lockheed P3A. That's what I'm talking about. We were watching the tanker drops. They're trying to defend this little highly contentious inflagration. Inferno. Yeah. This little pocket right here, Angwin, I can't even read it anymore. But there's a lot of structures to be lost up here.
Last air attack command 1-2. St. Helena, relief air attack 1200 hours to the Pope Valley area, direct to at 6,000 feet, and then relief ASM 1230 hours, area to IP 4000.
to set up new IPs. Can we give an IP for the Pope Valley area?
So when the break in the weather happened, I realized I might have a day to catch some shut-eye and some rest. I have not taken a break. Every waking hour I've spent covering the fires since Labor Day, and so I took one day. I left the stream live to go evacuate people. I knew in Marion County some of my relatives. A lot of them were spending time in hotels and such. I grabbed my mom, and it was pretty hilarious. She watched Sully in the background during my live feed, and so people thought it was coming from the airplanes, and it said,
Forward 4.5 hours worth of fuel for AFS check, and we're 9 minutes out.
Alright, tanker's returning to McClellan.
Charlie, Division, Delta on correction on command.
I'm hoping the global super tanker will come out and play. Could use its attention. It's a little wet kiss on this fire, which is let's check out what it's doing currently. So this is the August complex. It's a beast. This is looking from the Shasta area, Shasta Trinity, towards August complex, and so that has blown up. We've seen everything blown up, actually. Here I thought I could go to sleep finally when I got back home at midnight, and that's not going to happen. But so here's the fire by Reading, the time lapse. I'm going to speed that up towards dawn, but that's the Zogg fire right there. And I found another camera that looked over at the August complex. So right now, thank you for the encouragement. So if you hit the subscribe button and like, actually that means that YouTube will let you find me again if you want to do that. The subscribe button has a ringing bell, and in the future, I think once this calms down a little bit, I keep saying that. This is week 4 this is the 4th Monday. I keep saying that.
Last fire, November, correction, 6-week calling, last air attack on 122.92, go ahead with your traffic.
This is current at Santa Rosa.
Delta on command.
This is current. You can see the fire here. It's looking south, so this is the eastern portion.
Contacting last air attack on 122.92, go with your traffic.
It sounds like a tower.
Arrow 2879er Papa, glass air attack on 122.92, go ahead with your traffic.
Will now be Command 1, Zone 15 on Sonoma Mountain. Acknowledge, night, west op.
Papa, glass air attack on 122.92, go with your traffic.
Go with the traffic.
Okay, west ops, acknowledge.
Day west operations and night west operations acknowledge.
You can see the August complex roar to life right before dawn. This is 4 in the morning.
West operations now on Command 1, Tone 15, stay line at 1018.
When this ends, this is current.
Safeway staging, branch 9, command 1.
Those plumes are absolutely massive. So we know that the August complex fire, which that is current, that is right now. Let's see, where's this camera looking? So that's gotta be Ruth Valley. So let's go look. Let's go look at Ruth Valley. And here you can see the spreading monster. We just got a notice.
Zone operations, deputy ops on command.
Everybody who lives around here, please think about getting away from this
I've
fire.
got a water tender 24-hour and a dozer 24-hour. Do you want them in your zone?
might be a good time to go visit San Francisco. Everybody in this general region, just kind of get away from this fire, please, before they tell you to. I've been covering this since midnight when this was a little thing. And just, this is blowing up. So,
report to Diamond Mountain and Highway 29. I'm ready for the numbers when you are.
Oh my God. So that's...
The water tender is E100, dozer is E93, both private.
That's something. No wonder it looks like a beast. It's just absolutely jumped out of control here. The August Complex fire. Let's read the official report. But
can you confirm what branch and division that'll be in?
That's not good.
That'll be in branch 2, division Alpha.
Deputy operations, copy.
Okay. Did they hold this virtual meeting? If so, that would be good. Because, wow, did it just explode on the northwestern portion of August Complex. So, when did they update this? 1 minute ago. Okay, so that's, alright. It's 879,000 acres, California's largest wildfire, and is now getting larger. So they had a good containment on the east side, so like the Elk Lake area, I think you're alright. This wind is blowing to mostly to the west by southwest. So the updated 7:31 a.m., but that's not a minute ago. So anyway,
PG&E helicopter 29 Tango Delta air attack on 122.92. How do you copy?
they continue to slam the Callistoga area with fixed wing aircraft, which we really hope they get a handle on it. But it's a struggle to save properties and lives over there at Santa Rosa in general. Here is, and that's the August.
PG&E helicopter 29 Tango Delta north end of Middletown air attack on 122.92.
I keep trying to contain the bulk of the fire up here in between Deer Park and I can't even read this anymore. Angwin. So there's lots and lots of structures out here. So that's what they're hitting, and that's the chatter we're hearing about right now. But I want to check out the other forgotten fires. So looking back at the chat, if you have any questions, I'm just seeing the August Complex. The August Complex has gone nuts.
East operation.
Yeah.
Report of Schramsberg Winery catching on fire, 1400 Schramsberg Road.
Oh no.
92, go ahead with your traffic.
Hey, here comes some more tankers. You're actually going just a bit north of that. So the Schramsberg Winery, we had 2 people trapped there before, but I think they were rescued. I really never really got a straight answer. So that's Schramsberg Winery. It's down here.
Air attack signaling on command.
It's right here.
Signaling glass air attack on command, go ahead.
Let's watch.
Information maps for probably with you right now. ETA was 1024. Additionally, you have the IP for Pope Valley for the relief air attack.
That's affirmative. It will be Middletown IP at 4,000. Middletown IP at 4,000. When you're ready for the numbers. Middletown IP 4,000, 38 degrees, 44 decimal 9577 by 122 degrees, 37 decimal 0715.
Taxi repeating, Middletown IP at 4,000, latitude 38, 44 decimal 95 by longitude 122, 37 decimal 07.
Sailing, that's affirmative.
9160, 2142.
Alright, if anybody else is noticing the problem with this winery, I predicted this would be indefensible and burned. There's a historic plaque right there, just absolutely sad, but I don't believe this is defensible or salvageable. You can't save this. They even let gigantic eucalyptus gasoline trees grow above the structure. Look at all the vegetation right next to it, just right up against the buildings. There's no saving this.
9161 Charlie.
I do believe this will be ashes in 24 hours. I mean, I'm hoping I'm wrong, but that's indefensible. There's only one narrow road out, and they just really love their tree density and their vegetation density. Even if you didn't have any winds, all of the trees are touching each other. All the bushes are touching each other, and without winds it could spread. There's only one way out. It's a dead end. Too many coniferous trees that really don't belong here.
Command 1, tone 2.
That's not going to make it. So,
Signaling the glass air attack information will still continue to utilize Berryessa IP at 4,000. Middletown IP will be the secondary, Berryessa IP the primary for all aircraft coming in from McClellan and Charlie, correction, ASM relief.
oh, you're right. Who knows when this was taken? This
Copies
is
all aircraft, including ASM relief, delivered to Berryessa IP as the primary relief air attack, will be delivered to Middletown IP. Additionally, MAPS 1 ETA 1035 to Berryessa IP.
this is
Signaling air attack copy, MAPS 1 ETA 1035, correction, Berryessa IP.
I am bitter right now. I have to admit that. What? There's vegetation growing on the roof. Growing on the roof. Really?
Helicopter 29 Tango Delta.
Wow. Alright, so there should be a law against making historical structures that are treasures to the West Coast fire death traps. You know, there should be some sort of law against that. I just, whatever. Sorry, this emotional. It's another place I'll never see. And I had all of these, everything with the plaque I was going to visit on my documentary tour. And yeah, there's some sort of a gas cylinder. I mean, it could be CO2, you never know. I mean, maybe they're making their sparkling wine stuff here, but really,
Valley Map 1 on National.
there should be a law against making historical structures a fire death trap. I just you know, putting it out there. Maybe not allowing the gasoline trees to grow right up over the structure. This is just an example of how to do it wrong. F- grade for structural defensibility. And it's like they set it up to fail. One way out. 2 people were trapped here earlier. They were probably rescued, I hope, because now they say that this is on fire. Anybody seeing this on the copter? Because they're not covering it on my TV here. Yeah, the tank. Yeah, Lurk face. Yes, that's February. But that was February 15th, 2020. Well, this is. I don't know about the street view. Yeah, so they've had all kinds of fires here, and they've had. I mean, they were saving the castle. This is an example of doing it right. So I'm sorry. This won't be just negativity criticism channel. This is doing it right. So in comparison, wow, this structure can be saved. Look, there's a moat too. They have spaced out the olive trees. Perfect. Perfect. Absolutely perfect. They have the sheepies, the ungulates, duodactyl ungulates. Isn't that what a sheep is? Two toes, duodactyl. Anyway, they are keeping the grass down. They have a moat. Cool. Well, this fence will go up, but that's all right. They have like a tiny fire break here in the paver stones. Green grass is mowed. Very fireproof structure, except the wood is up here. But you know what? It's very difficult. I mean, this section here would be difficult. If it went up, you get some embers. But if you go over here, they're They got a decent defense.
It's a report of a tree near the line at the end of County Road 63.
I mean, this is great. This is how you do it. That's how you do it. So, it's Tale of Two Wineries. One's going to live, one is not. And that's how I feel this will play out. But yeah, about 5 hours ago, I predicted that's not defensible. And if a spark landed there, it's going to die. I hate being right, but it's not psychic powers. It's the, well, common fire sense. So if anybody has, yeah, Mr. V says a moat with no alligators. Well, they could add some. I'd be behind that. That would be cool. Just kidding. So let's go back. If anybody has a special request, we are trying to monitor these fires live. What they are trying to do is save Callistoga. And so there's a massive air attack going on here. But the Zogg fire is, we're watching with live webcams. So this one is hard to see. The fire is going over towards Santa Rosa. Excuse me, this is the gigantic blowing up August fire, which has leaped and gone massive. So let me just show you the August complex and that time lapse. And so here's Santa Rosa, looking south. This is east portion of Santa Rosa. The fire's coming out of the hills. That is live. The other thing, we're looking at this is looking from pretty far away. This is about where the fire is at Ruth. They were trying to save Ruth and Ruth Valley. Trying to get a handle on it. This was the most complicated part of the August fire, which is started by, it was like 5 different lightning strike fires that merged in Lake, Mendocino, Trinity, and Humboldt and Mendocino counties. And I think I'm forgetting a county. It's almost a 1 million acre fire. It's like 879,000 right now. So this has become volcanic in size. So here's a time lapse from last night, and this is why I'm so concerned about it. This is fewer people out there, but this has become quite a monster. So when we get to the end of the time lapse, that's going to be current. That'll be now. This is 5 in the morning, 6 in the morning, 6:30. It's about to be dawn. 7. 7:30. 8. 8:30. 9. Here it is. And here is 9:55, last image. So it's not current. I gotta refresh actually. So let me just create a second window, because I don't want to get rid of that amazing time lapse. So here's current. Like I said, that kind of cloud that can make its own weather, that can do very, very nasty things, even though a whole bunch of smoke blew in. So this is facing southwest, so the smoke blew in from the left side of the screen. So let me orient myself spatially. So the smoke came in, sorry, that left side of the screen, so went north. So for a while, the smoke's going north. So like I said, Santa Ana winds can shift, and so while most Santa Ana winds will try to make for San Francisco Bay to escape, they will fluctuate. They will absolutely fluctuate. Let's go back. Sorry though, that's historical. So, but yeah, this is the glass fire. We've seen some pretty intense explosion here. Every time I look at this is way worse. So let's go to progression of the fire. And let's listen to pilots real quick.
9 West Operations, I'm not sure we have a staging area manager. Also, I have the supply unit bringing lunches and Gatorades up to your Plum Creek and Callistoga Road.
So we know the major battle is here at Angwin, Howell Mountain.
1034.
They're trying to save Callistoga, and the winds are blowing the embers down this way. That's why these wineries are catching on fire. St. Helena is in massive danger, and Zinfandel, and so we just keep our fingers crossed. But one by one, these vineyards are kind of going. So this is the one that's on fire. The Schramsberg, which is not defensible. Here's the castle.
Last air attack, command 1 till 4.
Which is.
Branch 4, go ahead. Branch 4 air attack, we're just looking for some division assignments in your branch, the Angwin side, down to Pope Valley, into the Napa Valley.
And we continue
Starting
on.
at the top, coming off of Rattlesnake, making your way around into Angwin, Division Whiskey down to Four Corners. From Division Whiskey down to Sanitarium is Division Hotel, and then down Deer Park, Silverado Trails to the south is Division Juliet. And Branch 4 air attack copies, Division Whiskey, Rattlesnake, Ridge down to Angwin, Hotel, then Division Juliet from Howell Mountain down to the Napa, or Con Valley down to the valley floor. Yeah, firm. I know it's a little bit backwards, but with double shifting, guys, it was easier to make those flip-flops just for today. Yeah, copies. Yeah, well, I got you on command. How's Angwin proper looking? Currently working fixed-wing point protection in the Angwin area, doing what we can around the structures, building some secondary line off the Howell Mountain green side of Howell Mountain Road for a potential firing operation later on this afternoon. Fire's currently backing to Howell Mountain Road with a mass, so reinforcing Howell Mountain Road down to Pope Valley. Break. Air attack back, Copter 104 and rotary working south end of the fire, Con Valley down to the valley floor, Napa Valley. Break.
And here we have a cool example of a drop probably taking place right now. This is the Orion lead plane. It's going to mark where it wants this tanker to make the drop. Tanker is following behind it faithfully. So this is approximate, you know, the locations of the planes. So sometimes they lose track with the transponders and then they'll come back. So if you're just tuning in, this is open question and answer time. I will try to get you any information. In the description is all the links to any of the fires, evacuation. We continue to monitor the pilot situation here at the glass fire, which they're really struggling to get a control of by Angwin and Howell Mountain. There's lots of structures, lots of wineries that have been constantly going up in flames. They've been trying to defend some, but I think that one we just examined was doomed.
Bombs over. This will be the new command channel. CDF command 1, tone 15.
I'm going to mute that, but we continue. I'm listening to their chatter, but you can see the live webcams over here looking by Santa Rosa. So there are two big fronts, you know. The fire spotted ahead of itself and just leaped across the valley and went immediately over towards Santa Rosa because fire loves that town. It's you must be in love with it. Right right now the pilot chatter is really scratchy, so I got that muted for you guys. I've been awake since 10 o'clock yesterday. Got here at midnight, started the live coverage. So bear with me as my voice cracks and I realize I haven't eaten in hours. And I may be a little goofy with saying where things are, a little bit hesitant, but that's because I'm running on fumes here. Are there any helicopter live streams? But yeah, there's ABC7 or something like live news in California, but I can't bring you that. Hang on a second.
Yeah, I can see the southern flank is going to be at the ring.
Oh, he said something about City of Santa Rosa. He's a pilot. So this is live image of looking south on the east portion of Santa Rosa. Fire's kind of
northernmost fire just above Spring Lake.
That's the Zogg fire. This is up by Reading.
Southern flank will be at the, roughly about the ranger station on Channel Drive. There, I have my way all the way around the location. Can I get a phone number for you? I can call you later once I make a way around it.
I'm muting that phone number for their privacy.
Glass air attack, good morning, Chopper 5. Glass air, correction, Chopper 5, glass air attack, 12292, go ahead with your traffic and attention. Yes, sir, we're at 8,000, we're over at Napa County Airport right now, we'd like to enter the CFR at 8,000. Chopper 5, you're cleared in, 8,000 information, recon flight, 6,000, air attack 5,000, 2990, majority of the fixed wing operation in the Angwin east side of the incident. You're cleared in 8,000, 2990.
You will advise to take call back. 1041 break east operation, St. Helena.
They're really working hard to save everything in there, and since I've been covering things at midnight, they decided to make Howell Mountain Road their fire line. They're putting dozers in here by Munda Road. They had to ambulance out a civilian. Took more than an hour for an ambulance to come from Santa Rosa, but they got him or her out. We've had 5 people. I'm going to mute that until that's intelligible. But there's many fixed wing aircraft. They lost one to some sort of mechanical problem, so they're down one. But we have S2s. The Orions are leading them around. We've got let's see, a bunch of S2s. March S2 here, March S2 there, excuse me. So we've got a bunch of those, plus there was a larger one, a propeller plane with 4 props, and that thing was coming by every so often. So I keep forgetting which one that is, but he comes around. So that was pretty cool. So we continue to monitor that situation, but what has scared me to death is what happened with the August complex fire. I need new information about it. I don't know that people are covering that, because this thing became some sort of a beast during the night up by Ruth and Ruth Valley. And if you look at where it skipped, I think you'll see what I'm so concerned about. So whatever containment lines they had going on here are no longer here. It has leaped over, and it is out of control. It's headed towards the sparsely populated, but still populated by somebody, landscape up here. And we've got Humboldt County up there, and there's lots and lots of redwoods eventually to be eaten up by this thing. So I do believe that that's a super concern. This place as well, Nielsen Place, Ramsey, Mina, Covello now might be getting antsy, because the winds that swirl around here. So if I may go to my visual aid about, not that one, immediate structure threat on Munda Road.
Go to east operations for that traffic.
All right. So as it works, these are. Let me turn that down. This is what's going on. Santa Ana winds. There's a ridge of high pressure here. Jet stream there doing its thing. So that funnels winds that are hot and dry from the desert, like single-digit humidity kind of winds. And what they do is they're pushed up over the Sierra, and they accelerate down the side of it. So they accelerate down here, they accelerate down here. Now California's geography causes this. It's probably been going on thousands of years. Ever since the missionaries, Spanish missionaries, 1700s, they've been writing about them. They're seasonal. They happen in either September, October, or November typically. So what happens is there's only two places in the entire valley for these winds to exit. Pressure's building up in here, and they're swirling around, and they're getting faster. And they accelerate down here, especially they're funneled into the wind tunnels known as the canyons for the rivers. And rather than doing this, they usually kind of stop at the coast range, and then they swirl around looking for some place to leave. So what you get with the winds is these really weird wind patterns. So
down lower to the ground outside the TFR on the east and south side. And Chopper 5, information, you're going to be working low level. What's your altitude east of the incident? Well, right now we're descending out of 8,000. I'll let you know what we settle on once we get there, sir. Okay, we have an initial point over Lake Berryessa at 4,000. You're clear over Lake Berryessa 6,000. Coming in the TFR will be 8,000 and above. Okay, well, we'll do 4,000 and we'll let you ask you if we need to go lower. Chopper 5 thing. Chopper 5 information, we have an IP over Lake Berryessa at 4,000, maintain 5,000 east of the incident over Lake Berryessa. Anything inside the TFR will be 8,000. Alright, 5,000 over Lake Berryessa, inside the TFR, 8,000. Chopper 5. Sure, sir.
good news is, as you can hear from the chatter, there's still good enough visibility by the glass fire down there to put fixed-wing aircraft in there, and they've been slamming it as best as they could. So I'm staying tuned for more of that action. But I need to explain what goes on with these Santa Ana winds one more time here. So this is why you can't predict whether or not you're safe. People keep asking me, is this town, is that town safe? Is it going to be affected? And the big answer is anything right now can be affected. These are the Santa Ana winds. Any ignition source right now is going to be super devastating. And of course, all of these fires that were not out before the Santa Ana winds came, as I was predicting with anxiety all through last week, these are seasonal winds that are just due, and they came. So these are not even the most bad example. They can be 85 mile an hour. They can be like a dry hurricane, like in the Paradise Fire of 2018. So knock on wood, these are somewhat medium to mild. Hopefully it just stays that way. But you can see that the winds that come over the mountains here, they are accelerating, and right here you are seeing the fastest. So there are 45 to 50 mile an hour wind gusts over there in the mountains, but on the peaks, ridges, and in some of the canyons, that's going to be faster. So as the wind spills over, it's trying to go here. It's trying to go to the ocean. There's only very small mountain passes. Unfortunately, they happen to be the rivers that sometimes make it to the sea here. And just, you know, the remains of old rivers from the Ice Age that don't really exist. But these mountain passes, only a little bit of the wind can make it out here. The other, you know, the rest of the pressure builds up, it accelerates, and it wants to go out San Francisco Bay. The rest of the wind that comes in here from the desert wants to go out near Los Angeles, because that's the only break in the mountain chain that's lining the coast. It stops the Santa Ana winds from going there. So this is, well, that's a different aircraft picture. Sorry about that too. So what happens, though, is the completely unpredictable nature of these winds. Where is my visual aid? There it is. So they don't really hop over the Coast Range Mountains. They just swirl around in the Central Valley, and eventually they go, oh, there's San Francisco. So what we're seeing is the predictable pattern is right now, when they hit the mountains, sometimes they just go south. They're going towards that exit. But as they come out here, winds that are making it over here, over these mountains, when they get trapped in these little valleys here, sometimes they will go due south. They will go due south towards Clear Lake. And they'll go due south, and they'll make their way toward the Bay Area like so. And so people are asking me, and that's kind of what's happening. See, here's Callistoga, here's Angwin, where there's a major, major battle going on. Here's Santa Rosa, here's the major, major battle going on. And these winds, they can probably just either go to Santa Rosa or follow the valleys south. They tend to follow, you know, like natural, it's kind of like pouring water off a mountain. It'll go down a channel, like even if you made a sand castle, you know. So the winds though can shift. They can suddenly go north for no reason whatsoever. So people asking me if Windsor is okay. Well, no. Look where the wind's going. So no. And later if the wind goes south.
Systems are evacuated at 1890 Ridgeview Lane, across of Howell Mountain Road. This is in St. Helena City.
There's a home on fire. Citizens are evacuated though. So really, these winds can do anything, and they just choose their own direction. And if now that we're looking at the August complex, I can tell you right now, once you see this specific type of clouds, you shudder. So let's go back. Here, it's the August complex. Look how tall. So that's pyrocumulus, if I'm saying that word correctly. But look how tall and how big it blows up this morning. It's 7:30. And this has jumped the lines and become beastly.
4 is off the glass incident, road and return, McClellan, 15 minutes en route, 4 hours of fuel, 4 full, request AFF check.
That 1051.
Yeah.
9-4.
Let's get a new updated view of the August complex. Go ahead and put any questions you have in chat. Oh man, look how big it is now. This is live. This is live. We're looking from the Shasta area over a pretty far direction towards Ruth Valley, roughly. And the August complex has now turned
9161 Charlie, range 7.
into some sort of a monster. So this is live, and if we look what happened, that kind of cloud, by the way, pyrocumulus, if I'm saying that correctly,
East operations on command.
that will create its own weather. There's so much heat going up here in this column that's going to be sucking air up.
Residents have evacuated 1890 Ridgeview Lane, St. Louis City. I copy, and can you repeat the address?
I'm going to mute that, actually. I'm sorry. They said structure fire. But this definitely can make its own weather. They've clocked F2 tornadoes inside of these so far. And they are fire tornadoes. There's two types. One that's just a smoke tornado. But one that picks up flaming debris becomes the fire tornado. And so we've seen it in this area before at the car fire where somebody witnessed. It's one of the very few things are witnessed like that, and people live to tell the tale. But in the car fire, I believe there was somebody witnessed a fatal.
Route to Berryessa IP, ETA 1108, 110.
I don't know what that was, but excellent. They put a aircraft back in service. So I just muted that for a second, but I think it was the car fire just years ago, same county, Shasta County. No, actually just adjacent, that there was a witness of, I think it was a grandfather, saw his wife and granddaughter tried to make it to their house during the car fire back then, during the same Santa Ana winds. There was a vehicle fire that sparked it. And he saw the tornado just obliterate the house in front of him, and I cannot imagine. So these are live views. I think it updates every minute to a minute and a half, or half a minute. It kind of is a little bit erratic, but that's the August complex. I don't know if anybody is talking about it right now. So my voice is very calming with everything going on. I'm glad to be of service. I'm also exhausted, but I do generally sound like this. I didn't speak at all during my first one because I hate my voice. It's that kind of a thing. Let's look back at Santa Rosa and get a live cam. So, looking back at here, let's go look at Santa Rosa. And you know what? Behind me on the TV, there's just like, some daytime talk television. This is a once-in-a-lifetime perfect storm kind of event. Like, this is not normal. This is something we haven't seen since the 30s. it just comes around every 75 years or so.
Everything east of the trail.
Let's listen to the pilots real quick, and let's look at this.
Break. Branch 4, utility 1475, on command.
This is Santa Rosa. Miracle Ninja says, what is to stop one of these fires from engulfing a medium to large-sized city? Good question. The preventative measures you had in place, of course, ringing the town not with a sprawl, but with actual farmland. So then when the fire is coming, like they used to do in the old days, they recruited everybody with a tractor, and they went and tilled and plowed the land. It's how they protected Chico. They still had some farmland out there, and they protected Highway 70. And you just take a tractor and you just plow. You just plow all the land into a big wide strip of dirt. And in between these strips of dirt, you can light your backfires, and that's it. It's pretty easy. And back in the day, they had common sense. But you know what? We have sprawl today. Meaningless, stupid, allowed sprawl. And people are allowed to make dead-end roads and create death traps out of the scenery. Because we do know the lessons of the past, but greed kind of gets in the way. If there's no law to stop this kind of development, where so many thousands of people have one road out, and there's no way to evacuate people in time, and there's no way to make a defensive ring about it, then you use the town itself. You fight the fire in the town. That's the way it is, and so I think we should go back to the common sense days, if you ask me. So, but they know these lessons. They just have to be made law. We have to demand law change. If they want to just blame cow farts or something like that, then that's not the action we need. We need to go and relearn the lessons. This is all very preventable. No matter what the ignition source is. No matter what the ignition source is. And if you care about the environment and you care about not burning alive, which I think everybody does, we can all come together on each side of the aisle and say, you know what, this is not working. When people blame stuff that, isn't changeable, that's them trying to weasel out of it. They don't want to take responsibility. It happened under their watch. Real leaders need to be elected who say, this is what I'm going to do, this is the plan. We're going to get rid of these gasoline trees, these invasive weeds that really accelerate these fires. We're going to go stop the sprawl. We're not going to allow development that creates a death trap. That kind of stuff is the person I'd vote for, and I don't care if there's a D or an R by the name. So when you see both sides just point each other's fingers and yell, that's not what you need. That's not going to do nothing. So we have a lot of power. We have our votes. Register to vote if you have not already, and exercise it. Even at the local level, go to your meetings. Go to the town hall meetings and say, what's your plan? If people wring their hands and say there is no plan, then don't vote for that person. So I'm trying to get information on the August Complex fire. So yes, also
in the area of 5914 Channel Drive, south of Cobblestone Trail.
That's a state park and no structure or life threatened. That's what I like to hear. There's a fire that jumped a creek. So let's go look at the fixed wing aircraft still on there. I was hoping to see. There's a lot of Marsh S2s, but boy, there was a 4-propeller aircraft that was one of the takers here. There's a fleet of S2s, and they're all converging right here. They're just slamming this, and this is so good. There it is, the Lockheed P-3A, Buffalo Airways, man. This is what they're struggling with over by Callistoga. To contain it here, they would do a lot. That would go a long way to saving Callistoga and eventually Santa Rosa. Because if we see the wind, it's blowing towards Santa Rosa anyway. Now the secondary part of the Santa Rosa fire over here is hanging out over here, and I don't see any aircraft except this. It's got to be some sort of a scout. Yep, that's the Rockwell. Oh, and he's making a LiDAR pass. This is, yeah, it may be LiDAR, could be infrared, but one of these planes in blue.
Man, how you doing?
What?
Fun. Yeah. Hopefully we'll see you soon for a beer. Let's be back over there, Rosa.
Alright. Alright, that's when pilots don't realize the button is pushed down. Hello, who is this? Oh, I'm a different pilot. Oh, I'm a pilot. Hey, let's see you back at Santa Rosa and have a beer. Okay, that was pretty hilarious. So, yeah, let's show that comment for sure. The MAFFS are the big planes.
2, West Operations.
Exactly, we need to reject the status quo. We gave that a few years. That's not really working, is it?
1442.
Just patently reject whatever the status quo is. That's key here. So let's go here and see.
East Zone Operations, Deputy Operations on command.
An Embraer, American Eve. Oh, that might just be a passenger thing. It's going to Santa Rosa from Dallas. I hope they're bringing some gear.
For East Zone Operations, repeat.
They need 100 lunches.
Deputy Operations, I have a Type 1 Strike Team Engines and a Strike Team Dozers agency.
It's the global super tanker. It's coming. It's coming. It has just taken off. It's coming to help the glass fire, or I think it's the glass fire. That's a 747. The world's only 747.
Air Attack, just want to confirm yourself at 1442 going direct off of Summit Ridge down to working your way south direct off the ridge line, main ridge line.
Guys, global super tanker. Alright, we're going 3D for this. Hold my beer. Not that I actually drink, but okay, hold my milk.
Got copies, let me know if you have any needs.
Yeah. 3D view. Oh yeah. Alright, so we won't see the charred and broken landscape here, but what we are going to see, we will see global super tanker. This is Lake Berryessa, Berryessa, Lake B, and it's going to go on a mission.
West Operations, Branch 90, command.
It's cruising.
West Operations.
Yeah, I'd like to order 3 hose modules. 1 to be delivered to Plum Ranch Road at Callistoga, the other 2 to Safeway.
I copy. Break St. Helena, West Operations.
West Operations, St. Helena.
I'd like to place a logistical order for 3 hose modules. 1 to be delivered to Plum Creek Road and Callistoga Road, and the other 2 to be delivered to the Safeway at Callistoga Road and Highway 12.
Hell-based copies, winter light and variable, planning your discretion, pad 104. 104, and we're going to have a discussion, but we may take a couple of crew members out to support our 1 ground personnel. 7 hell-based copies.
West Operations from Ranch 9. Additionally, do you want to make a drop point at Plum Ranch Road at Callistoga?
Just a friendly reminder, politics are banned on my channel, so is blaming one side or another, or any person. Blame doesn't do anything. So, my mods have been given explicit instructions to immediately prune all comments of a political nature. So, blame doesn't... You know, I think that everyone can come to their own conclusions, and I want to bring the sides together, everyone together. So any sort of conversation that's of a... Hang on a second. Let's just watch this thing ride.
To update the relief ASM for 1,200 hours, Berryessa IP 4,000. Contact Charlie 3.
Mods, let me handle it. Please step aside. There's some people here that don't belong. Sir, with the offensive name, please redo your name and do visit us again kindly. Once you have renamed yourself.
France 7, water tender E101, E102.
Last water tender for branch 7. Go ahead.
I do believe I'm going to read that comment. All hands on deck. Go to other sites for politics. Also, please go to other sites for conspiracy theory crap, blaming other people, and just in generally, you know, not being very productive or divisive. Because you know what? I think pretty much every other channel that covers anything is extremely divisive, political, and or blamey. So I like being an oasis. I like to think that I'm journalism the way it used to be, and I'm just a regular citizen who just decided to stream this just to help people. Like I'm not a journalist, but yet people tell me I'm doing that kind of a job, and I'm very honored with comments like that. I've been awake a long time. My elevator doesn't go down to the basement anymore. So that. Let's just watch this ride.
5 area, it's in their district up in Adobe Canyon, if that works for you.
Yeah, affirmative. That works. That Sonoma Task Force 2.
Affirmative. It's all Sonoma Valley Resources.
Copy. Break. Division A. Branch 7.
They're right here, all face-to-face, and then they close on loop.
Branch 4. Utility 1475. Branch 4. Yeah, are you able to do a face-to-face anywhere? I'm coming in as a division. East Operations told me to get a hold of you. I'm sorry, every time I saw you calling, I dropped cell service. I'm at Liparita and White Cottage. 20 minutes. Utility 1475 on command.
I want to know where the lead plane is.
The last incident, and I'll be assigned to East Operations, Branch 4.
It's going for Angwin. It's lining up for Angwin. This is where the massive battle is going on. So let's go back into 3D view. We'll see from the cockpit. I mean, pretend it's all on fire, but this is basically what they'd be seeing. This is the realistic landscape. These are the other model numbers of the aircraft in the skies nearby. And the little things are their trails, like where they've been. In fact, I'll turn that off. Labels and trails. I like the labels. Well, we have to deal with it. It's got to be Angwin right there, kind of by
Zone operations, deputy officer on command.
By Callistoga. Now it's too high to make a drop. It's 3,525 feet. Let's just watch it work. I'm so pleased to see this thing in the air. We will contact... Sorry, it is retardant drop. The 747, yeah. No, this is 737. I am wrong. Wait a sec. Guys, my eyes deceive me. This is Theory.
Back on air-to-ground information. I'd like all the resources going up Howell Mountain Road from Con
Oh my God, how did I screw that up? They look very similar.
Road, first side of the line for burn-off later on the news.
Nevertheless, it's
Side of the road have all
it may not be the global super tanker. It is the super mini tanker. It's mini me. This is mini me for the global super tanker. Clearly. Whoops! I should have noticed that. But I've been awake for an awful long time. So at midnight when I rolled up in here, yeah, I thought I could go to sleep. Oh boy, fire said no. So yeah, good morning, Elizabeth. Yeah, Joe Malone, I'll look at that camera. Somebody asked me, where is there a fire near, right, hang on, I'm lost in chat. I'm clinging on to consciousness here. So, am I going to sleep anytime soon? Doesn't look like it. You think I could sleep through this? More of my family members evacuated once again. And, actually it looks like the news helicopters can only take to the wing with their given permission. So, they seem to be alright. Am I at risk? Absolutely no. Thank you, TR, for asking.
Back at McClellan, we're going to be about 12 minutes en route. We got 4 souls on board, 4 hours in the field for AFF check.
Alright, somebody's going back to McClellan. Let me see if the global super tanker is going to go aloft, because that fooled me for a second. I just painted in the same colors and everything. So I'm going to check on that and then check who was asking me where the fire was. Chats. Yeah, exactly. I should have seen that, Marty. I've just been awake. I've been awake so long. So in November, let's see where it is. November 744 Sierra Tango. It has not taken off today. It landed at 7:15 yesterday. Hopefully she'll make an appearance. So let's go back. Yeah, if you're just tuning in, all the evacuation information is located in the description of the video. And so we are monitoring some severe situations. So just to catch people up to speed, this is the insane monster live feed of the August complex right now. This smoke column is huge and gigantic, and so that's what I'm terribly, terribly worried about. Excuse me. Let's go back here on the MODIS satellite. So the August complex over by Ruth Valley has just absolutely jumped the valley. That's all the red is detections of heat from space within the last 1 to 12 hours. So you can see clearly where the edges of the fires are. This side is good. It's going back on itself, right? It's gonna burn up its own fuel. But this over here, it's going into new areas. It's taken off. And we have Humboldt County over here to be heavily populated at harvest time here, plus so many lovely trees to lose. This is downright tragic. So they were slamming this with the global super tanker and others. It's California's largest fire ever. It's a whole bunch of different zones. It was different lightning strike fires that started during the massive storm. August 17th was a lightning storm came in that lit somewhere between 550 and 8,000 fires with an incredible amount of lightning strikes. It just blitzed through the area. It was completely dry. They were just getting a handle on things when everything blew up into monsters. On Labor Day was a perfect storm that comes about like once every 75 years with that kind of regularity. Oregon's never seen anything like that since 1933 with Tillamook burn. But as you can see, at the Bear Fire, this
I'm just by the heel and stand there. Okay, I'm just out in Middletown, 4,000.
Okay, that's some choppers over by Callistoga. They're just talking about their altitude. So this seems to be holding steady, thank goodness. Fingers crossed. They did really good work here. So we looked at a webcam from Laporte over at it, and it was frightening as heck. Really frightening, but it's holding. So what I want to show you is the August fire. So here's what happened overnight. This is a 12-hour time lapse. Started at, okay, so here's 5 in the morning. This thing has just grown. Dispatch is reporting no power at Station 38. They've actually started to run through their generators supplies. So if you're just tuning in, all evacuation info is located in the links in the description of the channel. And so we are very worried about some things. Not just the glass fire threatening Santa Rosa and the Callistoga area and all these wineries that are starting to go up in flames. But that's one heck of a gigantic column. It's volcanic. Like back here, you know, it was big, and then the smoke came in and obscured it, right? Smoke comes in and obscures it in the morning, and it says, oh, I'm not done, and it pokes its head out. That's massively high. So like here, oh, it's obscured, right? Nope. 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 That's the kind of thing that creates its own weather and tornadoes, and so we are eyeing that with a wary eye. This is the current webcam update. So that is looking, excuse me, from Shasta County here towards the August complex, and that's gone completely out of control and has jumped. So the other thing we were worried about is, of course, this new one, and this is getting pretty big here. This is the actual Zogg fire by Reading. You can kind of see what the wind is doing here without me even clicking on it. So the wind here is going like so. This is what we typically see with the Santa Ana winds. This has been happening for maybe thousands of years. It's just one of those. The Santa Ana winds is not, what the heck is that? The Santa Ana winds are not anything new or climate related. They have been coming here, and I think the missionaries described them, and just looking at geology. Let me get my visual aid. People that are not from California don't know what they're about, but the High Sierras, there's deserts behind them. So seasonally, it either comes in September, October, or November. And that's winds. All that has to happen is high pressure has to be over the Great Basin deserts, eastern Oregon, like northern Nevada, right? When jet stream does its thing where it shifts into an autumn pattern, and that will push winds into California. They accelerate. They're super dry from the desert. They accelerate down the the Sierras. They funnel into even faster when they're down the like the river canyons, and they go into the valley and kind of fill it up, and they'll swirl around into random directions. Extremely hard to tell, but they're all trying to make it out to the ocean. There's only 2 spots in California that don't have mountains on the coast, so they naturally get funneled here towards Mount Diablo, past San Francisco, and down here, down towards LA. So those places tend to be hit pretty hard. So if we look at what Windy is doing right now, people keep asking me, is this place in danger? Is that place in danger? Well, we can see what the winds are doing. Here's Callistoga. Here's Angwin with the massive battles going on to save this entire area. All these wineries, and Santa Rosa, of course. You can see that the fire first started up in here, and it jumped. It totally skipped the valley floor and started a new one here. And that's the one that's threatening Santa Rosa, but they kind of merged. They basically merged. And so let me go back to that one. So let's go back. That's Clear Lake. I'm sorry. You see all the winds doing just weird stuff right now. I wish this was not green. But the down here, you see how crazy it's gotten. Every time the satellite passes by, like every hour, this is nuts. So the red are new detections of heat, strong enough to detect from space within the last 12 hours. The orange is beyond 12 hours. So you can see how it started up in here. It was first detected here. So it could have been embers, actually, that blew from here, the old lightning complex fire. This was 97% contained, but that's not 100. It could be power lines down too, because Pacific Gas and Electric has, for some reason, very, very early, said we should have shut off the power to more places, but we didn't because we didn't think it'd be this bad. So when they do that, they usually make a full confession later at some sort of a press conference. So we don't know the origin, but probably down power lines for these brand new ones here. I mean, they've started more than 1,200, but Bloomberg article said Pacific Gas and Electric started within the, I don't know, last several years, 1,200 fires with their power lines. So it's just something that could have happened. It's been happening for the last 3 years in a row, and people keep dying. So because they haven't had enough time to actually repair or actually fix those criminally negligent maintenance, program they got. So we just know that not all of them are seaworthy, so to speak, yet. So that's all we know. We have to wait for, investigations to conclude. But usually when Santa Ana winds hit, power lines go down. That's just what it's been like. So here we're looking at the Zogg fire, and we got some scary images here. Some that were kind of worse than this. So let's look at that Zogg fire and see if I can come up with the time lapse. This is current. It's kind of deceptive because you can't see like the red flame, right? So here we are by Redding, but we've had some pretty crazy like time lapses. So this is the last 12 hours to the present. Looking back at chat, if anybody has a question about the fires, just know that the chat rules are no politics and no blaming anybody else. This is supportive. This is like family oriented, so no cursing and such. And we're just here to problem solve together. We're uniting people. Only we can push for the kind of reforms we need so that this doesn't happen any longer. Excuse me, I'm listening to the chat.
Spring Lake Park. A single caller calling from the Frog Pond is seeing a fire approximately the size of a football field.
Confirm, we've got fire throughout Annandale State Park. Branch 7, West Operations. Did you copy that?
This is Branch 7. I did not copy the address around Spring Lake.
Caller was calling from the Frog Pond.
Information only from Montgomery. You got visible fire backing down the channel. Probably going to get multiple calls on that.
I copy.
Alright, we're going to look back now at Santa Rosa. This is live. See, that's a time lapse. Which one's the live feed? Let me see.
Deputy Operations. East Operations on command.
This is
Deputy
live.
Operations.
So Lima, you can go direct to Branch 2 with the identifier and assignment. For the Alpha, Strike Team 2301 Alpha will be to Branch 4, Division Whiskey, at the intersection of Deer Park and White Cottage on CDF TAC 24.
I copy. Branch 2, Deputy Operations on command.
2.
So, meanwhile, back at Santa Rosa, this is an inferno happening, and this is current. This is the current image there. This is Santa Rosa, and this is, of course, just zooming up towards. Meanwhile, this is Santa Rosa, and I turn on the television, and there's some old westerns playing. There's some talk shows. There's some cooking and stuff going on, and there's they were talking on a live talk show. Oh my gosh, looks like Gwyneth Paltrow has turned 48, and she's posed nude today on Twitter. Okay, meanwhile, at Santa Rosa, people are having a hard time. The whole flames backing down towards the community is happening. Meanwhile, there's a complete inferno burning in the western states. So people, I don't know what the media is about and why they're not doing this. Just don't ask me. So maybe enough people are dying. It's just, I don't understand. So somebody's got to cover it, so I might as well. Anybody have any questions in chat? Just go ahead and put them there. No politics, no blaming people, no weird conspiracy theories and all that kind of crap. Everybody else is covering that, and if you want that, go ahead and visit them. That's your deal. But this is an oasis of just the calm, the facts. These are the calm facts, and if you want to know anything about any fire, how it behaves, just let me know, and that's what we're all here for. Yep, that's what the media coverage has been super politicized, and I just, I can't deal with it. I don't see the point. So, let's go back. Yeah, these Mr. Aviation, yeah. So, they are doing air attacks, and we have been watching it. I keep looking for the global supertanker. It's not aloft. I confused it earlier with a 737. But that's because... Hang on.
1, 2, currently massive fire at 3,900 acres. Currently working fixed wing in Branch 4, Division Whiskey, Hotel Juliet, structure defense and point protection, reinforcing Howell Mountain Road down to Con Valley. Unable to make any contact with other air resources into the rest of the fire, smoked out.
Okay, yeah, that's way lower.
That doesn't sound good, but we have seen a lot of fixed wing come in here. Oh, God. Miracle Ninja says, CAL FIRE is reporting we have fire throughout Annandale State Park. Oh, man. We've seen a bunch of the wineries bite the dust here. They've saved some of them. Oh, God, my ears. All right, let's just listen to pilots for a second.
State 911, we got to east you.
Ditto, thank you, gotcha.
Earlier, pilot was open mic and said, let's go have a beer.
Okay, okay.
Got a 2-2 behind me.
Go. Point protection with the fixed wing, White Cottage, Rattlesnake Ridge down to White Cottage. We kind of took it right off of Howell Mountain, top of the ridge, and we're reinforcing Howell Mountain Road, green side of Howell Mountain Road, all the way down to Con Valley for this afternoon. You still have a backing fire down to Howell.
We're going to watch the pilots, but we're also going to watch some scary things about how these things started, some time lapses.
I copy. Start looking at the north end of England for fixed wing operations, retarded dropping. I copy. Take it to White Cottage.
So this is live, looking east of Santa Rosa. There were a lot of flames visible earlier, so let me see if I can get that time lapse from this angle. This one, let's just duplicate this tab and I'll show you the time lapse from this angle. This was somewhat terrifying as well as far as Santa Rosa is concerned. And let's see, okay, so this one is the live one. Let's make the time lapse. Let's play the 6 hour.
Last fire air attack, Chopper 5, position update. We're over Yountville 5000 and we're departing to the southwest.
Yeah, my thoughts and prayers with everybody who's evacuated. This is just an awful scene. I have been awake for a really long time, probably 10 o'clock yesterday in the morning.
East operations, west operations.
Zone 2.
So you can see here how the fire really is coming towards Santa Rosa. And when we were at the last image, the one that's current, the fire is just not visible, but it's behind here.
East operations, west operations.
That's looking back east at it, different angle. This is now looking like more due south, so this is the one. Ow. Meanwhile, back at the August.
We're about 3 minutes out for pad 9, and that's fuel on return. 5 Alpha Juliet, 7 Mel base copy, 5 minutes out. Winds are light and variable. Line of your discretion. Fuel on return.
Bench 4, 1447 on command.
And M7 Hellbase, 530 November Charlie is 1 minute out for pad 1 on Polk. 0 November Charlie, 7 Hellbase copies, winds are light and variable, line of your discretion. Confirming, are you fuel on return? A-firm shut down, fuel return. Well, the tankers do some work here a little bit early. And don't know if you copied, there's a new start just over the ridge from M7 that I believe Papa Juliet's throwing a bucket on. 7 Hellbase copies.
I love that guy.
It's in the black burn scar, but there's some vegetation with structures half a mile on the other side of the ridge towards us, towards the Hellbase here. 7 Hellbase. 1 or 2 buckets from Papa Juliet might solve it.
Affirm, that'll just kind of bring you around to me in a different way, but that'll work too.
Do you want me to go farther up and turn right on the White Cottage off of the main road?
You were coming up Deer Park, left at White Cottage, and then White Cottage will run right into me.
5 Papa Juliet, 7M. If you got a dip site right there, if you can take care of it and then come back when you're needing fuel, that's great.
Oh yeah, I'll turn it into a mud pit.
7M.
We're off of McClellan en route to the glass incident, 15 minutes en route, 3 hours of fuel, 4 spools on board, request AFF check.
Direct. There's a firefighter up there, but might be an opportunity.
I love that one pilot. I think the helicopter pilot.
Degrees, 41.219, 122 degrees, 30.465.
2254 Alpha, branch 4 on command.
122 by 30.465. Hey, sir.
The operations, branch 4 on command. Step the operations, branch 4 on command.
Direct question again.
If you've just joined, I'm going to pause the pilot chatter for 1 second. Evacuation information is located in the links, which I have in the description of the video. I'm unable to continue reading that kind of thing. There is a big battle going on. I can't even read this under here any longer. But they're trying to achieve containment on the worst part of the glass fire so that Callistoga can be saved. So it was within 1 mile from Callistoga, and it's up in these hills. And so what they decided to do was pin it in at Rattlesnake Ridge and Howell Mountain Road as their big fire line. They've also made dozers over here by Mund Road and Silverado Trail south. And meanwhile, other units have been dispatched to help people evacuate, and all the wineries here are on this side, but it's been just a rain of embers, just like a blizzard of orange snowflakes. People even got trapped here before, and they said, well, we can't go there because this road's closed. And eventually those people got rescued, but we've had multiple entrapments since I've been covering this since midnight. For the most part, I think everybody has been rescued, although they don't say it on the radio. Sometimes they're saying it on Twitter, and I am not plugged into that. I am at the controls here trying to show you the insane live images. So this is a time lapse. This is what it actually looks like right now, and it looks calmer than it is. So this is Santa Rosa looking south at the east portion of Santa Rosa here. And I want you to see this crazy time lapse. So this is from nighttime going into day. There's a couple others that I got to show you from different webcams. So these are live. It gets pretty much to current conditions. So in the night you can see the spread of the fire way more clear. And then you can see, of course, the flames. So this is just how we've been watching it unfold, and it's just insane. The Santa Ana winds are just hell on earth, and they arrived just at the wrong time. They were really starting to once again get a handle on the fires when the Santa Ana winds showed up and said, "Did you miss me?" So these are current conditions, but as you can see, that's very deceptive with how calm that looks. Here's a different, here's a live camera view, and the reason I show this time lapse is because the fire is right back there. That's what happens when you get this change in, it kind of looks like a misty fog. That's because the fire is right behind the smoke. So here's the time lapse, and you can just see what was going on. So here you go. This is what I've been monitoring since midnight. People are like, didn't you go to bed? How could I do that? When I'm watching this at dawn, like, how can I go to bed? You know, I got family and people out here, and this is my home state, which is aflame. And so I just find it intolerable that people have to search for 3 hours to get basic evacuation information. And people really aren't covering this very much at all. So that's why this is so deceptive. You know, that's now, but you can see where the fire actually is in these backed up images. So there are even other crazier things. So here's the start. This is throughout the night. This is the Zogg fire, which is Zogg mine apparently is what it's named after. This is by Reading. And that thing is kind of exploding, and so I'm just going to speed that up. See, the infrared lets you know what's going on. Sorry.
Your assistance on the west side. If you're able to raise them on command, they'll be waiting.
Copy, contact with the West Operations.
West Operations on command.
Air attack copies. Break. West Operations, glass air attack command.
I wanted to check the availability of a rotary wing, at least a single one to come in and work around the Annandale area. I know the ceiling's low, but it looks like they might be able to make it in.
Glass air attack copies. We'll be working our way over to the Annandale area to see if we could get some rotary wing working. Stand by one. Copy.
I've just been informed Tinker 911 is aloft again. Is that the 4-prop? Is that the 4-prop? Quad prop? Is that a word? I'm kind of hanging here on flight radar 24. So sometimes it gets a little slow and kind of unresponsive. I imagine this this website is being absolutely slammed with people wanting to monitor the fires. So the good news is multiple fixed-wing aircraft plus a bunch of helicopters are working over here by Callistoga. But as you can see, the weather is not good. I just can point that out. And here's the Santa Ana winds. If anybody wants to know how they work, just Google in the Wikipedia, the Diablo winds are Santa Ana winds. The Diablo ones are just the north branch of them. They're a seasonal thing that happens every year. Everybody in California knows about them, but I've met so many people making stupid documentaries about how this is some sort of a climate change issue, and the geology's been like this for a couple thousand years. And the missionaries in the 1700s, the Spanish got to name them. This is not really anything to do with that. This is extremely bad luck that they came right after. This is a triple whammy. A, COVID, so all of the manpower is down in 2020, right, to fight fires. B, there was the crazy, but not freakish, a lightning storm that happened on August 17th.
Last air attack on command information, unable to make...
Oh my... I couldn't get through the smoke in an area, but now my ears are shattered. So the other part of this, you only know if you're from California, is that the lightning strikes were like 8,000. There was somewhere between 530 and 8,000 fires started by that lightning strike incident on August 17th. And they tried real hard to put out all those fires by the time the new wind event came.
25 minutes. We have 3 souls on board, 3 hours of fuel. Ops normal.
Oh, sweet. Tanker 911's on the way to the Zogg fire.
1141.
Jeez, okay, I'm going to mute that. So the double whammy was all these lightning fires were almost out, including the Butte North Complex one. And then the crazy, like once every 75 years average, Labor Day windstorm happened. All 3 states. So it hit California. It was like the Santa Ana winds for the other states too, for Oregon and Washington. And this is just such freakishly bad timing for this. So that is when, you know, Oregon and Washington normally would have pounced in to help, and they would have had the manpower to tackle these, but they haven't. Like a lot of these fires were, quote, unstaffed when I began covering this weeks ago. It's been absolutely nuts. So we know that one of the tankers is going this way. We'll track that plane in a second, but look at how everything's just blown up. As they started to get a handle on things once again, last week, they just didn't get a handle on everything. It's just too big. There's multiple mergers of all these lightning strikes that came into this monster fire when the Labor Day weekend wind event happened. Wow, everything just became a monster. It died down. And here's the Santa Ana winds right on time. We know that they were going to come sometime in September, October, or November. And like I was dreading last week, here they are. So what seems to be holding is here at the Bear Complex. We were looking at scary video. This was over here at Bucks Lake. We were looking at the webcam from here, which is approximately, isn't that LaPorte over there? I can't quite remember. So, yeah, and it seems to be holding. So good work there, guys. But this one's gone completely nuts. We can't, and I can't take questions like, is this town safe, is that town safe? Because the Santa Ana winds, they swirl around in the valley, trying to seek a way out. So, like back to the visual aid, they're going to bounce around and hit the mountains, and they kind of move. Some of them go south. So, like south of Santa Rosa, the wind usually goes south and then goes out by San Francisco. You know, these always try to exit here by LA. That's where these are the only 2 spots where there's no mountain chains on the coast. So I hope that explains things to the non-Californians. So these winds will swirl around. They will swirl around and do random changes. So I cannot tell you what the wind's going to do or which places are going to be safe. This has been a nightmarish loss of control here at the Roof Valley. And you can see the winds going this way. It's going to be invading Humboldt County. There's a lot of people up there right now for the harvest, and so there's risk up there. This, of course, by Redding. what would happen if the winds blow back this way? This is not a good time to be in this area in general. So in general, as you can see, they'll go south, then they'll go make a turn. Woo, I found a way out by San Francisco. But the thing to remember is in such dire red flag conditions, any new ignition source can make any new fire. Any little power lines down, any little barbecue that was unattended, somebody's wrecks their car, and there's a fire in a car. So just because the big monster fires are not near you doesn't mean you shouldn't be pretty dang vigilant right now and super hyper aware. Now would be the time to make your A, B, C, and D plan for escape. A, B, and C are your three routes out. Your 3 escape routes. And that would be like highways that go in different directions. And D is your shelter in place plan. So I went back. You can go back to how I explained how to do that. Right now we're going to monitor the fire and the pilots right now. And any questions though in chat, if you want me to look at any specific fire, I will drop everything that I'm doing with the airplanes and go ahead and check it out for you. Get you any information that you need to know. But right now, these are the big, frightening monsters. Knock on wood for Butte County. Hopefully the lines hold at Forbes-town down here. But look at that. That's some insane wind. So probably my uncle over here has evacuated again, or he's getting notice. This would be the 4th time in 2 months, I think. And see this weird stuff. This kind of stuff causes swirling, almost like storms at sea. Just because they get stuck in little bowls and valleys like this, and you can get the fire tornadoes. You can get all kinds of unpredictable stuff going on. So that's Santa Ana winds for you. It's a nightmare that they came this early. If they only had a couple more weeks, then they could have really just knocked this out. I mean, really gotten a handle of it. But we're going to persevere, and that's the explanation. Let's listen to pilots a second.
Pondip. I don't think they really had a name, but we'll call it Pondip 2 Division Delta.
Last fire from McClellan, 15 minutes.
This has frozen.
Mass 1 is 6, diverted M&F, and working on the fill.
Almost Mass 9.
Papa Juliet, 7 Outbreak. 5 up to it. Did by chance have the Latin long for the Pondip?
Oh, really? Flight Radar 24 is DDoS. Too many people trying to figure out where the tankers are. So it's looking at my proxy. Maybe that was the problem.
38 degrees.
So
30 decimal 907 by 122 degrees. 25 decimal 894.
but I don't think so. I think maybe it was the website, and there's just too many people.
30 decimal 907 by 122.
Let me try and fix.
Yes, he was between that dip and one that was about maybe 100 yards to the southwest. 7 elevate coming, thank you.
Dang it. Maybe that's why it's crashed. Everybody just got an alert on their phone that said the super tanker's in the air, and now Flight Radar 24 can't handle it. Let me try to get back up.
East operations, west operations, command.
So we're currently looking at Santa Rosa. That's where most of the tankers are going, but a few are going towards the Zogg fire, which is up by Redding. So I'm going to try to get back airplane tracking in 1 second. All questions welcome in the channel. No politics, though, and no conspiracy crap.
So I think I can see where the fire is. Do you have a Google map where you can see the section? I'll find out when I pop out. That works.
Well, I can't get Flight Radar 24 to respond to me. Is anybody else looking at it? Because it seems like there's a whole lot of traffic checking out. This time lapse is the August complex, which has exploded near Ruth. And it's making its way to Humboldt County. That thing is like a volcano. Anyone else having an issue with Flight Radar 24? Connection timed out. No, not when the super tanker's here. So we have been monitoring things. I don't think it's my proxy, but
Operation, Selena.
this is the time lapse looking at the east portion of Santa Rosa. Miracle Ninja says it ain't loading for him either. Oh man, so everybody's just very interested in that super tanker. They must have all heard it was in the air, or they're terrified of their predicament. So this is one of the once-in-a-lifetime events. The perfect storms all aligned, and it's all just come together really rough here. So this is history happening, and I'm not a journalist, and I'm not some sort of a fire expert. I've made it my business to learn fire behavior because of personal tragedy, having lost a family friend in a fire 1 year before Paradise. And when Paradise happened, nearly lost my brother. And a couple months ago, nearly lost my other brother to a different lightning fire in, I think it was Sierra County he was in. So we continue to look at the live feed updates, and we're looking at the webcams at least. We can hear the pilots talking, but there is a major battle going. Major battle. You can see the Santa Ana winds coming in from the desert. It's all hot, dry, and they're seeking a way to go out. It'll be by San Francisco and San Diego as usual. So you can't predict what these winds do. They're all kind of hitting each other. All the winds are coming over this massive, huge, mini Alps that the High Sierras are. And so the ones that came in from here, they ran into the mountains and they went south. And so the ones coming over the mountains here ran into those and swirl in a big circle. And I'm very, very concerned for Forbes Town with this cyclical action right here. and that's some high winds. So they worked on containment, and they did some backfires over the last couple of weeks, and hopefully this will hold. But we're looking at this. Hopefully this will hold. Hopefully, you know, Meadow Valley will be okay up here. This seems to be the fire blowing back on itself here. Great, sounds good. We just don't want it going over here. So we know Concal and Polga and Cresta and all that have all been evacuated, and Paradise and Magalia are on notice. So looking back here at the Zogg fire, this thing has absolutely exploded. We don't know exactly the cause, but whenever the Santa Ana winds happen, they do push over power lines. They have been willfully negligent in their maintenance, and that's not me talking about it. That is what the courts have ruled. So they have already gone on an apology tour saying, sorry, we didn't cut off power to more places. We didn't know it would be this bad. Well, they had initially decided to cut off power for a lot of people, and then they reduced it. So they assumed it wouldn't be this bad. It's not that they didn't know. So that's, I fully expect some sort of a confession later at a press conference, like they did for Paradise. But we're gonna wait. We're gonna wait for the investigation. But that just has been happening the last 5 years in a row. Papa Juliet, let's listen.
Copy, winds are light and variable, but to your discretion. Additionally, can you contact Elko with information on that new spot fire you guys picked up with location coordinates and any needs, if any? We'll go for it. I'll shoot it.
Is there a Halco up this time?
Alright, so whenever they're not talking, I can... It always happens to me. Alright, look at ADB Exchange. Alright.
Schomburg Winery is calling again. Flame seen on the property. 1400 Schomburg Road.
Alright, let's just get an alternative to Flight Radar 24. Here we go. You may not know my location, sir, website.
Branch 1, or
Alright.
South Branch 1, or Branch 2, I'll take care of it.
This is, interesting. Let's go to the West Coast. It's like alphabet planes.
Bruce Schwamberg, Alpha will take care of it.
This was...
Could you have him make a face-to-face with those folks and try to give them some direction for the rest of the day?
Very clear more than once. We're probably going to need the Napa County Fire Chief intervention.
Paper. And that's 1400 Schomburg Road. Across 29 of the trail.
You know, if this was a kid's cereal, I would eat these little airplanes. This is adorable. So Tanker 911, the DC-10.
Cross of 29 Schomburg Road and Highway 29.
Oh, there.
Schomburg Road. Can you just clarify the cross-street community for me?
Oh, yeah, this is cool. Do we have the 3D?
Schomburg Road and Highway 29 as the cross.
Right, there are still yet more scary webcams to look at too. So Wow. Sorry, I did not have that.
7, right back there where that flag was. That's Newsom Ranch. And also, you can make access to Newsom Ranch up here on the right as well.
Alright, I had that muted, but what you guys should have just heard was, well, looks like Schramberg Winery is calling again. And we keep going out there, but they keep demanding assistance. So I guess we've got to go out there again. So it's like, really? That's the one that didn't groom their property very well, if I remember. So they're just hesitant. And I don't know what's going on with it down there, but it's one of those things. They don't want to go where there's a death trap. All right.
Where the other guys are working. I was going to put him on the road, kind of in that 60Y area where that flare-up was, just kind of get some water on the road to good with that.
All right, let's find some webcams of relevance. Something I want to get eyes again on the this crazy this Zogg fire. So it looks like this one's looking not terribly helpful.
HP is inquiring if you guys would like them to shut down Highway 120 as well, or just move the closure down to the entrance of Highway 120 at Sage Canyon.
Just move the closure down to 128.
Whoa. Alright, so we got a new camera to look at. Let's do a 6-hour time lapse. This is the Zogg fire, presumably, or the August complex. Yeah, probably the August complex. The one that looks like a volcano.
To the August.
What?
We're well.
Yeah.
Dispatch levels, west side, ignition 32, spread 5, index 38, dispatch level medium. By commas, ignition 54, spread 19, index 92, dispatch level high. Central, ignition 98, spread 105, index 214, dispatch level high. East side, ignition 100, spread 63, index 170, dispatch level high. South end, ignition 75, spread 33, index 97, dispatch level high. St. Helena Flare. 1202.
Land management's only part of the issue. It's a multifaceted issue, but you are right. Mature trees. Mature trees generally do not light up the trunks. It's also see. He probably wouldn't be down with increased regulations on not making death traps at a new housing development. So there's only one road out. You know, he's a real estate guy after all, and not fond of any sort of regulations. So there's no one party that's going to solve this. This is us. We have to come up with the solutions and demand them. They're not particularly motivated to solve our problems. They just want to tell us what we want to hear so that we vote for them, and that's what they want to do. So pointing the finger at each other and yelling is not going to get anything solved. So that's why I have the no politics rule here. So we all need to fight these fires, no matter what kind of side you're on. This has to be over. The lessons of the past we already learned. We are just not applying here. So, for example, standing dead trees from old fires or the beetle kill, they have to be removed. That's what firefighters call the 1,000-hour fuel. You can't put a tree out unless you cut it down. And a standing dead tree burns for 1,000 hours. Now, a living tree, just the limbs will burn off. That's about it. But you get 2 years of brush underneath dead trees, and so there's a lot of flammable brush right at their base. There's something called the 3-year jinx, where every 3 years you're going to get a repeat fire that's worse than the last. See reference with Tillamook burn and the 3-year jinx if you want to know what I'm talking about. So there are so many lessons that we did learn in the 30s that we're just not applying now.
Turning SONOMA ETA 12.
Okay, that's a tanker returning. So for example, back in the people asked me how would you defend a town in the past? Well, the way they did. Back then, let me look at more. Okay, we got some. Now we already looked at that one. They used to have a space between towns called farms, and they used to just get on their tractors and they'd make 2 big plowed strips. This is how they went back to finally containing the Paradise Fire, keeping it away from Highway 70. Is they the tractors would go out there, make 2 bare dirt strips, and you light the grass in between them on fire, or the fields, and so there's a giant scorched earth ribbon that when the fire approaches, it just basically doesn't pass it. All you gotta do is just squish the little spot embers that go across the line. You know, towns were easier to defend back then, but we sprawled. Suburbia, especially in fire country, is the biggest mistake. You have to have some wildlands so you can make permanent or emergency fire breaks. So let's look at this. Where's this view? This is something alarming. So this is the August complex. This is that monster as viewed from, what is that, Whiskey Town Lake? Is that Whiskey? Yeah, Whiskey Town Lake. Let's do a 6-hour time lapse. Some of these are just unreal and scary. So, yeah, there's so many problems wrong with the Western fires. Tons and tons of invasive weeds that promote fires. Like in Oregon, the Himalayan blackberry is allowed to grow underneath power lines at the side of every single road, and they can go 9 foot tall. And then when they ignite, I was watching videos of them burn it for practice type stuff. And like in Canada, they just stomp it out and burn it. But here we tolerate it for some stupid reason. And so when your blackberry bush goes up, like the flames will shoot 22 feet high, and then go ahead and hit the tops of the trees on fire. Within moments, the flames back down. You know, they only burn for a couple of minutes, but that tree is already on fire. So brush at the base of trees with their limbs touching each other, trees growing over power lines. In Oregon, I noticed that they allow trees, they plant trees underneath power lines, and then they don't do anything when the limbs grow up in between the power lines. It's just unbelievably stupid. So in the other previous videos that I had, I go and I point all of this out. And so not only do you have to maintain your roads better, masticate it, turn roads back into fire breaks. So this is the view from Whiskey Town Lake, it looks like, at the August complex. And the camera, if it would turn around, would face the east, it would have been the Zogg fire. So this is just not good. The August has leapt around and become a beast and headed for Humboldt County. The glass fire, let's go back to it. I want to get people up to speed on what's going on. This is the new fire, which either was maybe power lines or it could have been some embers from this old LNU complex fire. We're not really sure. It's kind of eaten things, and so by Santa Rosa, this is the current condition. This is the current condition. And I keep going back to the time lapse because you see how we're looking kind of east. You can't see the fire, but the glow means it's right here. So let me go back and show you. Here's the time lapse. Here's the time lapse until now. So this is before dawn when it's black and white. And you can just see this happen. But it looks like Pacific Gas and Electric, according to some Bloomberg article, I saw the headline, this power company has caused most of the problems of California fires. It's started about 1,400. I think that's just in recent years. So this is also, if you've seen the movie Aaron Brockovich, they killed people even before the fires. with just allowing cancer-causing chemicals to enter the groundwater and doing nothing. So why this company hasn't been liquidated and all assets given to the victims of the fires? Why haven't their assets been liquidated and used so that the taxpayer doesn't have to rebuild paradise? I don't know. But the politicians, all of them on each side of the aisle, they do not mention this power company when they tour these fires that the power company started, like the one at Paradise. One says rake, the other one says tax some cow farts. And so that just lets you know that politicians that are currently in charge are not taking responsibility and they won't solve anything. So it's on the local level. Even if we can't change the national level too much, you can change the local level, and local people can get involved. Just use the power of your vote. Hold them accountable and say, you know what? Let bygones be bygones, but what we're going to do in the future to prevent these ignition sources. The Bobcat Fire they are now investigating is another power line deal with SoCal Edison. I hear they're cooperating with the investigation. But yeah, power lines being pushed over in Santa Ana wind conditions is not something that used to happen. Back when they actually maintained stuff, like back in my mom's time, back in my grandma's time, that's when they were not publicly traded corporation monopolies that were allowed to get away with murder. That's when they were just your local, your utility, your public utility. They just maintained stuff. But now there's a profit margin. There's stock price to consider. And we know what goes on after that. So it's greed. It's not anything new. And we have forgotten the lessons of the past. So instead of blaming anybody, we can only blame ourselves. We haven't agitated for change enough. If we had, things would have changed. So that's why I keep this the positivity channel. We have all the power that we want. Let's exercise it and unite and stop accepting the status quo, which was one side pointing the finger at the other and yelling. We know that's not going to do anything. So there are many, many different solutions here, and we all can brainstorm and to be the solution. Meanwhile, we just need to watch and wait here. And what I provide is a fire education service. If you can ask me anything about behavior or whatnot, I made it my business to learn everything about it that the layman can possibly know. And I just put out the word what firefighters already want you to know. So anyways, I'm trying desperately to monitor this. Let's see if we can get air traffic flight radar 24 back. Because that's really cool when we can look at these tankers dropping in the water. That's in 3D. But I do believe that is still down. So let me look back at the chat. So let's see here. What's the fire going on by Orland? Let's go take a look here. So excuse me. Orland, what county? What county is Orland? Yeah, you're so very welcome. I'm just here to provide factual information, and the blame game I'm not a part of. I am just not a part of that, and I'm not part of the conspiracy theory crap. You're just going to get the straight dope about what's going on with the fires, because you know what, the media stopped. Look at this. This is Santa Rosa today, and I turn on the TV and it's not on. You know, like it's like old news. They're talking about Gwyneth Paltrow's nude picture today. Like shameless publicity stunt, whatever, on Twitter, and that was that. That's the news for you. You know, that's the way it is. So, meanwhile, in Santa Rosa, this is what's going on in the eastern portion of Santa Rosa. Once again, Santa Rosa was hit hard in 2017, the same night that my friend died in a wildfire. This town was being obliterated. There's some of the worst images you'll ever find on YouTube of Santa Rosa being obliterated. And it was a monster storm, much like this one, making its own weather. So this is the lightning. This thing blows up in the middle of the night. This is the lightning-caused August complex. Looking at it from a Whiskey Town area, like you just can't believe what you see here. So I'm looking back. Randy Bell says the 737 is making a loop below 2,000 feet to dump on the glass fire. Okay, guys, let's try and tune in. So where is it? Let's search for the registration number. It's November 744. Sierra Tango. But we can't. Hey. Alright, let's listen to pilot chatter. Turning it back on. Where'd it go? Interesting loop. Since Flight Radar 24 is down, I've been told to try this, but I have no idea how it works. So at the moment, it doesn't look like anything is moving. Global Super Tanker 944, that's cute. Yep, TR. Yeah, I can't show any news footage because that's copyrighted, and they'll just claim my video, and I don't like that when they do it, even if it's for the public good. So I can show you anything that's a work of the government, because that's not copyrighted. Excuse me, let's listen. It seems to be moving. It's frozen. Where'd it go? Okay. All the cards. November 744 Sierra Tango. Already, this ain't working either. Yeah. I've been covering this. This is the 4th Monday. I think I've been covering this every waking hour since this whole historic event began. I'm not a YouTuber. I'm not a streamer. I am here trying to provide help to my community because I know what it's like to not be able to get any dang answers. So all the evacuation info is in the links in my description, and I keep trying to tell people what's going on. I woke up yesterday at 10 in the morning, decided to take the day off, right? Well, the fires didn't.
Air Attack 17 on National.
And at midnight, here I am still covering stuff, so... no, what time? It's noon. So.
17 off Grass Valley, 3 on board, 4 hours of fuel, 10-minute ETA to the north incident, confirm AFF.
It helps to know I help people. That's beating back the fatigue, and I will have to take a meal break in a second, but I need to show people what's going on here. I mean, this is insane. This is detections from space, the heat. Everything in red is less than 12 hours ago. It's absolutely unreal. This is one of the craziest
2301 Alpha on command.
Unique events of our lifetime. We're not going to see this again. Alright, where's Google? Okay. What happened to my map?
Branch 4, 2301 Alpha on command.
Really? Google has disappeared from Callistoga. Is this another one of my lack of sleep things, or is this real?
Division Whiskey, 2301 Alpha on command.
Where art thou, Google? Layer map?
301 Alpha, Whiskey, go ahead.
We've been assigned from the base camp to your division, currently staging at Deer Park and White Cottage Road, waiting for assignment.
Alright. Pretty much all of the...
White Cottage in La Parida. You'll see 2 state vehicles here.
What's happened to Caltopo? See, I have base layer terrain, Google terrain. Here. Alright, whatever. So, let's see if we can see anything with Ghost 17. These are the new hotspots detected. So we got plenty of new hotspots all across the west here. As the wind in general blows from east to west, but it's swirling around. So let's look here at the hotspots at the Zogg Fire. Well, they're heading north. Heading north to Whiskey Town. Not good. Let's try and get an eyeball on it. So let's look back at the different, what it's doing right now. So let's see.
Come back on command 1.
That's not good. That camera's not
Go
facing.
back, go for branch 7.
Do we have any following modules over in the west zone anywhere?
Negative. You can check with 44 Golf or Delta 1.
So it's headed this
Golf
way.
or Delta 1, copy.
It's the
44 Golf, Division Quebec, on command 1. Traffic for 44 Golf. From Quebec, do you have a C-faller? Restricted. Hey, from
Yikes.
hazard trees down near Los Galicos at Highway 12 and Pythian. What division are you currently assigned to?
Whiskey. And then I'm getting the crews going right now, but when I get them engaged, I can give you a call.
When you get a minute, give me a call on command or...
Alright, I'm going to turn off that boring chatter. So what we have here is, even though it's against the wind, as you can clearly see the smoke, the fire is climbing in elevation. So that's one of the only times that fire doesn't have to obey the wind, is if it's on a ridge, protected from the wind, you know, so the wind's going over this way, and it's climbing in elevation. Fire loves to climb. So looks like Whiskeytown Lake is something we got to keep our eye on, because it's definitely coming for it. So it's a slowly, compared to a wind-driven fire, as it's, if it was wind-driven and going uphill, this would have already been there already, but it's against the wind, but it's still, fire travels fast uphill, and it's kind of sheltered against the wind by that ridge. However, when it crests it, I don't know that it's going to make too much headway here, but a true firefighter would have to tell me if my assumption would be correct. If the wind shifts, this is absolutely a screwed area. Like, this will be next, without really anything in place to stop it, as far as I can tell. But at least there is a lake. They can possibly use that as part of the fire break, but I hate to see Whiskeytown get this again. So that is a startling new development. So going back, I have to look at chat every so often. If you need evacuation info, that is in the description. I've been operating here mostly no food and no sleep since no sleep since 10 a.m. yesterday, and no food since midnight. So I just realized it's now noon. I have to do something about that. So does anyone have any? Does anybody have any emergency requests right now before I go and heat up some food? Yeah, exactly. To get my attention, go ahead and type @ and then capital K. My name will pop up. Click that and you'll get my attention.
Impeding traffic for fire engine.
Okay.
On the trail or on Donut Wheel? It's on Silverado Trail, closest to Donut Wheel. Paper.
They just said power lines down, impeding traffic over by Callistoga. They're fighting really hard to save that area with tankers, and they're also trying to put some tanker action.
Taxi step in on 122925, leaving the area to the southwest. Thank you, sir. Sky 7, air attack, copy. Frequency change advised, thanks for this pleasure. Copy that. Thank you, sir. Appreciate it.
Oh, did you hear about that polite chatter? If he says with you, Speedbird Heavy, then I'm going to just laugh. You can tell he was a commercial pilot.
St. Helena Glass Air Attack on command.
11 hours and 20 minutes. Okay, Sherlock, I'm not stopping this train. So I got the record button on.
Charlie 3.
We're good. Thank you.
We departing from McClellan. Charlie 1 is assumed ASM. ETA for Charlie 3. We got 12:45.
Trying to. It's down right now. That helicopter footage is down. Let me see if... Excuse me. Let me see if flight radar is back. And that's what's been a pity. So let me just try and get it back. Flight radar 24 is down for people. And it just crapped out. There's some horrible sounds.
Shit, I just wondered if maybe Elko could get up and do any work on it, knock it down with the copters.
But I would love to. I'd love to show you the helicopters working the fire while I went and heated up a slice. Yeah, so, yeah, Gearbot, let me look. Does anybody have any emergency requests before I go and get some food? Yeah, so let me look back up there and try to keep up with chat. Thank you so much for the encouragement, guys. I'm not a pro. This is just an ordinary citizen who said, oh, there's a stream button. I did this once to just help people I actually knew during the Paradise Fire, and some strangers came in, but I never thought I'd see a day where 38,000 people would come in and say hi. Whoa, and the feedback, I'm humbled, and so I'm here to try to help, guys, and I hope I have. So let's turn on the pilot chatter, and I gotta go get food. Be right back.
Division Whiskey, 9437 Lima, command.
Okay, sorry, I'm not quite... I was just leaving my chair and I saw CR user. I'm so sorry, CR. The first round of Santa Rosa killed my beloved brother-in-law. Yeah, I'm not happy with Pacific Gas and Electric. Nobody in California particularly is. And if you're tuning in from elsewhere, we got a burning bone to pick with Pacific Gas and Electric and all the politicians protecting them. They have killed a lot of people. They have caused most of these fires. Now this year it's a little different. This year there's a lot of lightning. But in the past 5 years, they caused most of the deadly fires with downed power lines that they failed to maintain. That's the ruling. You know, it was criminal negligence and they got a slap on the wrist. And that's about it. If you saw the movie Aaron Brockovich, you'll also know why people hate him. You're like, oh, one of our things is leaking cancer-causing chemicals into the well water. Yeah, well, you know, it is microwave pizza again, but it's pizza from a kitchen, from a restaurant. All right, so, yeah, it's, yeah, Sherry, we'll talk about the Orville thing. It's more like people just wait for authority to tell them what to do. And, so, God, CR user, I'm so sorry. The veteran's home was not evacuated. He died of smoke. Yeah. Yeah. And he was, you know, God bless our vets, and my heart just goes out to everyone who's affected by this. Thank you, Robert, and thank you, everybody, for being here, too, and who has spread this. I'm humbled by the, absolutely humbled. I thought it was going to be 18 people pretty much tuned into the Paradise Fire, and it was YouTube's fault. They, anybody trying to be a journalist back then couldn't reach anyone. YouTube thought that everybody was like a voyeur, ambulance chaser. That's not what I'm doing here. I don't show gore in these PTSD type images. I'm just showing active fire behavior. I have burst into tears watching some of the aftermath shows, and you know, this is personal to me, so I do have to eat for a second. And never mind that. This is from weeks ago. This has been stuck like that for weeks. This is not real, but it's almost as bad everywhere else. So St. Helena North. Let's look at a 6-hour time lapse. Oh, I'm sorry. We're back down there, and why would there be a fire by Napa? No, I mean south of Napa. So I'm just going to say that's a messed up feed. So what I have more scary kind of time-lapse stuff to show you. But this stuff at Whiskey Town, this is of grave concern. Let's look at the current pictures. So this is going to come up the hill.
1540, Glass Air Text.
You can tell that guy's a commercial pilot too.
04.
I'll be right back with food, folks. These images are live and we'll update. Now, why is it they can't shut up until lunchtime? Oh, they're on lunch too. Maybe they finally got their 100 lunches? Yeah, they're at lunch. That's why. Okay, dang it. People disengage when there's silence.
Alpha, here at Engine 5.
Yay, that guy's gonna save my stream. Oh my gosh, but this has been absolutely awful. Let's look back and see if Flight Radar 24 is here. Then I swear I'm gonna get my lunch. You know, there's two types of pizza in this world. Just two.
Helco Division Alpha on command.
Just two. There is victory pizza when you have won the ball game and you got that promotion. And then there's pity pizza. When you're had that day, you just need the pizza. I'm pretty sure I'm eating pity pizza, and so it's a comfort. It's a comfort food. I cannot get Flight Radar 24 to come back. I may have to do a DNS flush or something. Well, you know what? I hope to be eating victory pizza by the end of this.
9437 Lima. Command.
Gonna count it as a victory if they can even get a hold of this. This is monumental. We have to absolutely hats off to the first responders here. They're in the worst conditions.
437 Lima Whiskey, go ahead.
Anyway, I'll be right back.
Yeah, we've been assigned to your division, currently at Highway 12 and just shy of the Butte Canyon.
You're about 45 minutes out. I'll tie you in with somebody of these other dozers and we'll put you to work. For now, come up Deer Park. Deer Park to White Cottage.
Copy, Deer Park to White Cottage.
(9467) Lima, West Operations.
There, be right back for real.
Make contact with Branch 5.
Station 63 Medical, Rancheria Road, across from Highway 29. Operations, Branch 5, you have traffic.
Just confirm 9437 Lima, make contact with you.
I believe it's 9467 Lima.
Make sure they make contact with you.
Negative contact yet. Address of 22433 Rancheria Road. Lake Red, 1234.
Glass Air Text.
Glass Air Blaster attack, Santa Elena Tanker 163 off Santa Maria, ETA 1305.
Blaster attack, copy.
Branch 5, 9437, Lima, command.
Go ahead.
They have been assigned to your branch, currently at Highway 12 and Adobe Canyon.
I copy it. Yeah, just stage up there, find a wide spot, and you'll be reporting to Division Whiskey on CDF TAC 4.
Copy. CDF TAC 4.
7, and elevate. Blaster attack. 123025.
Elevate.
Seven and elevate. Blaster attack on 123.025.
West operations.
First SONOMA SO at scene. A structure threat 595 Los Alamos, cross of Austin Lane. Additionally, 5278 and 5270 Joaquin Drive, the cross of Callistoga Road. A threat to the structure.
Charlie, Whiskey on command.
West operations is a copy. 525 Los Alamos, and then the other two addresses off of Callistoga, what were they?
Correction on the address is 595 Los Alamos. The additional address is 5278, as well as 5270 Joaquin Drive, across is Callistoga Road.
West operations. West operations.
Seven and elevate. Blaster attack on 123.025.
Attack, 7 elevate, 123, decimal 025.
East operations, signaling on command.
Attack, 7 and elevate, how do you copy? Division Lima on command.
Division Lima, signaling on.
Ready to copy on lane order. Lunches delivered to station 17, 1480
Street, St. Helena.
Operation St. Helena on command.
Branch 9, West Operations.
Rosa, Branch 9.
You have a reported structure threat at 5225 Joaquin, correction, 5278 to 5270 Joaquin Drive. That's from Sonoma County, SO.
Affirmative. Get Division Light Mike on it. Copy.
Charlie, Whiskey, on command.
Operations, St. Helena.
West Operations.
From REDCOM, SO unit at scene, 5921 Channel Drive, south of Cobblestone Trail. Their communications are down and they're asking for more assistance with the structure fire.
Copy, break branch 7, West Operations. Did you copy that?
I just sat back down. What's going on? Somebody requiring assistance? Is that winery again?
West Operations.
Help me catch up to speed. I've not heard anything about St. Helena. I've not, and don't be too worried about what you see on these images here. I know it looks like St. Helena is fully engulfed right here, but these are just hotspot detections from space. And it doesn't mean that the fire is still there. It just means at some point a hotspot was there. And that's when it was first detected. It does not mean that the fire is active at these dots. It doesn't. So what these are just, it's very limited. That's why we're listening to the pilots. Now if the pilot...
Commander 3, Division Quebec.
Oh my God.
CDF, Command 1.
Oh my God, that was really loud. So they are worried about here. Angwin, Howell Mountain. This is critically endangered right here with the structures. So that's what we should be worried about. And so, bad as stuff like that looks,
Operation, signaling on command.
they could have some lines or something here.
East Operations, go ahead.
492. Repeat your identifier.
Front of the Castle Winery, 4001 St. Helena Highway North, cross of Maple Lane. Additionally, CHP is at scene and reporting a spot fire in front of 100 Pratt Avenue, cross of Silverado Trail, and that's in St. Helena City.
I copy that. You're currently talking to Glass Air Attack Rover and Callistoga, so lock it in.
You know what? The local...
You're looking for Oroville Zone Air Attack if they're up, or Oroville Alpha. But they may not be up. I heard them land earlier. So.
Oroville. I want to know what's going on with Oroville. So, you know what I'm going to do? Is I'm going to unmute the news when it comes on.
Branch 6, East Operation.
Because the news is talking about Joe Montana. And I understand that that thing was important.
25, Medical Thomas Drive.
But meanwhile, back at Santa Rosa, this is happening. You know, come on, news media.
9185 on Victor.
Operations. Are you up in Sugarloaf? From almost to the very top. Well, I'm on the ridge up above here.
Copy. I'm working my way up right past the guard gate. You take a left up that gravel road.
Good night, Sherlock. Thank you. What do you mean, road pizza?
Drive. Napa County Fire, 1246.
I don't. Okay, I'm so lost. What looks fake? That. Because if it, yeah, that's totally a fake fire. That's a volcano erupting. Oh wait, no, it's a fire. Silly me. Yeah, these are live cams, and the August complex has absolutely. The August complex went wild. Look how nuts. This jumped Ruth Valley, and it's out here running wild. So just watching it made me quite alarmed, even though it's not really per se being covered. So yeah, everybody's got their eye on the glass. Okay, let's turn on the news. I'm going to mute that. Now you can hear the news. Let's turn it on.
Staying home, families are hiring nannies for them too. I think because so many folks need some kind of care, and that is relatively easy to set up.
Oh my God, they're talking about Zoom for kids.
It's already expensive. It's already been sort of a luxury childcare offering, but it's been bid up even more as folks are more desperate. When life does go back to normal and parents go back into work, Johns believes there will be a huge issue when it comes to finding care. She says we were already in a childcare desert before the pandemic, and now...
Oh yeah, we're talking about finding childcare. They're talking about how difficult it is to find a good daycare. Back to the fires. I'm disgusted by that, but so
Glass Air Check, repeat.
Mount St. Helena. Hey,
Glass
Elizabeth.
Air Attack, St. Helena. Would you like to request a relief air attack?
Yeah, request relief air attack. Yeah. Where's this?
Over the fire, 1525.
Glass Air Attack confirming in Berryessa IP or Middletown IP.
Really? Oh boy, it's even bigger.
Berryessa IP at 6,000, correction, at 6,000 feet.
Haley copies will be ASM. Do you need air relief as well?
Standby one on that.
Bing, 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 bing.
November, Sierra, Sol.
We have a winner. Climate change is real, but the ignition sources are man-made. There you go. That's both sides come together when we embrace reality. The sky will never catch fire. Ignition sources cause a wildfire, not atmospheric gases. Bing, bing, bing. Air attack equals spotters. Oh, that means the OV-10s. Aren't those called Orions? I love those.
Air attack 1249.
Okay, we are watching with some concern. We're watching Whiskey Town Lake with concern.
East Operations, Branch 6.
Spot fire reported at 100 Pratt Avenue and additional spot in front of the castle, Highway 29.
No. I like the castle.
Copy 100 Pratt and at the castle on Highway 29.
No. No, I like the castle.
Ever.
Hands off the castle. That's the one very fire-resistant building that I think should survive here. And what's wrong with Caltopa? There. Come on. What's going on? Where's my Google layer? Hey, I think somebody's at the door. Be right back. Is it? Maybe it's my Baofeng being delivered.
Elevate 7 November, Sierra on Colt. Calling 7 November, Elevate. Yeah, Elevate 7 November, Sierra on Colt, showing about 2 minutes out.
Glass air attack on command.
Land Pad 3 at your discretion. Pad 3, 7 November, Sierra.
M Elevate. Glass air attack on air account. On command.
St. Helena, station 38. Power's back on, station 38. KVY 30. $12.52.
Go for 7 November, Sierra. We're going to have a correction on pad. You're going to go to pad 7. Pad 7. Pad 7, copy.
We're looking live here at the Zogg. I'm going to do a time lapse. No, these specific wind events are not at all a good example of climate change. They're climate regularity, actually. These are really cyclical Santa Ana winds that always come. They come in September, October, or November. They are a product of the actual geography of the land, and it's mimicked in other parts of the year. 1 second.
Logs.
Oh, they're talking about a structure fire. Let me listen.
Branch 7 copies.
7 November,
You can park directly in front of the box. Okay, right in front of the box, B5.
These have been happening, well, documented about 500 years, and been happening for thousands. These are seasonal winds, just California's geography. This explains how they work. In the past, though, these winds were so strong that they would typically blow out a fire, like even a campfire, just blow it out when they were the heaviest. They're like hurricane force winds. Think of it as a dry hurricane gift from Nevada. So this happens at the end of the year. So these are just pretty well explained and pretty well documented. And the thing, though, is we would see this very often, right? The crazy wind event that happened. Guy's calling the castle. I don't want that to be on fire. Okay, so the things like the glaciers missing, that's a good example of things, but not these winds. It seems to be people don't know California's geography, and they don't ask anybody when they report on this. So the fact that the crazy wind event of what do you call that? The Labor Day thing happens with like a once-in-a-lifetime regularity. Well, it does. And so that's exactly what we've seen, even though global warming is supposed to have been happening since the end of the industrial era. So we haven't seen any increase of regularity from that since the industrial era. So these are really terrible examples. And basically what global warming is, it means global average temperature. It doesn't mean everywhere is getting hot, and that's one of the big misunderstandings. There's a lot of places that can get colder, and they decided climate change is the better, more appropriate, more accurate word. Because if you saw that movie, The Day After Tomorrow, that's what happens if, say, water temperature moves around, and say the Atlantic current stops, and therefore the warm water would never go past New York, and therefore New York would be in permafrost. That can happen. Nobody knows what would happen in climate change. So this is a terrible, terrible example. In fact, I think everyone has it backwards. These fires are causing climate change, not the other way around. Look at these emissions. Look at those emissions. Look at that emission. This is more pollution that California puts out in 3 weeks than California's done in like 10 years. Let's listen to the pilots. They're starting to chatter excitedly about something. It doesn't matter what side you're on. We need to stop this. This is causing climate change. Deforestation does. We just don't know how or what will be the result. But I don't want to find out. I don't want the world to change too much. It's just kind of common sense. We should probably set it back to much of the way that it was before we screwed it up. So this is not a debate, and this is not an open debate. So nobody is